Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CEA, the Corporate Esports Association. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by the lovely Australian Maynard, who got up bright and early for this wonderful occasion. How you doing today, Maynard?
Precisely where I live in my home state, but I've got my cup of esports juice. It's piping hot still, so I'm waiting for it to cool down before I sip it and chug it. And that, along with great Starcraft games, are going to fuel me today, Fear Dragon, and also your wit, your sharp banter.
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll call it that. You can call it wits. I'll call it pain-induced puns. But
dad jokes. Yeah, same thing.
Welcome, everyone. So, first of all, what exactly is the Corporate Esports Association? For those who don't know, the CEA was kind of brought about as a spiritual successor to the After Hours Gaming League, or the AHGL. And what it kind of represents is about all these different corporations, like a lot of big tech companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Red Hat, Eagleview, all kinds of different companies playing together in this kind of big corporate league. And what's really nice about it is that it's actually not played for typical prize money. There is prize money on the line, but it's that the winner of the entire tournament for the CEA decides what charity that prize money is going to go to. So it's all kind of for charity. It's all about having fun, finding like-minded individuals at other companies and your own company, and kind of creating that community around the different games. And of course, here we have the StarCraft 2 side of things. Now, there is one other thing that we're going to be going into, and that's actually our first match today, and that will be the Collegiate side of CEA. It's a new initiative, and 1 second, I just need to tell the players, give 1 second. Just introing, sorry, before they just start off and kick off before we're really ready. But the Collegiate side of things is a really awesome initiative that just started this season, and that is because of the wonderful generous donations of Toby from Shopify. So big thank you to Shopify and Toby, of course the CEO of Shopify, for putting up the prize pool, because this prize pool does go to the players, but it's not in the typical way that, you know, a WCS or an ESL tournament would happen. Instead, this is scholarship money. So this is going to the bursar of whatever player ends up winning this to help pay off those student loans and everything else like that. And for the Collegiate side, we are in the playoffs, the first week of the playoffs. So this is all the round of 16 matches going to be happening today. And we're going to be starting off with our first match of Jig versus Zonda. And I think this should be a pretty fun one as well, because both of these players pretty strong. Maynard, you were actually just telling me beforehand how you kind of like were looking up what level Zonda was and what level Jig was. What do you think about this match?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a cheeky look at their profiles, a little of a peek under the hood at what these players got packing, and they're actually both pretty high level. You know, Jig is a previous Grandmaster. I'm not sure where he's at right now, but a Zerg player. Has previously made it to GM, and Zonda is 5'7". Says he's Masters 1, but 5'7" Terran. So that's pretty high level, man. That is well and truly like top half of Grandmaster League in North America. So that's a solid league here. Honestly, like a not to be offensive, but higher level than expected for our first series.
Yeah, it's always blows my mind how absolutely talented a lot of the collegiate players are these days. Because, you know, it's one of those back in my day things. Top teams in the CEA or, you know, whatever kind of collegiate esports stuff that was going on were around mid to low masters. Now it's like, okay, right. If you want to be a top player, you're actually grandmasters. But this is going to be our first game of our first best of 5. So let's go ahead, jump in, introduce these players as we're going to be starting over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, top of the red Zerg player. It is going to be Jig, who is representing the University of Quebec Enqualatas, or Olates. I have never been able to figure out how to pronounce that.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Surely.
And in the bottom left here, this is Zonda, our Terran contender.
Indeed. Now, a little bit of info about these guys.
University of California?
Yeah.
Is that Zonda?
Close. You know what?
Close.
You're an Australian, so I forgive you for this, but it's a University of California, Irvine. So there are a lot of University of Californias. There's like UC, there's UC Berkeley, there's UC Irvine, there's UC Davis, there's UC, all kinds of things.
I never lived in California and never knew any of the colleges. I'm more of a East Coast guy.
It's all good, man.
American school
I'm
knowledge
just,
goes.
I'm just so proud of you because you are the first person to even look at the notes to try and attempt to mention the college they were from. First guest.
I gave them slightly more than a passing glance, and it's early. All right, so
I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you.
thank you. I feel that pat on the back in these trying times where you can't actually physically pat me on the back. I feel the e-pat.
The
It feels
e-pat.
very warming. The e-pat, that's right.
Big fan.
So
of it.
far, it's a very, very standard opening from both players. Looks like a Reaper fast expand for the Terran. Zerg hatch gas pool. Also, I was looking to see how old school Jig's Grandmaster League was. I'm like, how old school is this guy? Is he still a gas extractor cancel kind of guy? No, he's not. Nope, he's a drone overlord kind of guy. So
yeah. So kind of fun notes about Jig is that he was one of the players that had made it to, say, WCS Challenger and stuff a few seasons, but this was a while ago. He was kind of one of those players that was on the cusp of starting to become a bit more of a normal name. I would actually say for a while he got up to probably around the same level as Jon Snow. I actually think he used to be up around that level, but not necessarily the current day Jon Snow of like name recognition. Just he was around the same level of Jon Snow as Jon Snow was back in like 2016, 2017. So he's a very talented player, but I think he just hasn't really been as focused about StarCraft. And it's cool to see him actually playing a lot more these days. So,
all right.
Yeah,
well, I mean, a lot of things have obviously changed in the last, 4 years or so since he was up there with one of the greatest Zergs in America of all time. This is really unfortunate for this drone, by the way. A bit of a mistake from Jig. Needed to get onto that extractor immediately there for that Reaper, because he was trying to avoid having that Reaper do exactly that, denying that third base. He wanted that 2.5-minute hatchery. So, yeah, a bit of a rough start for the Zerg. But I was going to say that there hasn't been a lot that's changed in the early game for Zerg and Terran, but there have definitely been some big changes that changed the late game. So if we get to that point, it'd be interesting to see how Jig is looking, because we know that Zonda is active, currently placed this season. Going for the drone again. The Queen's going for the block here. Oh, this is actually fine for the Reaper, and is going to escape there. That's actually very solid stuff for Zonda. I like this opening a lot for the Terran.
Yeah, already really impressed. He's got that second Reaper out. He's rallying out some of those Hellions that are going to be joining the fray and trying to put some additional harassment on. But there's the fusion core right there, Maynard. So this is likely going to lead into those battle cruises we've been seeing so much in Zerg versus Terran.
Yeah, this gives me another nod to the fact that Zonda is a very active current meta player, because the BC build, while it's definitely come in and out of the meta, is kind of coming back again. The Roach Warren coming down here for Jig seems pretty early, especially considering it's under 40 drones. That is a good scout with that Overlord. I actually think that we might be seeing, and this is a maybe, because this is early, gotta bear with me here, I think we might be seeing a Roach all in here from Jig, because there is, it's going to be tough for him to get footing again economically against these Hellions. And one of the strongest things you can do against a guy opening BC, and I know this because I open BC all the time, is to go for that Roach all in. However, I feel like it's a little bit late now for Jig to do that. So he's kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's tough right now, because you're right. It is all about hitting that proper timing right there. The Roach Warren does finish up. And if we see a bunch of Roaches in production, I'm going to assume there's some kind of big Roach attack coming. He got 2 Overlords finished up. It's going to be 9 Roaches coming on out. Yeah.
He's going to try and do it, but it just seems like he doesn't really have that many Roaches. He might use them for defensive purposes, but you can see he's consistently building Queens right now, so that's how he's going to be able to deal with a BC. These 9 Roaches might actually just be these anti-Hellion defenses. Just look at how many Hellions there are up here, Dragon.
Yeah, nice focus fire. Nice focus fire from the Queens. Does knock out the low health Hellions at least pretty quickly, but you're right. These Hellions are just constantly posing threats and keeping these Queens on the front lines. And as soon as that first battlecruiser finishes up, which should be before the Roaches actually arrive to his side of the map, I mean,
definitely.
The Roaches are just gradually going to get picked away at.
Yeah, and I actually think Jig should really bring these Roaches back. He's also been supply blocked a couple times. That's why that swell of Roaches took a little while to kick out, was those Overlords went in production for a second there, so we didn't have that supply cap. Nice attempt at a Lynx around here on those Hellions and Reapers, but yeah, you nailed it. BC time here. It's out. Zonda's called in the fleet. It has arrived, and that means with this Roach attack, I mean, it can definitely do damage, but you do not want to throw away these Roaches. They don't have tactical jump. They have to walk home. So, yeah.
And these were Roaches made not on, a 60, 70 drone economy or something. This was what the Roaches were made at 39 drones. You cut a lot of your economic potential and lead to get those Roaches out. So you don't want to just sacrifice them like that. And now the battlecruiser's up in the main base, getting drone kills, ignoring the Spore Crawler. Oh, this is devastating damage right now.
Yeah, if there are no queens to assist, the Spore Crawler just isn't enough to make the BC go away without getting almost 10 drones. And as we can see, just exactly 8 drones worth of damage so far from the BC, and a little bit of chip damage on those queens as well. Obviously, they can transfuse each other later, but we are going to see more battle cruisers and also a battle mech follow-up here for Zonda. Cyclones are coming through. We're seeing Blue Flame Hellion being researched before Magfield Accelerator here, so this is an interesting take on Battle Mech from Zonda. Normally it's Magfield first, so the Cyclone lock-on first. But I guess, actually, when talking about patches, one thing that did change that Terran does have a cheaper internal pre-igniter, so the Blue Flame Hellion upgrade is a lot cheaper now than it was back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
But usually you'll see a lot of Terrans lately, especially the higher level ones, skip that upgrade for quite a while.
Yeah, that is kind of a funny one that has been a bit of a change from the past. I do like the fact that Jig is getting out multiple Spore Crawlers, just because as the bases start getting further and further out, as he needs to expand eventually to a 4th base, just to keep up with the raw production right now of Zonda, definitely going to need to spread out those queens, and the Spore Crawlers are going to have to make up the difference for those battle cruisers teleporting in. But first he's got to deal with this push.
Yeah, Jig's been making a lot of queens here, and queens are great. They can do a lot. With the roaches, especially in tandem, you have a pretty solid fighting force. Needs to have more of both, though, unfortunately, because he's trying to not only go for a 4th at that moment, but also for a Spire. Teching up and also trying to expand while getting attacked by a very committed attack here for the Terran. Those 2 BCs are doing so much DPS here, and that Battle Mech army is going to start closing in now, adding that extra DPS. And I do believe Zonda's going to walk away with game number 1 here. This is just a little bit too much for the Zerg to handle. Yeah,
we're just starting to see all the roaches start to disappear. A few more rally on in, but the Cyclones and the Battlecruisers are in large enough numbers. There's the Yamatos taking out those few remaining queens. Only 2 remain, and I think the 2 Battlecruisers are going to be enough. GG, Zonda taking that first game in our best of 5.
Yeah, that was a pretty modern looking TVZ right there, with, unfortunately, Jig was playing pretty solid and pretty normal there at a very high APM, by the way, almost 400 average APM. That's quite impressive. But it felt like the decision making from Jig was a little bit unfortunate for him there in game number 1. He's clearly knows what he's doing, but was sort of maybe inexperienced against the BC Battle Mech, or it has trouble with that particular build when he does ladder. It's one of those builds, if you don't deal with it correctly, it really snowballs into Terran's favor quite fast.
Yeah, it's really tough. And I think you probably hit the nail on the head about the roaches and the timing of those being a little bit late. And I do wonder if that was just what his original plan was, because the roach warren, I think you even mentioned it, the exact moment that the fusion core got scattered was after the roach warren had already been started. So maybe he was just getting up the roach warren for defensive play against, a growing number of Hellions, as you also pointed out. But I do wonder if it was just sort of oh man, I've already kind of played into this weird place, I just have to do something, and it ended up not working out. But I'm hopeful that Jig just kind of got caught with a weird sort of opening against the battlecruiser play, and he's going to be able to adjust for game number 2.
Definitely possible. I mean, you don't get to GM or even like, when you say that he was the same level or similar level to Jon Snow back in the day, like, doing that is extremely impressive. So it's like riding a bike. If you take any time off StarCraft 2, the skills are still there. You just need to let them come out on top. It's like when you're one of those power lifters or something like that, you get a little older, you get a little saggy. Maybe it's been a decade since you've lifted. It's still there. It's underneath. You just need to cut through the flab to release the Adonis within. And sometimes that happens, even in StarCraft.
There you go, man. Cut through the flab. Cut through the flab,
man.
Yeah,
that's right.
You gotta slim up that
I love my early
flab.
morning analogies, dude.
You gotta, you know what? No, it's appropriate though, because you gotta cut through all the little extra fat in your build orders. You gotta refine things. You gotta be clean.
Yeah, cut corners.
Yeah, exactly. Cut corners. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna be jumping into game number 2. The map is gonna be Simulacrum. Actually, no. I finally did the thing that I should have done a long time ago with this map, and I looked up the proper pronunciation of the words
Simulacrum.
Simulacrum.
Simulacrum?
This is what Google voiceovers told me.
All right. Well, you do these player intros, and I will also find that, because I think I went to a different one.
Okay. Well, we're doing the first game player intros for the best of 5 for the Collegiate, because players don't change.
No, that's true.
Yeah. But we do have, I mean, while you go look that up, I'll go ahead and talk about the multiple barracks being thrown down on this side of the map over here in a very, very peculiar place that this Overlord for Jig is very, very much aware of, as it is heading straight over to both of those barracks. We do have only second gas geyser is about to be taken. Yeah, Zonda is planning to go for that.
Yeah, this is a big Reaper build here with usually a factory at home. But this being scouted for Jig is pretty nice. Now, it's a little bit tucked away where you don't really have the ability to pull drones and stop these barracks from happening. You can see it's too late. One of them's already done. But you do know that there are Reapers coming, and that's great things to know, because now you can just not drone as heavily, make a few more lings at that first round of lava, have the Queen in position. You can pull the early drones ahead of schedule to try and body block those Reapers. It is still important to have that early information, even if the barracks are tucked away in a weird spot. By the way, the pronunciation videos say simulacrum or simulacrum. They actually say that.
Wow.
In the pronunciation videos.
Maybe I just was
the Google Translate. Yeah, the Google Translate says it one way, but pronunciation videos, like MS says, they give you an option. So I think it might be a tomato thing.
Okay. Well, I will trust you on that. Ooh, already getting a drone pick off over here. The Reaper
that's nice.
doing some nice damage. Is that? I think that was not a defensive, I'm just trying to keep this drone alive spine crawler. I think that's an actual spine crawler trying to go up right there, which...
I mean, it is about to become an actual spine crawler for your Dragon.
Yeah.
There's also an engineering bay going up back at home for the Terran. I wonder if... I think Zonda might go in for the +1 attack Reapers, like a lot of really early upgraded attack Reapers, which we've seen you thermal do before, and beyond, back in the age of the Reaper.
Dude, I missed that, actually. That was such a fun style to watch, where you go up to 5 racks and you get a +1 weapons and just continue to whittle away at your opponents. But we'll see if it works out right now, because so far the Reapers have done some pretty good damage, and I don't actually think he's lost any just yet. Killing off a drone, forcing out a bunch of Bees buildings, but as Jig gets up more and more mining over here, well, I guess actually, where is the big end game here for Jig? There's only Zergling speed, there's no Roach Warren or anything.
The end game is, I mean, Zonda is so committed to this Reaper thing. Like, not only is it 3 racks Reaper with one of those barracks at home, it's +1 attack as well. So the end game for Jig is kind of just killing all the Reapers, I think, and trying not to lose any drones in the process.
Spinecrawler going down to Reapers.
Yeah, that is not something you see every day, huh?
No, it is not. And, ooh, wow. Actually, does not finish it for a little bit. Ends up losing quite a few Reapers in exchange to kill that. So, finally, it looks like Jig starting to get some better trades. And like you said, this is such a big commitment. Has he gotten the damage done?
I feel like the answer is no, actually. Like, he's still got a lot of Reaper production, because you kind of have to at this point. He's going for a 4th barracks here because he's very all in on these Reapers working. The Spinecrawler getting killed is nice. That's a drone and also 100 minerals. But 5 Reapers have died. That's 250 gas. That's so expensive.
Lings also make their way to the other side of the map, but they're going to start whittling away at this wall, potentially pulling some SCVs off of mining soon. But, well, the Lings are going to also be vulnerable to these Reapers unless the Reapers get surrounded. Oh, no.
Yeah, the Reapers are outnumbered, but are they outgunned? Great surround there from Jig, catching a few more Reapers. That's very nice there from Jig. Also, we're seeing a round of drones and an early Baneling nest. So there are options here for Jig. He could go for 3rd base. He's going to go for 3rd base. Or he could go for a Baneling bust. So he's kind of got a few ways to go, but it looks like the answer is just like, oh, no, I'm really far ahead economically. I'm just going to get further ahead. That's another cut-off Reaper. Very nice.
Oh, man. Very, very nice. Now, there's one weird thing about a Baneling bust that I don't know how I feel about, which is Reapers and their grenades versus Banelings trying to move up the ramp can get really, really dicey, right? Because sometimes it can work great. The Reapers actually knock your Banelings over the supply depot walls and stuff. But sometimes, I feel like those Reaper grenades, they just completely stun your Banelings. They make it so difficult to actually make a connection up that ramp.
Yeah, the KD8 grenade kind of does juggle them a little bit. I'm trying to think of the last time, or if I've ever seen a Reaper grenade to try and help out the Baneling bust.
I know.
It's been a minute. But yeah, no, we're seeing Jig, I think, do the right thing here, which is get out that last round of Lings. Like, he obviously has lost some. He made more some Banelings. He's lost some on the front line. But I think just droning here, keeping those Lings alive and maybe just pressuring the Terran, keeping them contained a little bit, keeping them on his side of the map while just droning up and teching up, which Jig is doing right now, I think is the right call. And I'm really loving this play from Jig. I think it's a great game 2 after this game 1.
Absolutely. Also getting up the +1 melee attack, so looking to continue investing into more and more of these Zerglings, which, I mean, you've made so many, you might as well at this point. You're also adding on those
Yeah.
Banelings.
I think he's actually over making leagues at this point. Like I know he knows that his opponent is making a lot of Reapers, but he already has a ton of Lings. He's just made another dozen. I really would have wished there were drones because he could be up at like 50 right now, and really starting to overtake. But I guess he really is kind of in the dark. He's not 100% sure what the Terran is doing, and we are seeing 4 barracks' worth of Reaper production with one of them with a reactor. So you know there is still the possibility of like more Reapers than you expect coming across the map and just hammering you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's when you're in a lead, one of the things you're always so wary of is I do not want to give up my lead on accident. Oh my god, the Baneling also getting its connection. Well, that seals it, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like I said at the beginning of the game. Like Jig's end game is stopping the Reapers because there really isn't Plan B for Zonda there after an opening like that. That's very, very all in. But hey, we got ourselves a series tied up one apiece.
I know. I'm so happy to see that because I was a little worried, you know. I talked up Jig and I'm like, oh man, no, Maynard, you got to listen to me. This guy was really, really good.
Maynard, no, stop being insane. Listen to me.
And then he just kind of flops over to the fast battlecruiser build and everything. But yeah, this is looking pretty solid. It had a really solid. Funny enough, actually, you were talking about, the current meta builds versus old meta builds. That is one of the really old meta builds. Build, yeah. So it's like, yeah, Jig, of course, would know how to deal with that. And I do want to make sure that I clarify something for audience. Like, Jig is not one of those players that just said, well, I'm not going to play Starcraft for 4 years, and he just started playing, a month ago or something. He has been in and out, kind of inactive/active, but I just mean in the sense he has not really been at the top ever since his kind of rise some time ago. So I'm still looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to play out in a normal macro game.
I was actually looking at Jig's profile a little bit more. Just never had a little bit more time. So he was playing ladder games 15 days ago, and he was winning against people that are like 5'7".
Oh, wow.
Like on ranked ladder, which is what Zonda is. So that actually means that Jig is still quite legit. If game 2 wasn't enough of a of a sign of his ability to like punish a good player for overextending, like this is actually I'm excited. All I'm saying in a long-winded way is I'm excited for the series because it is 2 very high-level players, and Jig, maybe even though we're building this narrative of him, maybe he's one of those old salts returning to the fold. It seems like he hasn't really left that much. Like he's not ranked this season in Grandmaster, but 15 days ago is not that long ago.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you there. And as we move on to Golden Wall, man, I just get so excited whenever I see this map because it's just so different, and I get to see players doing kind of unique, cool things with the map a lot of the time, even if it's not always intentional because they want to make it like a weird game. Just the expansion paths and everything just make this map so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, I always have a lot to say about Golden Wall. It really is a map that hasn't, like, it did the whole, 5 stages of denial with me, but it was like 5 stages of map appreciation where you always start with hating it. It's kind of a Starcraft community thing. We kind of hate change.
Yeah.
But this map really grew on me, and it grew quite quickly. And a lot of it had to do not with my own games, because in my own games the map doesn't really matter a whole lot because I'm not a high level player, but with professional play, I was seeing professionals really be able to show their style of Starcraft and being able to play their way thanks to this map. And that's why I love it so much, is just because it lends to that. You've got a lot of weird features that can be abused and used for victories. And this is a strategy game. So using every single part of the terrain and the way that the map is used strategically is just perfect. That's exactly what I want.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think this, in my mind at least, I know, of course, not everyone will agree with me, but I really think that I
probably won't agree with you.
Yeah, probably not. But I really like this map because I do think it kind of hit that right balance of different and allowing for creative options without going so overboard that it's, forcing a particular style of play every single game from someone or something. Kind of like, a Dasan Station or such did.
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, we've had some crazy maps in our time in the 10 years of StarCraft 2, and the Dasan Station keeps getting brought up as one of the worst.
It's the picturesque one version of it.
It's picturesque. Yeah, it's right up there with Allrina.
Mm.
But we're having a pretty conservative start here from Zonda, who went for the SCV Scout to make sure the Zerg was expanding. Also, the added benefit of that SCV Scout is you can kind of have an idea of whether or not a Zerg is grabbing a gold base or not. But interestingly enough, on Golden Wall, and you might know this already, but I'm just going to say for the benefit of the viewers who maybe don't know this, if you go from base to base with a scouting unit and a hatchery is in production at a gold base, you actually don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
It actually is out of vision.
Yeah.
And that's so weird. feels like that shouldn't be the case, but yeah, a scouting worker doesn't have enough vision radius to see a in production hatchery.
That is definitely something I have discovered, not through the means that I would have I wish I've discovered it. I discovered it on my own on the ladder.
On your ladder games,
but with of course this Reaper popping up over there, it did scout that location. What it has not scouted is the fact that there is a 2-base very quick layer coming out over here from Jig. And Zonda may actually feel like, oh yeah, I did a great job of denying the drone from heading over to that 3rd base. I forced out a bunch of these lings. I see the drone coming back from the 3rd. That's a little strange.
Yeah, and that's going to make the Reaper come up on this high ground and check again. He's like, oh, why is that drone going home? It's because I'm being 2-based. All right, well, I think we're going to maybe see a switch of add-ons here for the Terran. It's very hard by design for the Terran to be reactive because you're usually locked into whatever add-ons you've chosen. So this is going to be a fusion core here from the Terran. I don't think he has time to do this. Might be sort of misinterpreting what the Zerg is doing with this 2-base because, fusion core, having a BC is really fantastic against most of the things that the Zerg's going to be able to do against you on 2-base, right? If you have BCs, that's fantastic. But it just takes so long to get that BC out, and it's so expensive. I really don't think it's going to come out here to make a difference. But these early game units, getting a bunch of drones here would be really nice. And seeing the Spire, of course.
Yeah, okay, already getting quite a few drones so far.
Wow.
5 drones going down. This is such a low economy already for Jake, and with the Spire getting spotted. And still killing more. Oh my god, this could be devastating.
I mean, it already is devastating, and these units are just now getting cleaned up. Reaper running into the main base here to have a little bit of a look. And the BC does start, so Zonda's done the math in his brain. He's like, no, I can get this out. Maynard, stop being wrong. Stop being an idiot. That's why you're in Diamond. So, yeah, he's going to try and get this BC out, even against the rushed Spire, which is going to be Mutalisks from Jig. I mean, it has to be. Early game Corruptors don't really make sense. So let's see how many Mutalisks that Jig can get out. It's 4 gases worth of mining, so it's going to be 6 for now, I guess.
Yeah, not exactly a ton, especially with the disruption of mining over at that natural. But I guess you don't need too many minerals for those mutas. So 3 drones at the natural is going to be enough for now. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, wow. So +1 attack as well for these Mutalisks. Jig is so committed to this Spire tech. And I mean, Zonda's, I like what Zonda has done. Like, he has reacted to the Spire here from the Zerg. He's stopped reactoring out Hellions and started reactoring out Widow Mines. So that's really smart. That's something I'm stealing from my games, actually, because 2-base Spire does kill me a lot.
You know, Maynard, I'm actually so surprised because, of course, there were some delays in the sense that a lot of drones and stuff were killed, but the Spire was not actually delayed. And the Battlecruiser pops out right as the mutas get here. Maybe this was actually the perfect timing.
Well, I mean, Golden Wall is actually a little bit lengthy as the crow flies from A to B. But my God, Zonda is just like, oh no, I'm completely fine here. I'm going to get a 3rd CC. I'm even going to put it in the front of my natural.
Yeah.
He is so confident, man. God, I wish I had his confidence. It's like when you're walking down the street and you see that supermodel girl with like a chic outfit and she's flipping her hair around. She has the utmost confidence. Everyone's turning their head and looking at it. And she's like, yeah, bitch, I know it. You know, it's like one of those Terrans. I really want that confidence.
I know, but I feel like whenever
put a poster of Zonda up on my wall, I think, in the gym.
Whenever I feel like I try to have that level of confidence, it turns out that my Zerg opponent was still just on 16 drones and was pooling up to 140 Zerglings with Banelings to try and go for an all-in. I'm like, maybe unwarranted.
Yeah. Well, these Mutalisks here at Jig is a big investment. Keep in mind he's also getting +1 for them, but they haven't, I mean, it's safe to say, they haven't really paid for themselves yet here. Getting a depot, which is nice, does supply block the Terran until the 3rd's done. Getting a Widowmine would be great as well, brings it in with an Overseer. Now, one thing that's good for the Zerg at the moment, well, you know, that's going okay for the Zerg at the moment, is that the Terran's not getting Yamato. So while there is Battle Mech on the way, it's not like when these mutas come in, he's going to definitely lose 1 or 2 of them, or even the Overseer or something like that, to a Yamato. Oh, that Widowmine connection. The Jabate Hellions here from Zondo.
Yeah, nicely done. Sometimes, especially, I mean, with the Overseer there, you should be able to spot them out, but the Hellion just actually completely covering up that Widow Mine is a really nice touch there.
So another problem that's going for the Zerg at the moment, and I feel like I'm picking on Jig here, but that's not the case. Just talking about the current situation to give you the gravity of where the Zerg is at right now, is that the Zerg is on 50-odd workers, and normally that's okay, but the third base only just finished. He's been long-distance mining for quite a while on a lot of drones because he's been oversaturated the main and the natural with 50-odd workers on 2 bases. So the third being that late for the Zerg really does sting. You want that at like 2 and a bit minutes. But obviously, if you're going for a very committed Spire play on 2 bases, that delays things. The Terran was not delayed. I mean, we were talking about the confidence of Zonda earlier and how he got that third base right away. That Widow Mine does get burned down by the Mutulus DPS thanks to that +1. That's I mean, Jig is finding some use here from these Mutulus, which is great, but he's certainly still playing from behind, I got to say, at this point against Zonda.
Yeah, and also remember, I mean, just even in terms of upgrades and stuff, investing the early gas into the Mutalisk attack upgrade, you have to get some extra value from these mutas. It's not just something you can kind of willy-nilly say, yeah, sure, I got like a depot or 2 here. Especially since, you know, range attack and the Carapace upgrade are definitely going to be pretty delayed considering a mech army is going to be keeping up with the upgrades of a Zerg army.
Yeah, the Battle Mech army is so hard to deal with, but I gotta say, you know, Jig is cutting drones here. He's not going up to the 60s like the Terran is with their workers. So Terran's going to be able to get to 70-odd SCVs very easily here. The Zerg is cutting economy to have an army that completely dumpsters this army. Now, the BCs are certainly a problem, but having several dozen roaches will absolutely wreck this ground army.
And coming in with us big
surround there.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love this surround.
This is actually going to be really, really nice. Now, the battlecruisers are going to go uncontested in the air, but what does it matter if the entire ground army gets demolished? Drilling Claws is going to allow these Widow Mines to at least survive, but I mean, even the Mutalists are actually starting to come back home to help deal with the battlecruisers, and the Overseer is not too far behind them.
Yeah, I actually think this was a good call from Jig to just cut drones for a bit to make that big army. Obviously, Yamato is done now, so the battlecruisers have that extra utility to pick off 1 or 2 Corruptors, but that's it. That's 1 or 2 Corruptors. So in come the Mutalists and the Corruptors that have hatched out, and with Queens for the defense, these BCs need to get out of here.
And it's actually really, really well timed because there's about to be that huge swell of roaches moving over to the third base, and this will actually start to push them back a bit. Cyclones try to get their lock onto the roaches and pick them off as they start to retreat, but the Cyclones are actually starting to get cornered now by the Zerglings coming in.
Yeah, they don't have that mineral patch mined out to get escape, so these roaches are finding some good pickoffs there. The Terran does have some tanks, so committing might be a mistake. I like the third base option from the Zerg, though. Nothing in this bunker. Interesting that he got a bunker, by the way, because he's making mech units.
Yeah, for the 1 Marine that's out on the map.
Easy pick off as well.
Yeah, this battlecruiser is gonna go down. His teleport is off of cooldown, or sorry, on cooldown. The other battlecruiser does have its teleport, but I mean, the SCVs have already been ransacked, and Zonda surprisingly still at 61 workers, even after losing 19 of them. But this is still pretty brutal.
Beast. Yeah, it is very brutal. This is, I mean, the thing like you just mentioned means that this game, I feel, is not over. Getting that third base cleaned up and getting 19 SCVs is really fantastic damage. But like you just mentioned, Zonda is still on 63 workers, and that third base is still alive. And Jig's economy, while it was delayed so much, isn't still looking that... He took a great trade there, but it's still not super healthy for Jig. Doesn't have a whole lot of gas in the bank, so making those scary endgame units, or, you know, let alone Hive Tech, which you definitely want to be on at this point as a Zerg, is very, very tough to do. So Jig is still on tier 2. Meanwhile, Zonda is still making mech units, going up for a second armory, still making BCs. I mean, it does seem like there's a risk here of Zonda losing a little bit too much to this constant swell of attacks. This third base going down the gold is unfortunate as well, as that is very exposed. Oh my god.
Oh.
Cracked open like an egg. I think Zonda was like, okay, I think he's droning now, because he's done a lot of damage and he wants to get further ahead, and it's like, nope, here comes a second wave of roaches. Happens.
Yeah, Jig doing a really nice job stabilizing from, I mean, to rewind in that game, a situation where you're going for 2-base Spire, the Spire gets spotted before it even is 25 or 40% done, and you lose about, I don't know, a fourth of your drones. Not exactly a great start, but manages to bounce back with some, like you said, really, really smart plays of just powering out the roaches to just meet that first attack head on and completely crush it. And from there was able to turn that into an eventual victory. Really, really nicely done there, making the most of it of a bad situation.
Yeah, it was a really good call. Usually you look at that situation and most people that follow StarCraft, they're like, oh, the Zerg's down on workers against Terran has a similar base count. That means that they're dead. Well, I mean, if the thing that kills you in StarCraft 2 is your opponent's army, and if that army goes away, then, you know, are you actually in threat? I feel like the answer is no. So Jig showing us with utmost efficiency that there is many ways to skin a cat, as they say, or in this case, a Terran.
Absolutely.
Well played by Jig. It's got actually on match point now, heading to map number 4.
Yeah.
Also, pardon my ignorance, first time here, long time watcher, first time caster. Is there a bracket command or something like that for this channel?
Ooh, I don't think there's actually a bracket command. Unfortunately, I'm not actually an admin to make a bracket command. But I can pull up a bracket as we get the next game load on up, because the players are pretty self-sufficient. They host on WCS mod, and they pick the same colors. They're actually some of the more outstanding fellows in this, but I can actually go ahead and post a bracket link in the chat in a second. I do believe the bracket is also up on Liquipedia.
Sure. Just to help you guys follow along with this tournament, it's very important for everyone viewing right now to know where we're at, even if the format maybe is a little bit, I wanted to say dense, but that's not a very nice word because it could have like negative connotations, even though I don't mean it that way. But yeah, it could be considered complicated for people that don't watch a lot of sport tournaments.
Yeah, I know, I definitely agree with that. For the collegiate side, it is a little bit simpler with just a typical Swiss format leading into a playoff bracket. But the championship series, the corporate side of things, definitely can get a little bit confusing. I've had to ask for a few clarifications more than once or twice.
Yes, on the second Friday, you read the admin rules, and it's like on the second Friday of every month, we sacrifice innocent animals to the dark gods and hope for a blood moon.
The seed is determined by the spirit animal generated from the blood sacrifice.
That's right, and then we spin a bottle on a slab of cement, and depending on where it picks, we seed the players.
Indeed, yeah. Okay, well, we do have a SCV making its way out pretty early on. Once again here from Zonda. You were talking about that SCV scout in, I think it was the last game. Pretty conservative play once again coming out here from Zonda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're one map from elimination here as Zonda. Well, not from elimination, but from losing a series.
Yes.
Probably a better way to say it. One map away from losing your series. So
yeah. Well, it is a single elimination bracket for those playoffs. So you know what? You're not too far off.
Hey, there you go. All right. So the SCV scout is important here. You want to know, even though it does hurt your economy some to scout before your barracks is done. I am someone that does this as well, and I feel like if you are closely matched with your opponent, the early SCV is okay. It's not optimal. You won't see pro players do this unless they're up against Bly or something like that, where this could be completely justified. But it does mean that you are 100% sure that you can get a low ground command center, which Zonda's going to do right now.
Absolutely. And it's a really interesting kind of predicament that you were just mentioning there, where if you do feel like you can take a small sacrifice because you have a lot of confidence and faith in your kind of late game situation or your ability to take your opponent to the late game, just because of the way the series has gone thus far, we haven't actually seen a late game situation from either of these players just yet. I mean, we kind of did, but every single game has had a little bit of a quirk to it, right? There was obviously the Proxy Rex Reaper play. The last game was a 2-base Spire with a lot of early damage taken. I really do wonder who's going to be taking a better situ trade in the early game. And oh man, this drone's actually in such a clever position right now to hide from that Reaper.
Yeah, it looks a little bit unorthodox, and it is, to be honest, but it's doing the work. It's staying out of the Reaper's eye. Ooh, that is a drone pick-off, though. Ooh. It's unfortunate for Jig. He's not making these four crawlers. He's a little bit late on them. 2 drone kills with this Reaper? Wow, that's really good for Zondo.
And the Reaper's going to be able to get out of here alive, potentially, if it just decides to head straight on out. The Lings are trying to intercept. It's a little too late, though.
No, only Maynard loses loses a Reaper to slow Lings. Wow, the forward hatchery here from Zonda. So the forward hatchery, for those that haven't seen Everdream before, maybe casual StarCraft viewer, has that rich Vespine geyser. So you only need 3 drones to have the same mining income as 6 drones on 2 gases. That's actually a really lovely benefit there. It means you can have a lot more drones mining minerals and still have a lovely gas income. Now, it does expand towards the Terran, so early pushes from the Terran are going to be a little bit tough. Zonda's been showing us in the series so far that he hasn't really been going for early pushes. The Hellions don't really kill structures, and the BCs kind of don't either. So if he keeps playing that way, if he really only likes going battle mech and BCs against Zerg, then what's he going to do about this forward hatchery? Not really anything.
I really wonder what's going through Zonda's mind right now. I mean, apparently the answer is battle cruisers, but it's just so funny because he moves in, he says, you still don't have a third. That's really strange. But he'd also just dove into the main and the natural and saw there was no layer. There's only one gas geyser. He's got to be suspecting something, and when is he going to see it?
In a second here, I feel as these Hellions come forward, they're going to at least see the edge of that creep.
Yeah.
So he knows about that third now. The problem with this hatchery at the front against this BC build is that connecting that base with creep is going to take a minute here for Jig. So getting queens down there to defend and that sort of thing is a little bit tough. But Hellions going for that natural again. Now, last game, Zonda got a lot of drone kills for not that many Hellions. This time, getting 4. 5? Oh, wow.
Finally do get picked off and surrounded by those Zerglings. Funny enough, I was actually thinking, oh no, you just gave an opportunity to go kill 5 of the drones transferring to the third bases. I actually found the damage anyways, but would you say that was kind of a worthwhile trade for those Hellions this early?
I actually feel like it's not only the drone damage, it's having a scout as well. The Lings trying to go for that run by. I do think that is a little bit of an opening for Zonda, but the Hellions plugged the hole, so they didn't get the Lings in. In fact, it made a bit of a funnel there where the Hellions did more damage to the Lings than perhaps Jig would have wanted. Once again, Jig, unfortunately, very close to supply blocks. He seems to be, this is the second time I feel where I've paid attention to the fact that there's been a supply block for the Zerg. But he is working on it. Obviously, when you make a bunch of structures, you get a little bit more supply because it costs the drones. So he is teching into roaches, going to lair. And it's all gravy macro-wise for the Zerg again, shooting up in that work account. Yeah,
definitely going to need to make sure that supply is open and available as the first battlecruiser are about to pop out. And Jig finally getting the scout out over here, sees that tech lab on the starport and the fusion core.
Yep, that's obviously great information. Jig, fortunately, also for the Zerg, has already got spore crawlers up. So that's very, very nice. And these queens are anticipating this. So fool me once, shame on you, Karen. That's what Jig's saying.
Yeah, with the first battlecruiser build that happened in game number 1 of this series, we ended up seeing a situation where the battlecruiser teleported in, and like you said, there was only 1 spore, and I think 9-10 drones went down in that first little teleport in. With such little damage actually happening this time, Jig is looking so much better to just thwart this kind of battlecruiser attack.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of mitigating the BC damage so far. He's making a lot of units right now. I think he's afraid of that battle mech follow-up. Drones being pulled in the front line to try and help out with the Hellions, but the Hellions are more than happy to just face drones by themselves. So the Roaches with all these Lings behind them, double upgrades as well. I think Jig is going to try and clean up these Hellions, and if he does, a counterattack could be quite deadly for that third base of Zonda, which honestly does still need to happen if he wants to keep making these mech units. It's very, very expensive to do this without.
There is that one little bunker once again. This time there is Marauder production coming out, though. It's not just battle mech. That's a very interesting mix.
This is kind of something that Zonda did in game 1. I didn't really bring it up because it didn't really matter.
Yeah. But
he went for Marauders after seeing Roaches along with the battle mech and also the concussive shell. This game he's done it again. He's got concussive shell in the upgrades tab. So yeah, concussive shell Marauders. I guess these are meant to just make his defenses a little bit more powerful against the Roaches, like loading up that bunker, for instance. 2 Marauders in a bunker, I feel like, won't stop 15 Roaches. Like, if the Zerg really wants to attack this third with a bunch of Roaches, I don't think that bunker stops it.
I know. My favorite part is the Marauders aren't even going in the bunker. There's 1 Marine in the bunker, which will do even less to the Roaches.
You're right. Well, here's that battle mech follow-up. And it feels like Jig's been preparing for this moment. He's got those Queens there. He's got those Roaches. Roaches nearly have 1-1. Actually, that 1-1 upgrade will help the Queens as well. Ooh, one of them gets burned down by the battlecruiser DPS. Another one goes down. Roach count looking a little thin here. The Cyclone's getting some very nice pickoffs. This terrain in the middle, this like tower of rocks, is really messing the Zerg up.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it also feels like Jig was just still rallying his units forward. So half of the units actually ended up taking quite a bit of damage in the earlier part of the fight. And it just seemed like Zonda is doing a great job of just moving back and forth, getting all these pickoffs with the Cyclones. But finally, the battlecruisers are starting to take a lot of damage, and they're having to retreat back from those Queens. Is this going to be the moment that Jig manages to hold? And it kind of looks like he's starting to, but hasn't quite fully yet.
Yeah, these roaches really need to pull back off onto creep again. Like their counterattack here looks like he wants to try and go for the third base or surround these units. Either of which would be a pretty cool play. But I mean, Zonda still has his army not too far away, and he could intercept. So Jig is going to retreat those roaches, rethink this strategy. Once again, caught supply blocked on 128. Here is Jig. He's got 2 overlords in production now, but they're not here just yet. He's trying to make a bunch of units right now. I mean, and even a round of drones here, I could forgive him for that as well, just to try and get that work account looking a little bit more late gamey. Yeah, this is unfortunate macro snafu there for the Zerg, but he is going to at least get a round of Corruptors out here and will have a better fighting force against the BCs. Has to be careful about these Cyclones, though. The Cyclones are the exact same movement speed of a Corruptor. If you lock onto a Corruptor and you have a scan available, that's dead.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look out for. I do want to say that one thing Jig is definitely leading over Zonda this game is it looks like Zonda got started on those upgrades much later in this game compared to the last one, as this time only +1 armor started up and the second army just now began.
I mean, as you know, battle mech does benefit a lot more from just the single upgrades than say regular mech would, or vanilla mech as I call it, where the tanks benefit from that attack upgrade. Obviously Hellions and Cyclones do benefit from the attack upgrade with a regular attack, but the Cyclones lock on as a spell, so benefiting, like getting armor and only having armor is actually okay for the most part. Like mech is the kind of army that can trade very nicely without having similar upgrades to your opponents. So I'm not super hating where Zonda is at, but it is at that point where you know, we're heading towards the late game, which is the first time I think in the series where we're going to actually see the late game. Yeah,
late game without a major snafu on either side. So
yeah,
Jig up to 25 roaches and 9 corruptors. Is it going to be enough to hold off against the big attack? We do have some siege tanks also in the mix here, so those siege tanks, if they are able to get up into a powerful position, they can really slaughter roaches by the dozens very quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have just over a dozen roaches coming out. Some Ravages being morphed as well. A Cyclone to the Feed Jing Foundation up here to the north side, who is maxed out right now, thanks to those Ravages, which do add an extra supply each, 30 more wings to make a big round of Banelings. Oh, this is a big committed attack from Zonda. Jig pulling off creep here. Maybe just being a little bit more patient with these units might benefit him. Be careful, there's Cyclones again, like I said, with these Corruptors. Each Yamato is also a dead Corruptor here. Gonna get 1 BC potentially. Yes, tactical jump, but a little bit late on that trigger. Loses 1 BC. The Bile's helping out against the BCs as well. The Roach is cleaning up the tanks on the ground. Is this Jig's moment?
Oh my god, he's starting to do a lot over here, but this few siege tanks that are so well spread out here from Zonda, I have to say, really good control there, but at the same time, there's a big Ling counterattack. The natural expansion has 0 wall because the third base is a part of the wall, and now finally, Jig is trying to take advantage of that, finds 9 workers and heads over to that third base, where 1 Marine in a bunker, Maynard, will try and hold the line.
And smartly enough, Jig using whole position micro, because attack moving with these Lings just means that they would attack that bunker. And that is a nice move from Jig. A very inexpensive move with that mineral bank to just go for a bunch of Ling damage. And he got so much damage there. 18 SCVs went down. Zonda knocked down a 68 workers, which is amazing that his economy still is that healthy. But the Zerg certainly taking this game by the short hairs. Really in charge right now with a big Roach counterattack. Those tanks aren't sieged. He's going to siege them up now, but he's going to lose a couple of them immediately here to the Ravager Vials and to the Roach attacks.
Oh, God. Yeah, a lot of big damage coming down on those Roaches, but still, I'm with you, Maynard. I think that Jig is still looking to be in a pretty fantastic position. Funny to see, I mean, a Zerg player going up to 4 or 5 bases at this point. Still, of course, there are some Corruptors in the mix, but it's primarily just a Roach army. There aren't even that many Ravagers being made. It is just power out Roaches and go.
Yeah, we have a couple pockets of Roaches here. This one, like I said, what were we talking about at the beginning of the game? Is that bunker going to stop a Roach attack? I don't think so. So in comes a bunch of Roaches, and they power through that third base. The entire army of the Terran is in one big clump, and it's all right here on screen right now. Jig is standing and fighting, and I don't think he's going to lose this battle. He's biling down a few of these tanks. Corruptors streaming on in. A little bit of a miscontrol there on this Corruptors flying over Widow Mines, but the Roaches and Ravagers are also cracking that natural open again, picking off some very important expensive units like more siege tanks. And yes, the BCs can't really be dealt with this army, but they also can't stop this army quick enough to mitigate all this damage.
Yeah, even getting that high ground vision, sniping off another one of those siege tanks. Getting in, and it's not actually even just about the worker losses, because like we keep pointing out, Zonda takes 20 worker losses and is still somehow at a healthy number. It's the fact that all of these units that are being rallied out are getting sniped off, as also a lot of the main army dies. And you can see Jig is double the army supply right now of his opponent. That is the big problem, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I concur with that. Now, the only problem for the Zerg, but I feel like we can call him a jerk. The only problem for the Zerg at the moment is that Hive is very, very late. We're seeing it in production now, but the amount of tier 2 units, the amount of damage these some of these tier 2 units, he is starting to spiral out of control here. The Terran continues every second we look at these attacks to lose these expensive units, which takes so long to build. And if this planetary goes down, I mean, 67 workers or not, normally that's a nice worker count, but if you don't have these bases to mine from, you are not looking good as Terran.
Yeah, and with that base snipe off, that's also going to make this other base even more vulnerable because it's a further away location. Zonda's just going to tap out, and Jig will be the first player to advance on to that round 8 of the playoffs.
They call him GG Jig. That's his name. That's his nickname there of that team. So nicely played there for Jig, winning one for the UC. Is it UC Irvine?
No, that was Zonda.
No.
Jig,
Zonda.
Jig is Canadian, and you know what? Now you've actually said it, I'm gonna make you try and pronounce it. It's University of Quebec, and then you have to say the rest of it. Because I made myself look like a fool.
Université de Québec and Ottawa. Ottawa? Toi? Oh my God.
Yeah, right? Okay, so see, now I feel a little vindication at the beginning of the broadcast.
No, you're completely vindicated. My French is very likely worse than yours. That's I mean, a big win there for, let's just say, the French Canadian player.
Absolutely.
Getting that big W. Nicely done, mate.
Yeah, congratulations. And of course, he will move on to the round of 8, where you'll be facing off against whoever ends up advancing on for his other match that's just directly adjacent to him on the bracket. But of course, I do want to remind you guys that we do have 3 more best of 5s headed your way, and we're going to be moving from the CEA Collegiate Series, which of course is brought to you heavily in part thanks to Shopify and Toby from Shopify for putting up that prize pool, and all these players are competing for that scholarship money. But we're going to be moving from there to the CEA Championship Series, which is that kind of corporate side where you see a lot of the big tech companies playing. And in that side, we're not quite in the playoffs just yet. We're just nearing the completion of that kind of early stage Swiss format stuff. And we're going to be in the cross-play segment, if you guys know what that means, or if you've looked at the rules and everything. And for that, our 2 matches are going to be covering our Eagle View SC2, which of course is the company Eagle View, facing off versus the Microsoft One Xbox One X team. And that should be fun. Following that up, we're going to be seeing the Red Hatlings facing off versus the new Nerds on the block, which is Red Hat versus Nerd Block. And after that, we're going to be jumping back to our final series, which is on the collegiate side once again, in Panda Bear Me versus Riser. So thank you all so much for watching. Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Before we go to a break,
yes,
I am going to ask you to look at BattleNet chat real quick before we get to the next series. Is
it best of set? You know what? I actually just realized it is best. Oh my God, it's best of 7. You know, this is actually on me because it clearly said it on the bracket, and I trusted Liquipedia. I'm so silly.
Silly Liquipedia.
Oh my God. It is. I trusted you, Liquipedia. Whoops. Oh my God, I feel so silly. Okay, well, that actually is awesome and makes this even more fun. Well, Maynard, sorry to lie to you about not only this, but also before the broadcast on how long this will go.
Is it best of 7s everywhere?
No, it should. I'm going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure the championship series will still be best of 5s. Actually, okay. I know that they're best of 5s. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now Jig is on match point.
Now Jig is at match point. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, all you Jig and Zonda fans out there, bonus round. Mm-hmm. And by bonus round, I mean we messed up.
Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, man. Okay, well, I think as soon as Zonda is ready and has been able to recoup himself, we'll have one final shot. But, man, Maynard, I've got to say, of the maps that you could go to as like okay, I can't make any more mistakes, what map do I have? And you're told Zen. How do you feel about that?
I mean, as a Terran that goes BC mech almost exclusively, in fact, yes, exclusively in this series, I feel really good about Zen. As the Terran,
yeah.
As the Zerg, way less good.
Fair
enough.
Feel
good at all. This is a really good map for this style that Zonda's been playing.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly these guys are going to end up playing things out as we jump in and I correctly identify what the best of is on the overlay. Here we go.
Yep. All right.
All right, Zen. So what is it that makes this kind of map pretty good for that style that you were talking about?
Well, Fear Dragon, I am pleased you've asked. I'm going to lock onto your camera so I can see where you are. Move your camera to the bottom right a little bit. That's the bottom. And then to the right. A little too far, a little bit higher than that. See that dead space between the main and where you normally can get your third as a Terran? That is impossible as a Zerg to actually dig a BC out of. So if you start the BC opener for the Terran and you manage to do some drone damage, you can just nest your BC over here after a tactical jump, wait for that cooldown, and then head on home safely. There is nothing the Zerg can do about that. You got a little bit of dead space there. Also, you have these cliffs. So even to the right side of the main for a Zerg. So you look at the right side of the main here. You're going to get a BC if it flies over that direction as well? No, you're not. You have to go all the way around, as you're showing right now with that camera, to be able to get to that BC. And off creep, that's a very hard slog for those queens. They have sore backs. They've been carrying eggs all day. So that is just not possible. We are seeing a multiple barracks opening here from Zonda. So, as I said, almost exclusively BC openers. There was that one Reaper game. Zonda actually going for a double barracks opener, and this is a very quick double barracks opener. This looks to me like a super fast committed one base timing of some kind. But yeah, when you see these gases that early, no command center on 20 supply, second barracks on 19 supply, this is a very committed something from Zonda, but I'm not honestly sure what. It looks like maybe Reapers.
I do also want to note that even though this is one of the shorter maps, kind of straight across the map, for example, for Overlords and everything, Jig spent a lot of time with his first Overlord looking around for proxy Raxes and is finally sending that Overlord across the map, which gives me a lot of fear right now, Maynard, because that Overlord is not going to actually scout out the Reapers or the reactor coming down for these Reapers until very, very late. This is going to be such a delayed reaction from Jig.
Yeah, while everything is at home for Zonda, it is a little bit awkward to have multiple Reapers in the early stages of the game. Now, Zonda, I don't think is going to go all in on Reapers this game. Actually, never mind. That second add-on was a reactor, not a tech lab. I was about to say, because it's a tech lab, but it is a reactor. So, yes, Zonda will be very all in on Reapers in this game. Damn, I am nailing these early morning casts. Dude, I really should get up and cast at 6:30 a.m. more often.
It's okay. I mean, when was the last time we saw double 2 racks reactor Reaper in the main base? It's been a while. It's been a hot second.
I try not to rely on the production tab, but sometimes I really should just rely on the production tab instead of making assumptions. But to talk about this build here from Zonda, I'm actually this map does have some features which made me think that Reapers would be a lot stronger at it, like that cliff that I mentioned to the right of the main base for the Zerg. That's something that the Reapers can sort of dart in and out of without the Zerg having a lot of say. But it is one of those maps where I feel like it seems on paper that the Reapers should be good, but if the Zerg gets an Evo chamber as part of that wall in there where the KD8 grenade came down, you're actually, it's so much easier. You funnel the Reapers basically into your main or to your third, and it's not that hard once you've blocked up that area to have your queens in position.
Yeah. Especially since the Overlords. Yeah, I mean, the Overlords are going to be able to see the Reapers always coming in, but oh man, these Reapers are already getting some nice damage, killing off 2 workers, but now the Lings are trying to go for that surround. Jig doing a great job with the surrounds in the previous games and showing it once again.
Oh no, these surrounds! Zonda losing every Reaper on this side of the map, and we saw 4 more on the way there. They actually got pulled back home. This is devastating for the Terran to lose all those Reapers on the main. A big overextension from Zonda. Oh, that stings.
Roach Warren also on the way. A bit of a change up from the last time Jig saw this kind of Reaper play. And is maybe thinking, you know what? I did so much. It's going to take you some time to transition out from these Reapers. And actually, Zonda, just adding on more barracks right now is adding on plus 1 weapons. It's just adding on more barracks for Reapers.
I fucking love Zonda, dude. It's like a BC opener battle mech, which I love, and then this +1 mass Reaper attack which is something that I love from some of my favorite Terrans of all time, like Euthermal and Beyond and that sort of thing. Although I think Euthermal and Beyond would actually make a starport and get medevacs out with this as well. And load up,
yeah, that's true.
Have healing for these Reapers with their +1 attack, which is just a whole nother level of insanity, an extra layer of madness to the layer cake that is this build. But yeah, I mean, it's safe to say that Jig is in a very dominant position right now. He's making a ton of Lings, and I mean, the Zerg can do whatever he wants. It's just like game 2 all over again on simulacrum/simulacrum, where you could just make a giant round of drones. That's the right play. Or you could make a lot of units, and that's also the right play, because Mass Reaper does not stop a big Roach counterattack with a lot of Lings behind it.
Oh, no. I'm also really worried. These Reapers are actually getting cornered by Lings. He's getting a full surround on the Reapers. Wow. This is actually nuts.
Oh, these Lings, they only have one little Hex that's around, and the Reapers are pressed up against the wall. Oh, no. Zonda losing the entire force there on the map. And now it's whatever bio he has back at home. Spoilers, it's not that much. The Zerg is in a very, very comfortable position right now. He's going to go for the counterattack. The bunker is not done. Scans and gets the Overlord, which I guess is nice. But how do you stop this attack?
I think...
How do you stop the bile specifically?
Yeah, just, I mean, you bile down the bunker, because that can't be repaired right now, and the SCV goes down as well. There's going to be some supply depots going... Oh, no, this last supply depot, if that goes down also, there's going to be a supply block as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is a big ball of Lings here with those big ball of Marines. The Marines could definitely deal with some of the Zerglings, or most of the Zerglings, but the Roaches and Ravages are a giant problem. The Bile's connecting on the Marines on the front line there. Oh, Zonda just doesn't have enough to actually fight back the Zerg. The Natural is in shambles, and there is just more and more Zerglings coming out of Jig here. He's just going to take the Natural and not let it go. He's going to rip it out of Zonda's grip.
Yeah, there's the lift up in the command center. The depot's going down. Pretty much all of the foothold that Zonda had on that low ground is now gone. Remember, this is, while not a super duper heavily drone saturated Zerg, this is still a Zerg on 3 bases, Maynard.
It is, and that's the thing. Like, Jig only has 40-odd workers and was on 30 workers after making all these units. Normally, you would say, oh, the Zerg's super all in, but when you do damage like this, they're actually not. It's completely fine. He can actually, even if he lost this army, still be okay as long as he's killed most of the army of Zonda.
Yeah. There's so many Ravagers, too, as well. So, I mean, these depots should absolutely go down. Just send a couple of Lings up, get that high ground vision, snipe them off, push your opponent back gradually.
I mean, Jig is doing something that the great Day 9 has always said, and the great Atosis has also said. In fact, it might have just been Atosis. When you're ahead, get further ahead. And Jig is absolutely doing that. Getting those upgrades up now. Obviously, the upgrades are a little bit earlier for the Terrans. They got that +1. The Reapers and +1 will benefit this bio army. And while there is a lot of bio here with medevac support, it feels like if you go for a big stim committal, you're going to be biting off a little more than you can chew here. That's still a lot of Zerg.
Yeah. Oh, man. And I think actually the Zerg player, yeah, just back off for a little bit. Engage if you really have to. But once that stim wears out, I mean, there's only 2 medevacs to heal this up right now, Maynard.
Yeah. I mean, the Ravagers and the Lings definitely are a little vulnerable here to this army. The Roaches, like a good number of Roaches, can stand and fight against a lot of +1 Marines. And the Zerg is taking this fight. The kiting here from Zonda, quite nice against these Zerglings. Is bleeding out quite a bit of bio, though, as my first initial suspicions come true here. It just felt like not enough bio from the Terran to actually pick this fight.
Yeah, and the Natural is going to end up falling. There it is. Zonda taps out, and Jig takes the 4-1 victory. Confirm this time.
Confirm this time that Jig actually won this series, as we lied initially. But the recovery is real. Fear Dragon. You know what we did, Fear Dragon?
What?
As broadcasters and casters and people that are sort of developing this series for everyone viewing right now, he's just like, what's this all about? What we did was we Spider-Man 1, Tobey Maguire fell over, but caught not only Kirsten Dunst, but also her tray of food, and let everything land back on that tray without spilling a single drop of milk or dropping a single potato gem.
I'm all about it, man. I was 85% sure you were gonna go the like we Dragon Ball Z this like. Look, you think that you've defeated Frieza, but it turns out there's an additional 4.
No. We're going for the really old Spider-Man movie.
Yes.
Actually, is it really? Yes, it is really old.
It is pretty old now. It is at the point where I think we're going to have we've already had multiple new Spider-Man. Like, not even just multiple new Spider-Man movies with one new Spider-Man. We've had multiple Spider-Men since Tobey Maguire. So it's been a while.
We have, yeah. There's been 3 Spider-Men in total in the last 20 years. Yeah, there was that, Tobey Maguire, Tom Holland, and the one in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
sorry to say, I don't remember his name.
I don't blame you.
He was in those 2 Spider-Man movies that were just, woo! Oh, man. They were something. Those 2 Spider-Man movies, they were just, yeah. They existed for sure. Well, they definitely got made.
thankfully, the series was better than those Spider-Man movies, and hopefully we're going to be moving on to
Yes.
another series that should be better than those Spider-Man movies. Because again, now we are finally going to be moving into that CEA Championship Series, as again, Jig manages to get that victory 4-1, and is actually going to face off, I do have the bracket in front of me, against Antis, who took the 4-0 over Flume. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the CEA Collegiate and Championship Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into our next series without any further delay as we go into the CEA Championship Series, which is going to be where the corporations like Microsoft and Eagleview, which, speaking of which, are actually the two next teams going to be facing off against each other, will be doing battle. And again, this is not quite the playoffs, and these are two teams that seem like they might have a bit of a harder time making it to the playoffs, as both of them have not exactly had the best runs thus far, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring out as we go into game number 1. And Maynard, I'm not even going to give you a chance to talk because I just want to go ahead and introduce these players. I'm antsy and excited to do it. We're going to be starting over here on the top right-hand side of the map. Top of that teal Terran player goes by the name of Dafu. And Dafu is going to be representing Team Microsoft One Xbox One X.
And I guess in the bottom left here, this is Maftar, who's representing Eagleview.
Yeah.
Eagleview SE2.
Wow, so on point. You already doing a better job than most of my co-casters, where you actually read the notes and you see who is actually on the other team and everything.
It is safe to say that every other co-caster you've had so far sucks.
Yeah.
And it's good to finally have someone that's semi-competent, you know?
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and message Zombie Grub that you said that right now.
Yeah,
clipping.
Go for it. But this is going to be a cool series. So we're not looking at Grandmasters anymore. These players are a little bit more of something that I would define as the people's Starcraft, and it's a TVT as well. So mirror matchups are always cool, especially when you're not at the highest level of StarCraft. It basically opens up the door for anything. You know, there is absolutely anything that can happen. And people argue, hey, it may not every game of StarCraft is an opportunity. You start with a command center and 12 workers, and anything can happen from there. A lot of it can be quite similar at the higher level. You know, games can look very similar to each other, but at this level, nope, no. It could actually be anything. It could be a fusion core in the corner of the map. It could be 3 factories out in the middle of the map somewhere. You just don't know. Yeah.
No, I think that's actually a really, really good point. And I think the big reason for that is just when you're playing at a pro level, build orders are oftentimes very, very crisply timed to just try and deny your opponent from doing things that are a bit strange. Not always, but oftentimes they are made to try and prevent your opponent from doing something a bit out of the ordinary. And it limits options of what your opponent could be doing because of that. When you're playing with players that are not necessarily, professional and living their entire career around StarCraft, you tend to get a little bit looser build orders, and sometimes your opponent can get away with some stuff you wouldn't normally get to see in a professional game, and that actually makes it very exciting.
I actually love how most of these, like, just to bring it back to this tournament as a whole, and also the AHGL, which I was involved with back in the day, it's so cool to see, like, all these major tech companies just still have so many decent StarCraft players.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually at, there's not many essential services open right now because of, the COVID. But I was at a tech shop the other day, just like trying to get some stuff for like my for the wife. She wanted like a phone stand to do an Instagram dance show and that sort of thing. And over there, I was actually talking to a guy who not only recognized me from WCS, he was a StarCraft player himself, and then he shouted over another guy who just started playing StarCraft. And this is some random tech company in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, hell yeah, wow. This is the game still, to this day, 10 years of life is aging like a fine scotch. It just gets better and better, and still growing a player base in all the corners of the world. You don't expect a tech company in South Australia to continue to have even multiple employees that are picking up the game for the first time.
Yeah, man. I love it. Those kind of stories are so heartening to hear. And I love especially that it's exactly what you just said. It's not usually one person who's just, oh yeah, I like StarCraft and I'm a fan. It's that person, but they also have introduced StarCraft or something to some of their coworkers, or they've created like a little community. When someone's talking to you about something and they're really enthusiastic and positive about it,
it's hard to ignore them because you want to listen. You're like, wow, what is it about this that is so amazing to this person? And then you start to get hooks in you, and sure enough, you start to grow that fan base. But just to talk about this game real quick, we do have a fast meta back from Maftar, who is going to go for something aggressive. We also have basically a hybrid 2-1-1 build here from Defu, but going for tanks as well. So there is like a 2-barrack stim thing happening here for Defu. But as we can see, Maftar and Scouted by the Reaper from Defu as well is going to be going for early Marine drop with Hellion. And that's something that we see in TVZ a bit. But similar to what Defu is doing right now, this is also a more of a TVZ thing with the tanks involved. Oh, nice little counterattack here with those Hellions, that Reaper.
Yeah, already getting quite a few kills and getting a 4th SCV as well. That's really, really nice. I think that, unfortunately, Defu a little bit busy controlling that Reaper, which is going to make it back safely. But, man, there was a lot of lost mine time and those workers going down, which does hurt.
I mean, Defu definitely took a lot of damage there, but it feels like Defu is also kind of all in. It's hard to say because, like I mentioned, this level, it's one of those weird situations where if everything goes correctly, then yeah, what I just said is accurate. But at this level, you just don't really know. Defu has got 5 production facilities on 2 bases, which is very hard to afford. If you have that third barracks, like your second and third barracks done, no third base on the way, it's very tough to afford all these 5 production facilities at the same time, as well as expansion. Look at how low the money is of Defu here, because he's just producing, and he actually doesn't have enough money to continue producing out of all these structures at the same time. We're seeing intermittent production there from Defu. At the moment, he's being very defensive. He's going to have a big swell of army supply. We're actually seeing Defu already ahead quite a bit in army. But this does open up the map for Maftar to potentially, if he identifies where he's at right now, spend a bit of that money. He's got a bit of a bank at the moment, and actually just really take a huge economic lead when your opponent is tucked in this deep on a 2-base production facility.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing I do think Maftar is going to have to be really careful of is making sure that money is being spent, just because if you have your money not being spent, then your opponent's just going to get a bigger and bigger rounds of production and be able to maybe go for that move across the map and try and kill you. We already see 17 to 10 Marines. We see a couple of Siege Tanks out. Stim is already done for Defu. So there is a potential here, especially with maybe one last medevac or two coming out over here. I would love to see Defu threaten a bit of a move out.
I really would, yeah. I mean, Defu is actually showing signs of going more and more committed to just more and more army on 2 bases here, as we see a second factory go down on 2 bases. I was already talking about how it was tough for him to afford this 5 production facility setup he's got in 2 bases. He's trying to go up to 6 here. So it's going to be really tough, if not impossible, to make all those production facilities light up with enough money. Maftar's trying to go for 3rd base here. The SCV got pull off that 3rd thanks to, I think it was just a repo over here at that 3rd base for Defu. Look at that army supply. Oh, man, that's a lot there. The thing is with TVT, like, even if you have a bigger army with a lot more army production than your opponent, and even if your opponent has the smaller army, it's so tough to attack in TVT and for your bigger army supply to matter, because there is something called the siege tank. And if your opponent has those set up and siege between their bases, you will lose a lot to try and crack their defenses.
Oh, absolutely. That splash damage from the siege tank can be really, really frustrating when your Marines are already a little bit too stimmed up and they run into a few siege tanks. It's like, oh, that 25 Marine supply lead that I had, kind of disappeared in 3 seconds going up that ramp.
3 seconds, damn, that's a
long TVT
have a lot
engagement.
of armor upgrades.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a move out here from Defu. The medevacs are faster than the rest of the army, so they lead the charge there, giving Maftar the early warning that this attack is happening. There is a Marine advantage here for Maftar, and also 1-1 upgrades to finish for Maftar. So this timing attack, actually a bit of an anti-timing, but Maftar does lose that front line of Marines to the siege tanks and to the reinforcement Marines of Defu. And both players take a bit of a trade there. I got to say, I really like Maftar's position, just because that 3rd base is a lot earlier, and Defu has, I feel like, it might be winging this build order a little bit, or maybe it's something that works out for him in his regular ladder games, but I really feel like, just to hammer on about this point, he's gone a little bit too ham on production and hasn't been thinking about the long term. He's going for that candle burning twice as bright, burns half as long sort of strategy, where he's partying every night. He's getting up early every morning and working out every morning as well, while partying every night. The body can only handle so much. You do need to look after it. You do need to have some good rest, and Maftar is definitely getting some rest in here. It's getting a very healthy income.
All right, Maftar also getting those siege tanks siege up in a nice defensive position at that 3rd base. I would love to just see, actually no, already has his own Lego watchtower as well. Okay, that was the one thing I was gonna say. Got to be careful if you attack over your natural, but is gonna have full vision of this. So as that Marine, even showing that he is spotting this out, pulls back that Marine, moves the siege tanks over. Oh no, might have just been baited over to the natural, and now the 3rd base is gonna be exposed. Oh no.
Yeah, very clever move there from Defu, trying to show him that he's going in one direction, and then scanning and seeing that army out of position. He's got that 3rd open to himself, at least for a few seconds. So he's going to stem and attack in. Siege up his tanks first as well. That one tank that sieged up for Maftar is out of range. So Defu is going to take this fight. Maftar's tanks aren't sieged. Oh no, Maftar without the siege tanks. Really big blunder there in that defensive setup. And the 3rd is still wide open. If these Marines stem back away from that tank range, they're once again able to burn down this 3rd CC. And I think that's a pick off Fear Dragon. That is massive here for Defu.
SCV is trying to repair now, and I think they're actually going to be able to do it because the siege tanks are zoning out these Marines. They save the command center, barely.
They do, but does he still save his hide here? Is that 3rd base, the defensive line of those tanks is all he has there, and it just got picked off by those Marines. Oh man, and this Viking also not on that high ground. The medevacs now exposed these Marines. Maftar needs to pull his army a little bit further back and get these siege tanks back up again. There we go, that one siege tank, and then what's the natural firing back on Defu's attack. And Defu takes a very big attack there and really makes it work out for him. And meanwhile, I love this from Defu. These are not high-level players, but that macro is beautiful. His minerals are quite low, so during that attack, while attacking the 3rd base, he was making nothing but army units, We're seeing Marines, we're seeing tanks, we're seeing that extra production facilities go down, and even a fourth base here as he goes up for a second wave attack. Really nice stuff. One thing that's not working out for Defu right now, though, is that he's forgotten, or at least isn't really respecting the upgrade difference. There is going to be a big upgrade lead for Maftar coming forward here in future engagements, as he still is only on +1 attack, heading towards +1 armor.
Yeah, and in comparison, Maftar is not only getting up 2-3, but also has the mech upgrades for those Siege Tanks that he even hit all the more harder. But Siege Tanks siege up in a nice spot over here for Defu. The only weird thing is, I don't actually think the Marines can get through right now. So that's
the Marines are a little boxed in.
Yeah. Unsieges some Siege Tanks, lets those Marines on in, and is going to try and threaten this natural now. This could be a
high ground tank. High ground tank here for Maftar. Needs to be careful about this. He does have the vision thanks to these medevacs and his own Vikings, so he picks up that tank very quickly. The natural once again under threat here. +1 attack Marine's going to burn it down pretty quickly. The army of Maftar is all the way down here at the third base, but does he stim in? I feel like the answer is no, because of these 5 tanks, excuse me.
And even more Marines coming in to reinforce. Sometimes if the Siege Tanks are just off on their own, the Marines are too far away, you can go for the snipe off. I do feel like this might be the best chance, right? You're not going to get a better chance than this.
Oh man, that in-base Siege Tank really needed to be up there for Defu, or for Maftar rather, to stop Defu from getting on top of the production. This really is generally the killing blow in TVT. If you get on top of the production of your opponent, you can just cut the head off the snake and the body falls. We have a nice concave here of units, and Maftar is finding it hard to actually win this engagement. Another thing that's also not a benefit for Maftar is he's making Marauders in a bio-tank matchup. The Marauders are actually terrible at dealing with Marines. They're only okay against Siege Tanks, but they are a very expensive unit to make, and you almost always want to avoid getting Marauders in this kind of situation. The Marines will always win a battle against Marine Marauder if there are enough of them.
Oh man, the Siege Tanks get to siege up once again here for Defu, which is actually going to be in range of the third base, so that's 2 bases that have been denied from mining now by Defu, who's got that 4th base up and running, and even has a planetary to prevent those Hellions from doing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, Defu has got Maftar in a rear naked chokehold here, and I feel like Maftar is starting to have the lights slowly dim out here. He's starting to lose oxygen to the brain. This is just a little bit too much from Defu, and it's so hard to kick out of this position as well, because Defu is just rallying more and more units across the map with just way superior production. And the only thing that Maftar could have to stop this from happening is a lot of in-base Siege Tanks, a lot of bio. He doesn't have either right now. Liberators are nice, but there's just so much more behind these 2 tanks that do get picked off.
Yeah, we're starting to see that Maftar loses the front line of units, and I think the reason why Maftar is still in this game is because it's not actually one of those situations where you have a lot of vision. Funny enough, the Hellions don't even spot out the 4th base they're next to. They don't see the 3rd base. They don't realize how bad of a spot this really is becoming economically.
Yeah, it's 1 base against 4, and I actually credit Maftar for fighting tooth and nail here, trying to make a game out of it, because he is fighting for not only himself, but for the college as well. So
or the company,
for the company, sorry, yeah. So this is just a bit of a horrible situation to be in for Maftar, but I respect the eye of the tiger, the will of the fight.
Yep. Microsoft's Defu is stimming on forward, taking out the remaining bio. And, I mean, also remember, a lot of this army supply, unfortunately for Maftar, is actually in medevacs, not in normal fighting army units.
Right, yeah.
So, supplies are even a little bit deceptive, even with Maftar being a bit down in supply.
Yeah, as we see more and more Marines come on in here, the lack of Siege Tanks for Maftar has become very, very apparent. There's 1 Siege Tank in the main base here for Maftar, and just a bowl of Marine Marauder at the front. And as we mentioned, if enough Marines come forward, they are going to mow through these Marauders. I don't care if they've got 2-3 upgrades against 2-1. The Marines are just superior in this kind of battle. And if Defu gets these tanks a little bit closer to that production, he's being very afraid about losing these tanks, so he's been keeping them far back. Really should not be afraid. It is his game. It's your time, Defu. You've earned this.
Okay, I think that Maftar's big plan here is try and break out with Liberators and then just go for a big counter swing, but almost now at this point, it's a bit late, right? Because
yeah, the problem with that is the Vikings. But there is only 2 for Maftar, and if you have air control, Liberators are fantastic. But doesn't have that anymore. There's a lot more Vikings here for Defu. So if the Liberators do come forward, well, those Vikings just right-click on those Liberators and they go away.
Yeah. Well, they find the 4th base, so they're going to be able to deny some mining, or at least one of the Liberators goes over there.
Yeah, nice work.
Other Liberator heading over to the 3rd base. Funny enough, though, there's another 2 command centers on the way, so I think those SCVs can just transfer around.
Yeah. Safe to say that Defu is, while taking some counter damage there from that Liberator, still in a pretty good spot. That high ground tank from Maftar can stop, but it's kind of like trying to plug a leak on a ship when there's, you know, you can put your thumb in one of the holes that are leaking, but and there's 12 other that pop out. You know, it's kind of delaying the inevitable. The ship is sinking here for Maftar for game number 1. Defu gets it there. Well played.
Indeed. And Microsoft One, Xbox One X is going to come up 1-0 in this best of 5. Well done.
So Xbox One.
No. Microsoft
One. Xbox One X 1-0 up.
Yes, exactly.
That's the sentence that I wanted to say there.
Perfect. I like it. Okay, well, our next map is going to be on Everdream. And remember that this is happening on the CEA Championship Series. And what these teams are actually going to be playing for is the first place finishers of the CEA Championship Series do get to choose what charity the prize money is going to go to. But for a lot of the players, it is just kind of about creating that sort of community, finding a bunch of people that are like-minded and love StarCraft. And our next match is actually going to be between 2 Diamond League players. So, hey, you know, as 2 Diamond League commentators right here, this is going to be very much well within our wheelhouse, I think.
Hell yeah. In fact, that last game looked very familiar as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to be starting over here on the top right-hand side of the map. Top of the purple Zerg player going to be representing Eagle View. It is Rainier.
I nearly said Rainer. And I'm like, wait, there's already one of those.
Rainer has dropped down a few leagues.
They're getting a little rusty in his old age. The ripe old age of 18. In the bottom left here, representing Microsoft One, Xbox One X, it is Vice Admiral. He's going for some proxy play here. The 3 racks proxy. I don't know if you've heard Fear Dragon, but some people have a lot to say, specifically on social media, about the win rate of this strategy.
They say it's pretty beatable. It's pretty defendable. Very easy.
They see it lose a lot.
Yeah. I've actually never seen the strategy win before.
Memes. But we are seeing Vice Admiral go for the 3 racks mass marine proxy. This is the very all-in variety of this, where you have to kill the Zerg, or at least pull them back to main base and deny the low ground base and kill a ton of drones as well.
Now, the nice thing that's going well for Rainier is that this proxy is going very unscouted. Both the first and the second overlords are not bothering to scout for those 3 racks in those kind of corners of the map. And with a hatch gas pool, this is one of the kind of styles that, if you don't really see this coming, it can be a bit problematic. But oh, look at that. Drone comes on over for the 3rd base and spots us.
Yeah, I mean, the 155 base, or like the really early sub 2-minute base, is definitely something that you can go for as a Zerg. But Rainier is going to have to obviously switch gears here. Oh, I mean, forcing out a bunker this far back is nice. Vice Admiral reacting to that early drone. Really shouldn't, though. The clock is ticking here for the Terran and for the Zerg. And the Terran needs to start pushing those bunkers right into that natural.
Ooh, Zergling speed gets canceled there. So seems like Rainier just really wants to rely on lots of Zerglings and the spine crawlers to help defend over here. And that could be a bit
low ground, though.
Yeah, it could be problematic when that spine crawler is already so vulnerable.
And does have a good number of Lings. So while the Spine Crawler is under threat, oh, I like the drone pull here with the Lings. That's a lot of DPS and a lot of units and a lot of targets here for these Marines. The Lings are taking the target fire there from those Marines. The drones are closing the distance. Rainier, as long as he doesn't lose too many drones, is actually doing completely fine. And he's managed to pick up the SCV on that bunker as well.
Rainier actually hasn't lost a drone so far, Maynard. This is a fantastic defense so far.
Oh, and the Spine Crawler picking up the 2nd SCV? Dude, is Rainier just hold here?
There's only 1 SCV left, and the bunker gets killed, not canceled. Oh, man.
Damn.
I don't know how you break this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 Spine Crawlers in the low ground now. Sending in Marines to their death would, I mean...
You'd be sending the Marines to their death.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, you just got to start thinking about transition. I think that's why that gas guy's just coming out over here from Vice Admiral, but this is still a really, really tough spot. I honestly wouldn't even mind if one of the bunkers further back got salvaged and throw up a bunker further forward or something if you do want to continue to pressure and just contain. But, and there's 1 spine crawler going down.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice, but we kind of established at the start of this cast is that this is extremely all-in for Vice Admiral, and there's no command center, which means that he needs to make that 3rd depot as well to be able to break that 31 supply block. Oh, he's sending those Marines in now. He's feeling the pressure. He's like, God, I need to do more damage here. That's a saturated natural.
16 Lings on the way, but they're actually not alive just yet. They're still just spawning, and a lot of them are going to pop out right next to these Marines who are in the mineral line and getting some decent pickoffs. So not the worst trades in the world here for Vice Admiral, but I do think he was hoping for more.
Yeah, I mean, getting 2 drones is nice, getting some Lings obviously as well, but if we look at the trades, the Terrans lost a considerable chunk more. And, you know, 250 minerals doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of a StarCraft game, but considering all the production, literally all of the production of the Terran is on this side of the map, and Terran has only just started to mine gas, this is still extremely all in the Zerg. Unfortunately, supply blocked here, as was Vice Admiral back on 31. Once those Overlords pop out, is going to be in a very sort of not very comfortable position, but more comfortable than most Zergs would be at this point. He needs to be careful about not losing this Overlords that's floating towards those barracks.
Yeah, I also like the Zergling counterattack on the other side of the map. Just a few spare Zerglings making their way over.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Not quite going up the ramp to try and pressure this, because the factory, I mean, he does not know that the factory has not actually finished up, so there is nothing here. You have to pull SCVs to repair, and this just takes away from an already really bad economy.
Correct, yeah. I mean, the Terran is not really making SCVs at the moment. The main mineral lines only got 8 mining minerals, because a lot of the SCVs are on the front there and actually sinking more minerals into that defense. The Marines at the front got surrounded and nibbled up by those speedlings as well. There is a bunker here for the Terran, but it's out of range of anything threatening. One thing that he's managing to do is stopping the Zerg from taking a third down here, but the Zerg can honestly just take the third next to the main base in a triangle pattern and be okay.
Yeah,
the speedlings will not let the Marines get near it.
Yeah, 5 SCVs still just continuously pulled off the line. That's brutal.
As those Lings in the natural of the Zerg were actually not in hold position, so they kind of got baited into Marines there. Something that you can do against your opponent if you feel like they're not paying attention is just attack their group of units and pull back, because if they're not in hold position, they'll be baited into a fight that potentially they could lose. So nice move there from Vice Admiral, but this is a problem for the Terran. We are seeing roaches here from Rainier on 2 bases, and these roaches are not something that a Dole of Marines can really handle at this moment, even with a bunker.
Okay, so we're also starting to see what the kind of long-term play here is from Vice Admiral. Adding on 2 starports, adding on a tech lab next to those starports, I think we might be seeing a transition to 2-port Banshee, something I haven't seen for a while on one base. But, you know, if you can buy enough time, if these bunkers do not go down very quickly, I could actually see this starting to make some semblances of progress.
Yeah, if you can get 2-port... okay, never mind. 2-port battlecruiser. Now, on one base, seems like a bit of a pipe dream to be able to afford, you know, 200, 400, 300 resource units. Now, yeah, I mean, he's got bigger problems right now, and that is the fact that the Zerg just has a giant army dealing with his proxy.
Yeah, 1 Banshee is finally on the way, but all of these Marines are going down, and... Maynard, why don't you go ahead and take a look at that unit counting station? Tell me what Vice Admiral has right now.
He has 5 army supply, and I mean, 2 of it is in production. It's not actually here. The Banshee is on the way here from the starport. Really does need it. Okay, he has saturated that main gas. But what's hurting my my belief in Vice Admiral, and believe me, I want to believe. I'm the molder in this situation. Is I want Vice Admiral to be able to fight back. But I just don't see how that's possible without 2 bases worth of mining. You just cannot get enough battlecruiser, like enough money to afford 2 battlecruisers at once. As amazing as they would be right now. Yeah, absolutely. Banshee's nice though.
The Banshee will be able to pick away, and I would love to see it right-click down the Ravagers specifically. Target fire down those Ravagers. Already going to be able to get 1 of them over here. Corrosive Vials finally being used on that supply depot. Is going to be able to knock it down. And the Lynx can keep the Hellions distracted while the Ravagers go ham on the SCVs.
Oh no, the Banshee! The Banshee's just chilling in the natural right now. It's going to be so useful to pick off these Ravagers like you mentioned. There we go. There's that shift click on the Ravagers. As meantime, he's losing 5 SCVs, and that's making a bad problem worse here for the Terran as Rainier. There's some 46 workers with a 3rd base on the way right now, and a Spire. He sees the Fusion Core. He's like, oh, okay. All I need to do here is make maybe a handful of Corruptors, and then there's actually nothing the Terran could do anymore.
Whew. Actually gets that Corrosive Vial off on the Banshee, but last Ravager will go down, and like you said, it is more than double the worker count right now for Rainier versus Vice Admiral. And, well, Maynard, let's just say that battlecruiser is going to actually have to take on an entire army on its own.
I agree. There is no, as we kind of suspected here and feared, honestly, for Vice Admiral, there is no ability to get that 2nd battlecruiser here. There's not enough money, specifically gas, in the bank for Vice Admiral to do that. So this 1 BC actually you know, I try to avoid hyperbole, but this BC actually needs to win in the game.
Yeah. And
Nidus
unfortunately,
Worm in the main base.
oh no, I'm so worried because now as the battlecruiser moves out, the Nidus Worm is going to be in the perfect spot to force this battlecruiser to return home anyways. And there's a lot of queens here. I don't even think the battlecruiser can win that fight versus the queens. Oh no, teleported onto the queens.
Oh no. These queens are also dropping creep tumors in the main base. The BC will not win a fight against 5 queens here. If Yamato was here, maybe it can. It's skirting the edges of that queen range, so only a few of them are firing at once. Good control from Vice Admiral, but the Roaches in the meantime are starting to work on this SCV line. That Banshee's got quite a job ahead of her, and that BC does get picked up on the queens as we kind of expected. And Rainier takes a game for the Eagle View team.
Yeah. Well done, and nicely done. So that's going to tie up the series at 1-1 now. And that's pretty great. Yeah, very solid defense there. Of course, there was a long drawn-out period where I do think Eagleview was pretty far ahead there. Rainier kind of had that game in the bag for the latter half of it. But, I mean, it was all off the back of a very, very solid defense against a 3X Marine.
Yeah. It was one of those things where it felt like Vice Admiral had the right idea. Like the 3X proxy is so incredibly powerful. But... you know, we saw some signs of him not being extremely sure what to do with it. He was just like, okay, I'm going to build a bunker at the third base as a storage drone. And that bunker, that first bunker, really needs to be right in the natural. Like everyone that plays StarCraft 2, even a little bit, knows that every second counts. Even at the lowest level of StarCraft 2, every second counts. And certainly as you get better and better and better at the game, those seconds matter more and more and more. Every second you can buy for yourself is worth its weight in gold. And sometimes can mean the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be starting over here in the top left-hand corner of Simulacrum. On top of the red Zerg, it is going to be Psychotic, who is going to be representing, I believe, Microsoft One, Xbox One X. I have to say the full thing.
Gets me every time. And in the bottom right here, DJ Rufio. It was representing Eagleview. And yeah, we are seeing 2 drones go across here. So I think one for hatchery and one for scout information here for the Zerg.
Yeah, so quick notes about these 2 players is that DJ Rufio, maybe a little bit of the underdog coming into this as the Platinum League player, and Psychotic as the Diamond League player. I don't know exactly where their MMR is sitting at right now, but I gotta say, it's definitely possible, I will tell you, as someone who's lost to many a Platinum League player, for someone to upset 1 league above them. I think it's fully within the range of possibilities.
I echo that sentiment, and +1 that line there. It's actually it's the differences in MMR matter. I feel a little bit less in the bottom 50% or even bottom 70% of players in StarCraft 2. If you're up at around where Jig was earlier, that MMR of 5.76k. 500 MMR is a big difference when you go when you go ahead of that. So if there was a 6.5 player, a 6.5 player will very, very rarely lose to Jig. It's just not ever gonna, it's not gonna happen 9 times out of 10. But having a player in Platinum against a player in Diamond, I mean, there is definitely a difference, and maybe it could even be 1,000 MMR. But there is more possibility, I feel, for the Platinum player to win than it is for, say, a 6.5 player to lose to Jig. Oh, that drone's dead. Got him.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I haven't really seen a lot of super fast drone scouts like this that go straight across the map and not looking for proxies. And going for the gas steal, I thought he was going to try and keep it alive a little bit longer. But, I guess seeing the Reaper, you do kind of start to narrow out some of the things that your opponent's probably not going for without a second barracks or something like a 2-1-1. So, not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Oh man, I tried to do the lazy thing and lock onto your observer camera, and then I realized I can't because it's a replay.
I know.
God. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
In the end, you have to actually observe yourself. Yeah.
In the end, I will have to. Well, I mean, I have the control follow. Yeah. That wonderful hotkey, which I really need to map to one of my side mouse buttons.
Yeah. One of these
days, the professional observer play.
One of these days, we'll convince Ryan from Blizzard to upgrade the WCS mod to also include a computer AI that automatically looks at the game and detects what the best place to look at it on the screen is, the most impactful thing, like auto observing, that'd be great.
That actually exists in Counter-Strike.
You know, it does exist in a SC2 mod called 1v1 OBS, if you remember that. There was auto observe, but
it's also in Rocket League.
Oh yeah, that's also true.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it's okay. That's the thing with
these
auto observers. They're not anywhere near as good as a good human observer.
That's true, but you know, when you're really feeling lazy, it's nice to auto bot.
I think that you know how Google have made DeepMind.
Mm-hmm.
I think they should get DeepMind to stop laddering. You know, Alpha Star's time is done. Let's get Alpha Obs happening. Let's get a DeepMind observer for future tournaments. I think that'd be cool.
I would love that. You just plug in a bunch of replays of Mapu and Coca and Funka and everyone observing.
Funka, yeah.
From the beginning of Starcraft 2, it's like, okay.
But don't give them any ADBC ones. One of those. Yeah.
Well, you plug in enough Startail Legend ones, and it will become so good at jumping over to the Ghost Academy whenever a nuclear missile is launched.
Yeah, actually, Vezo was really good at that as well.
Ooh, we got a two-base lair and a Roach Horn on the way. Are we going to be seeing a Nidus Worm as well, do you think?
I mean, this is one of the wonderful things about this league is that you just don't know. I mean,
that's true.
It could be. We could see a Spire go down in a second. We could see an Infestation Pit and a bunch of Swarm Hosts. You just don't know, Fear Dragon. Like, it really is wonderful. It feels like we're in frontier territory. You know, we've just landed on the shores of a brand new island, and we're just walking around through the woods going, wow, this could be a great settlement. We have no idea what could happen here.
You know, actually, one of my favorite things to do is that whenever I, it's a very rare thing, but occasionally I've been able to cast games with Rotterdam that are not necessarily at top professional level of play. And so maybe like around Diamond or Masters or something, or even like Platinum. And I like to ask Rotterdam those questions because he always answers so confidently, like, no, man, I don't think we're going to be seeing a Nidus Worm. And then it's like a rush to Ultralisk on 2-base. And you're like, what?
Yeah. To be fair, if someone was playing quote unquote correctly, and I say that with air quotes because I don't feel like that kind of exists in StarCraft 2.
I agree.
It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. He could probably be right, but that is definitely the effect of someone that not only plays at a high level but also watches only high level games. You just don't know. You gotta spend some time in the swamps of the people's StarCraft to see the diversity of strategies. In fact, we're seeing that fast 2-base lair be used now for Hydralisks. And we're seeing a macro hatchery in the main, which is something I would never recommend for someone that's going Roach Hydra, because you're going to have too much lava to afford. But hey, man, it's the people's StarCraft. That's what I'm talking about. This is basically just proving my point. Could be anything.
No, I'm totally with you. And I think that there is a lot of power behind that, especially in these kind of leagues as well, where if you are playing something that's not exactly the super standard that you see every single time you tune in for an ESL or a WCS or a DreamHack broadcast, then sometimes you really have to be good as a player to read between the lines of exactly what you're up against. Because those little details, they're going to give away everything. As opposed to, professional level play, you're like, oh, you're taking these gas guys at this time, you're probably going for this build. You can't really rely on that kind of stuff. You got to actually spend a little more effort getting the full scout out, and now scanning and seeing spine crawlers and roaches. The spine crawlers I think are a emergency defense for this third base, and well, the siege tanks are out of range right now, so the Marines might be vulnerable.
They are a little bit, but they can pull back here off creep, and of course maybe bait Psychotic into an engagement that he doesn't want. And there we go, a big shelling there from those two frontline siege tanks. The third one just out of range. So this hatchery definitely under a lot of pressure, and Psychotic's economy is actually very reliant on this third hatchery living.
Spine calls are getting closer and closer, finishing up. The Hydra is also adding in some extra DPS. Getting one, no, doesn't get that other siege tank. 5 hit points left over, and the hatchery is now going to be in range of the tanks.
Yeah, I'm very worried for Psychotic here, bleeding a lot of units into this meat grinder of siege tank line with the bio stimming on the front. I mean, the bio doesn't have medevac support, so every stim is actually doing damage to these bio units, but he's done so much damage to the Zerg's infrastructure. That third hatchery dying, the drones going down there as well, but the most important thing is he's lost all that army. 11 roaches, those 4 Hydralisks, 2 queens have died in the making of this attack, and now the medevacs are here as well, and this Terran is just tightening that noose on Psychotic, who's on 2 bases now.
Very, very nicely done. DJ Rufio, the Platinum Link player that we were talking about, is already making a really, really good move happen.
Oh, yeah.
With the Corrosive Biles connecting on 2 of the tanks, and he is going to be able to get the cleanup over there. There's just the bio left over, but the damage has been done, Maynard. Like you said, losing that hatchery is really, really tough to recover from right now.
And Psychotics between a rock and a hard place, and also a Terran with Bio Army.
Yeah.
The problem here is, like, do I drone? Do I take a third? Do I double expand here and try and slow this game way down? Then you're like, wait, I don't have enough minerals to do that. Does that mean I make an army here? And it looks like Psychotic's choice is to try and go for the third base and make an army, but that means that there's not going to be any production of drones, and that does mean that the Terran has an opening here to go for another hatchery pickoff. An engagement here, thankfully he is on creep, so the Zerg is getting a nice round picking off that tank. The Marauders with Marine support are taking and fighting here against those Hydras. He's got +1 attack, but these Hydras have also got 1/1 upgrades, so it's a bit of a trade for both players. I think DJ Rufio, I mean, the blood's starting to go to a different part of his body right now, Fear Dragon. I think he just takes a little bit of a breath, gets calm, maybe drops the third base and gets a ball of units together instead of rallying them across the map. I think he can actually go for a very big, overwhelming attack here on Psychotic. He's definitely in a good spot.
I'm definitely with you. Would you want to see DJ Rufio wait for the +1 armor to also finish up, or would you like to just see, you know what, got enough of an army, let's go for another round?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with the second round here. He's got a lot of production on 2 bases, similar to our Terran hero from the first game.
Visad, or Defu.
Defu, yep, yeah. From Microsoft. So DJ Rufio had a lot of production there on 2 bases. The third extremely delayed, but has has the ability to get a third as well, considering all the damage he's done to the Zerg. The Zerg is sort of making a mixture of drones and units right now. But DJ Rufio just has a good number of tanks. I think he might be overproducing Marauders, but a good number of tanks, a good number of bio on that front line with a good number of medevacs. Even a higher army supply of Zerg will not trade well against that, because it's just a supply inefficient army. You know, each of those Ravagers are 3 supply, the Roaches are 2, the Hydras are 2, and they melt to siege tanks. So it's a it's a bit of a what do you call it? Oh god, I can't think of the word. It's too early. It's not the army supply is not indicative of the actual situation. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's deceptive.
We
are going to see a lot of these Marauders. Oh my god, just obliterating the Roach front line. And the siege tanks to the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem for the Zerg right there, trying to deal with this army comp. Just doesn't have the right composition to deal with this. So we saw a Zerg that was almost 30 army supply in the lead just get minced there by that bio with the medevacs.
Ooh, and this is going to be the brutal one where the medevacs all load up and can boost across the map, evading the creep. There's only one little leg of this creep that's actually extending too far out. The funny thing is there is a small Roach Hydra counterattack getting ready to move over to that third base. There are a few bio units left over with some siege tanks. If that's going to be enough to hold on, it's still going to be the question, can you also defend at home?
Yeah, this drop in the main is, you don't see big medevac, like 4 medevac plus drops in the main bases of Zerg too often, because usually there's an overlord spread and there's a main base, of course, with creep that can stop that. We're actually going to have both players doing a fair bit of damage to each other. There's a counterattack here for the Zerg. While a lot of it got thinned out by those tanks, it is going to do a lot of damage here at that third base. DJ Rufio is evacuating it, which I think is definitely the right call. Lift that up and go into the main. But now there's a big drop in the main, and Zerg has actually got every single fighting unit on the other side of the map right now. So I wonder who this is worse for. I have a bad feeling that it's worse for Psychotic.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one, Maynard, because as the lair goes down, the Hydra Den, the Roach Warren, and the Spawning Pool are also all in one place, and one by one, they're going to get target fire down. No more Roaches going to be coming on out for a bit. Ooh, decides to go to the natural. I guess kind of deciding to just go try and do some economic damage. But with SCVs being pulled off the line, I mean, you're going to be losing a lot of your own production. I think that you just got to go and halt your opponent's production first, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Zerg really needs to crack into this main base and get on top of the production, because some high ground siege tanks are going to ruin the day here for Psychotic. He doesn't have any overlords with this army, so he can't actually look at that high ground without actually walking in and busting through those supply depots. Now he's getting on top of it. Meanwhile, the Terran's tearing him apart from the inside as well, from the main base all the way down to the third, and he's been taking down hatcheries and production on the way through. This is such a weird game, Fear Dragon. Honestly, I mean, I'm going to give the edge to the Terran just because he can lift up his stuff, but it's still so weird.
Oh, I'm definitely with you on that. And we're going to see the final hatchery go down. There are 334 minerals left over for Psychotic. And there's actually one hatchery left in the main base. So funny enough, nothing's actually going to get revealed just yet either.
DJ Rufio's coming home with these units. One of those medevacs is actually 9 hit points.
Oh.
DJ Rufio taps out with a GG.
Oh.
Oh, man, he just felt like he couldn't take that Zerg army. Psychotic somehow found the nuts and gets the win there. Wow, that's madness. I did not expect that. It felt like the Terran had that one.
Yeah, I really thought for a second, like, oh, I think DJ Rufio can do this with that army, but man, just, the base trades are so tough, man. Those are hard to call.
Yeah. I really feel like DJ Rufio could have maybe, like, again, his army was still, I think, a bit better than Psychotics, but it was only 3 Medevacs full in the end. He did lose those tanks, so yeah. I think he's justified to tap out there. He was definitely, you know, not as solid a spot that he was before. But you could have, if he really wanted to, and he had the time and inclination, I feel like you can drag that game out and be very annoying. And potentially even, like, just try and outlast Psychotic in a game like that. Yeah,
float to the corner, and you're just trying to snipe off drones. If you prevent your opponent from getting any mining, basically, you can at least force a draw or something. But I do understand, you know, just gonna give up and let your teammates handle it for a bit. It is gonna be a 2-1 lead now for Microsoft versus Eagleview, though, as we get ready to move into game number 4. And Maynard, one of these players, I think, might actually be already your favorite, because they play Terran, and they go by the name of TY.
Yeah, we're going to be cheering for this guy. Oh, he's even got one of the very handsome in-game portraits of the man himself.
Yeah.
A man after my own heart. Wow, and the instant SCV across the map as well.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude.
All right, let's jump in as we get these overlays set on up and introduce the players. We're going to be starting over here. You know what, Maynard? You go ahead and introduce your favorite player first.
I left here going for what seems to be a pretty early proxy. It is TY. TY.
And they're going to be facing off against this fellow down over in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We have the blue Zerg player. It is going to be Lumery, who is going to be representing Eagleview. So TY from Team Microsoft. And, ooh, darts those SCVs on up, is going to be evading that Overlord that was actually heading kind of in an upward direction and maybe scout out some proxies.
And Lumery is going for Hatch first. So Hatch gas pull here from the Zerg. Pretty normal stuff. I am a little bit concerned for Lumery here, as Microsoft is on match point, and this could be a fast one. Lumery is making a lot of drones. In fact, he's going for a very late gas and pull here, going for 18 supply.
Wow.
Pretty greedy from the Zerg, and something like this from TY. I mean, thankfully, it is just 2 barracks and not 3, because then I feel like we can call this a lot easier. But 2 barracks with just the Marine production to start things off with is still pretty scary. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm really fumbling over my words here. It's trying to think of what I'm trying to put out, what I'm putting down, sort of thing. But the Overlord's going to see this SCV, going to see this bunker, and I think you pull drones here as Lumery, and you pull those drones right now.
Yes.
Or you're going to be in trouble.
Ooh, especially since you already made so many drones. You got some to spare, and there they are finally coming on out. But that bunker is already getting pretty far along, and a second SCV even joining the fray to potentially throw down another one. Marine is getting microed back, is trying to stutter step against these drones, and might actually be bleeding him.
He actually is doing a good job at putting his Marines back, and he gets on top of the barracks production with those drones, but good micro from the Marines will eventually take 4 or 5 of these out. It looks like TY's actually started stepping a little bit, losing another Marine there, and Lumery has unfortunately not picked off the SCV building the bunker. And all TY needs to do is get 1 Marine in that bunker to cause a ton of problems here for the Zerg.
Oh, Marine is looking for it.
He's in.
Does get it.
That's actually so bad.
And,
oh, no.
Oh, boy. Oh, more Lings are coming on out. The SCVs are not repairing right now. That is some potential loss, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be enough Lings or drones to break through right now. And Lumery is just going to try and mine and pretend like everything's okay. You know, mining in the middle of the war zone and get the spine crawler up.
It's the dog from that very famous meme where he's having a coffee sitting inside of a room that's literally on fire, saying this is fine. This is actually not fine at all. Lumery lost several drones and has a full bunker with SCVs topping it up and topping each other up as well. It's good to see some brothers in arms doing it for themselves there. And we got a full hit point proxy here from the Terran that honestly you could just float those barracks back, get a factory back at home. TY is getting a factory back at home. Of course he is, because he's TY's with a big brain, sexy Terran brain. He knows what he's doing. There is a spine crawler here for Lumery, but these Lings need to come in as well, and they draw the fire from the bunker. I don't know if this is enough Zerg, though.
Oh, I think with the spine crawler burrows, it is going to be enough to break on through, especially with the Queens adding in some DPS. The Lings are all going to go down, but the Marines are going to get forced back, and they did not right-click down the hatch or anything. They were going after the Lings. So now we get a weird situation where all the Lings did die, and Lumery is very boldly just making nothing but drones, but this proxy Maynard, it's still making Marines.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hard thing to call as Lumery. Credit where it's due. It's just hard to call. Like, is he still making Marines? Is there another wave of Marines coming at me here? But the thing is, if you make the wrong choice and you don't drone and you make too many units, then, you know, that's also bad for you as a Zerg. So it's kind of hard to know because he is really in the dark. Doesn't have an Overlord anywhere near that proxy. As we can see, TY is actually bringing all his Marines back home. So the call to go for drones for Lumery is actually correct. Yeah. He's going for a lair as well.
And that is...
on the very damaged hatchery, though.
I know. I'm just sitting here thinking about like, where I would sit as TY, and I'd be just eyeing the prize right there. That hatchery. Yeah. And I'd see it turning into a lair, and I'm like, oh, you think you're giving it more health? You're just making it a bigger target for me.
That's right. I'd be licking my lips as I go 2-port Banshee here as TY for the next follow-up. It's like, yes, a low hit point lair. Good, good. I set in some cloak banshees and just pick it off, but obviously that's a pipe dream. This TY will not be able to afford anything like that. He's going for a second factory and a second command center here, and he's mining out the back rocks, so he's going to go for that south expansion.
There's a Nidus Worm coming out in Maynard, and that barracks is getting so close to scouting it. He does not see it, but sees the Baneling nest. And I actually don't feel like I see too many Baneling nests with Nidus Worms that often these days. So
no, but that does mean whether it's with the worm from down under or without, it does mean a Baneling bust when it's this quick on 2 bases. I actually think that maybe Lumery is not only going for Nidus Worm, but potentially even Baneling speed here with that lair, because you are very committed.
Would you wait for it,
I don't know if he has time, though. No, I don't think so.
Okay, a couple of the Lings already taking some damage. There's only 12 Lings out on the map right now. Lumery, what's the plan? Overlord coming on out, and we're waiting for the next round of larva to be spent. See what's happening, because the Nidus Worm is done, and the Lings are just, they're not actually there.
They aren't really, no. You know who is there is my dog. He's very, very upset about how this game's looking. Not sure for who, but, you know, the Zerg the dog has been historically pretty racist against Zerg players. So could be thinking that the Zerg is winning this game. Yeah. I don't know if he's right, though. Loki is only 4, so...
yeah, still a youngin, doesn't quite know.
Yeah, a little bit more Starcraft.
Hasn't been turned on
the Hellions.
Ooh, wow, a lot of the Hellions actually taking some big damage there. 2 of them end up falling, and the Nidus Worm I think did get scouted with that, so TY should at least be a little bit wary about it. But we got multiple factories plopped on down. TY is getting up that Cyclone upgrade, increase that damage output, getting up a natural expansion on the kind of weirder location, but there's a Nidus Worm already popping up right next to that command center.
And the Nidus Worm right by that back CC is a problem. And TY has not seen it just yet. There's a Changeling walking in. Unfortunately, the Nidus has popped, and TY's army actually is on its way to being effective against Ling Queen, but not with enough Cyclones, I feel. There's a lot of transfusions here. The Hellions really need to live for the Ling contingent part of the Zerg. Oh, Lumery pulls back. Showing your hand with this Nidus Worm play. I feel like the first Nidus Worm is really effective, but the other ones that follow are usually less effective because now the Terran knows it exists, and you can just usually split up your Cyclones, which can kill a Nidus Worm on their own.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, we see a lot of drones coming out behind this as well. I really thought that Changeling you were pointing out was going to be the key part of this, where there might be a retreat back into the Nidus Worm, but there was just another Nidus Worm going up inside the main base, and you get on top of the Terran production. We all know that is kind of the key to a Terran's, you know, faltering. But now with so many drones coming out and a Spire on the way, it really does seem like Lumery just wants to turn this into a longer-term game. Off of kind of a weird start for both players.
Yeah, Lumery is doing something that I find very frustrating as a Terran player to deal with, and that is play tech shift bingo. You're, as a Terran, when you choose to go bio or mech, you are not always, but very often kind of committed to staying on mech. You can't really switch gears into something else. You need to make whatever happen with that kind of production. You can't just go, all right, I'm a bio-Terran now. You know, you can't just do that. Zerg, however, as long as they have a tech structure up, they can make whatever they want from that lava. Every single lava the Zerg has infinite potential, as long as the tech structure that exists for them. So now that we have a Spire, we also have the Nidus Worm butthole, as it were, and we also have the Baneling Nest, and we could just be seeing a lot of Ling Bane, a lot of Queen production, a lot of Mutalisk production. We could be seeing a Hive of any regard, whether it be Ultralisk, Greater Spire, whatever. All of those things can be a possibility here for Lumery.
I do want to note, though, Lumery not exactly on a stellar economy just yet, and that is
true.
part of the cost of doing like these kind of tech switches and everything, is that you don't exactly have the ability to afford an amazing economy and also get up large amounts of the units of all the different types of tech you try and throw up. So these mutas have got to get some damage done when you're sitting at only 41 to 46 workers against a 41 worker Terran.
Yeah, it isn't comfortable at all for the Zerg economically, but of course the Terran's third days isn't here just yet. Nice little Mutas run by here, but the Cyclones can deal with the Mutas. If they're on the chase, maybe even a scan here to make sure they die. Oh, they get 4 Mutas anyway. That's very nice for you as a Terran.
Yeah, I mean, that 3 workers in exchange for that. I mean, the Mutas look like they were getting some nice SCV damage done, but when you lose 4 of your Mutas like that, that is not the kind of start we were talking about.
No. Yeah, that's the benefit of going battle mech here, is that you are very safe against Spire for a little bit. Like, if there is a big flock of Mutas, then it's different. One thing that I really wish the Terran was doing here is respecting these Mutalisks a little bit more and getting some more turret coverage. It does have an engineering bay, but yeah, there's those turrets. Out of boy, TY. That's what I'm talking about. Just because the Cyclones can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah. I mean, especially even in your main base. You got a lot of production over here. The Cyclones are going to have to move through this choke point. It's not always going to be easy to chase down these Mutas, but having a few zoning turrets will be nice. And, okay, well, maybe the Mutas are not going to be a problem anymore because they're all dead.
They are indeed. Now, one of the tech structures that the Zerg has that he can switch into is Roaches, which I think is a good call against his ground army, but after losing all those Mutalisks, Lumery does need these Roaches to take an extremely good fight, and I'm a little bit worried for Lumery here, Fear Dragon. That is 9 Cyclones, 13 Hellions, which could become Hellbats.
But Maynard, the minerals weren't mined out. I think that TY assumed that the minerals would be mined out because most Zergs do mine them out.
And this mule does not mine this out.
Oh my god. Mule mines 15?
These mules, plural, don't. He needs 4.
No, wait. Oh, wait.
Oh, no, the mule double mines. Oh my god. TY's brain is the size of a galaxy.
Oh, wait, no, hold on, Maynard. There's one other problem. The minerals are bugged right now. The top minerals actually do not allow Stalkers and Cyclones through.
He needs more mules. 2 more mules.
Oh my god. All right. It's not mining.
I'm learning so much.
It got misclicked.
TY, please.
My favorite part is Lumery is going to suddenly see this. It's going to be like,
he doesn't have any more mule energy. The third CC's in the air.
Oh my god.
There we go. All right, now we can go in. There we go. All right, that was exciting.
And all the roaches immediately react, but this base is so vulnerable now.
This is so unexpected for Lumery, for Lumery, and also for us.
We saw it happen.
I think the roaches are high enough in count to win this fight, though.
Yeah.
TY's sticking around a little bit too long. Oh no, TY's gonna lose his whole army here.
Escape! Escape!
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, Maynard, that was a bit more committed in more ways than one. Usually you're just, oh my god, the mules are long distance mining back to the minerals.
I mean, what else are they gonna do?
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, I mean, usually it's just you sacrifice your army for something like that. This time you sacrificed your economy to make that happen as well with the mules.
Some of TY's production is also in front of this natural, which it helps if you're rallying across the map, but if your opponent's attacking into you, leaves it a little bit exposed. Oh, now Lumery going for a little bit of an overextension here. That is still a lot of Cyclones. Gonna pick off as many as he can, but I think these Ravages should go down.
Oh, that's it, though.
Maybe I think Battle Mech's stronger than it is.
Yeah. I think
it's losing those Cyclones pretty quickly.
I think if the Corrosive Vials had not landed, I would have agreed with you. But yeah, like 4 or 5 of those Cyclones really got softened up by them. And well, eventually with some good micro, TY could clean this up now, especially with the reinforcements coming on in. But we're already seeing 10 workers go down with this.
Yeah, Liberator's also sieging up, so they're going to get a good few shots off there on those roaches and soften them up for the Cyclones to finish them off in the retreat. So, yeah, this game's definitely a game of Starcraft. That's what I have to say about that. It's definitely a game of Starcraft. Bloomery is up a lot of workers, but has spent most of that money on Roach Ravager. I think the next wave of roaches here from Bloomery has very high potential of ending the game if he goes for an attack, but that's an if.
Yeah, that is
Wow,
going to be...
My dog is really pissed off about this game, though.
Yeah,
so
I mean, Zerg player's doing pretty well, so I understand.
I'm just gonna mute myself in between saying things just to save everyone's ears from my very angry puppy.
Nah, it's okay. It's actually not coming in super duper loud. It's like very, very quietly in the background. I think you're good.
Okay, I think I have a guest or something. I think someone else is here.
Gotcha. All right, well, we end up seeing the bunker is trying to hold the line, but of course, when you're a good old mech army, you don't really have too many Marines to hold the line for very long. The Liberators are coming on forward, and it does seem like, well, Liberators get sieged up and picked off very quickly.
Yeah, one gets biled down there, didn't quite get the other one, but is picking off a Cyclone. That's fantastic. Getting up the high ground again to bile down that Liberator. Takes 3 biles to get it, so those two don't do the job. They don't cut the mustard. The Liberator still is fine here for TY, and he is holding on, but what I really don't like for TY at the moment is that he hasn't built a single SCV in a long time. He took a lot of SCV damage there, and I think he's under the false impression that he's like, oh, my economy's still okay. It's really not. TY needs more SCVs. There's that production again, but like we've just mentioned a few times in this cast, every second counts, and those seconds of not building SCVs means that the Zerg is getting further and further and further ahead. We have a maxed out Zerg against a just over 100 supply Terran.
Yeah.
And if you Luca D supply, it is not lying. This is very, very good for the Zerg and very, very bad for Terran.
Absolutely. Well, Cyclones do find the Nidus Swarm, so that's going to delay this attack by at least a little bit now, as it does get picked off. And finally, TY has finished up those gas gases, but, I mean, it has been a gas-starved Terran for quite a bit of time now, and only having one worker on a lot of these gas gases is really going to hurt. That actually could make the difference in allowing TY to get up enough production and start dealing with this, but... well, entire army's in the main base, and might be able to catch these roaches, but what about the Nidus Swarm this time?
Yeah, Nidus is going to get up the field. And the Cyclones, I mean, there's so many Cyclones here, and they're locking onto things, and they will eventually kill whatever unit they lock onto, but that is just... way too many roaches.
Oh, well, I mean, Cyclones, they're doing a nice job at least keeping a distance. I mean, in the meanwhile, the roaches are killing all the production. I do actually think the roaches might end up all falling here at the cost of the Terran production.
Yeah. I mean, the roaches are, like I said, if you lock on a roach, it will go down as long as you get that lock on damage there, and the Cyclone lives the whole time during that attack. But he is losing a lot of production here. There are a couple of factories by that natural of TY, but TY's been knocked down to 29 workers. Limmery, still 60 workers. So many roaches, these Cyclones, my god. God, I love the people of Starcraft. You just don't know, dude. You just don't know.
No predictions here, man. No predictions here. The roaches all finally do end up falling. The Nidus Swarm is still up with only 4 roaches actually loaded up on the inside. A few roaches also rallying across the map and, you know, passing by a couple of Hellions. And a little bit
orbital.
Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, that third base is very vulnerable right now.
Wait, where are these roaches? Oh, the other nice one.
Yeah.
There's a nice one. There's a nice one on both sides of the gold minerals here, so he can actually go on either side of the map that he wants.
Yeah.
These roaches at that third base are going to get taken down by the Cyclones, but of course that means that if Luminary wanted to be very annoying, can actually just hit the main again with those roaches from the other Nidus Worm.
Yeah, that could be a huge, huge problem, but I mean, at this point, yes, it's technically a 3-base Terran. Technically. But is it really when you're on 29 workers?
Yeah, it is just 3 bases in the most technical sense.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, Lumery actually is mining pretty healthily, has a fresh base as well, is up at 60 workers, which is definitely not too shabby, and is actually getting a burrow. I really like that decision. I mean, your opponent's hurting economically. You know what they really don't want to have to do? Scan to kill your roaches.
Right, yeah, that's actually really clever from Lumery to do that. It's not something I would have thought of, but good stuff. Yeah, that's extremely hard for a Terran to deal with burrowed roaches. You know, you don't even have a tech lab starport, so you can't make a Raven right now. You can make turrets, I suppose, but, you know, dealing with burrowed roaches is actually something you just don't have the ability to do here.
Well, Ravager Corrosive Biles are zoning out some of the Cyclones, but Cyclones, I mean, I've got to hand it to TY. They're doing a great job with a lot of the Cyclone micro and just keeping them alive, getting those lock-ons, pulling back. He's used to that battle mech, but unfortunately, I think numbers are just prevailing here, Maynard.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like the Zerg had to have had this one numbers-wise. Credit where credit is due. TY's been getting every single drop of viability here from these Cyclones. They have been keeping him alive for the most part. Then, oh no, lifts it, but he can bile it down and actually finish off his command center. Their SCVs are trying to repair, but they're left exposed to the Roaches. The Cyclones are also getting killed at the same time. They're getting muscled back to the high ground. The third actually does live. The Zerg's going to try and pick off these Cyclones here, which are just out-microing the Zerg units a little bit, but now he's on creeps. The Zerg units have a little bit more speed.
Oh my god. Every drop of value out of those Cyclones, man. Every drop of
value, every single flake, every single nugget of value that these Cyclones present to themselves. He's getting every single bit.
Yeah.
He's losing a lot of SCVs though. Still a 40 worker deficit for the Terran.
He's actually not mining. Like the mineral income you can see is stuck at 653 minerals. This is potential. Okay, we have a few units being produced, but that is, I think, actually the way that the kill move happens finally.
Now, I have been burned already in this cast about 20 times by making a call, but I was about to say, I think this might actually be GG here, as Limmery gets the victory there.
And that's going to be a victory for Eagleview, and that means that we have a tied up series once again, 2-2. We're going to an ace match.
We certainly are.
Hot damn.
Hot damn.
All right. Well, Maynard, it is an ace match if it is a best of 5. But is it a best? It is a best of 5.
It is a best of, yeah. let's dot our I's and cross our T's here.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
And our lowercase J's.
Well, here we are. We're moving on to Nightshade for our next game. And this is going to be the ace match, which, if you guys are not familiar with kind of the way that Pro League format works, effectively you submit your lineup against your opponent kind of blindly, and then each player is playing on a particular map, and then that ace match is the one time you can actually resurface your star ace players. And that's good. We're going to be seeing right here as we move on to Nightshade. And these are the two players that were picked out by the respective teams. We're going to have down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, representing, I believe, Microsoft, it is Rainier. Oh, no, sorry. No, it's Eagleview. It's Eagleview. Yeah. They swapped the colors, damn it.
It's the other team.
I know.
That they're representing. Yeah,
Eagleview.
Yep. And in the top left here, representing Microsoft, just as he did in Game 1 in Eternal Empire, he's back again. It is Dafu. Gosh
darn it. I trusted the colors. I was like, you know what?
That's okay.
Microsoft has been red in all of these games. And then this game they changed it. Oh well. I'll live.
You will live.
This will not, in fact, kill me.
This will not. Yeah. No one in the history of anything has died from this situation that you're talking about. Everyone's alive so far. That's experienced what you're experiencing.
Did you ever read the Darwin Awards when you were a kid?
The Darwin Awards?
The book? Do you know about that?
I didn't read the book, but I am aware of the concept of the Darwin Awards, and I have sent out some awards in my brain to people that I've met. Yes.
For those who don't know, the Darwin Awards is in my mind, it was always a book. Maybe it exists in some other sense as well, but basically it was just a compilation of incredibly stupid ways that people have removed their presence from the earth. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it would be.
You know what I never noticed? When this particular model of the drone is attacking, unfortunately it's not attacking anymore, but it actually makes a buzzsaw sound when it attacks.
Yeah.
I never noticed that.
The simulant drones and the simulant buildings also have a different sound when they build, like they finish building. I've also noticed recently, where they have like this mechanical sort of whirring splat. I don't know. I wish I could take back what I just said just now, but that is actually what it sounds like to me. Like I'm using a bunch of descriptive terms here to try and describe the sound of a simulant building getting built, but the skins do have a different sound pack on them. That's really cool. Good little bit of polish there from Blizzard, known for their polish.
Yeah, it was a really good war chest, I think. A lot of people really enjoy the simulant Zerg skin. We got the, of course, hatchery finished on up over here. The Reaper's getting some nice damage, but not quite able to get any of these drone pickoffs, as we end up seeing Rainier. Of course, these are going to be the two players from each respective team that are probably a little bit higher in the MMR, because this is, again, when you tend to send out your kind of big guns to try and clinch in that final match. But we have a couple of extra barracks being thrown down over here from Defu. This is pretty much what he did in TVT.
Yeah, and similar to TVT, this is just a lot of production for 2 bases. Like, as Terran, you definitely can get the second and third barracks up a little bit later with the 2 bases, but you need to have a lot more SCVs than this. It's going to be hard for Defu to afford all these facilities at the start. So it's actually one of those things where I think Defu could make this sort of build happen, but maybe like order things a little bit differently. You know what I mean? Like get that second and third barracks like after maybe like 30 odd SCVs, after you've started to wall off your natural a little bit, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, does he get up, he just gets up a second tech lab also on one of the barracks to get up a fast combat shield as well, or does he get up the reactors quickly? No, he's actually just producing Marines, wow. Huh.
Yeah, that's the thing when you go for this, is that like we're seeing 5 production facilities, but we're only seeing 3 Marines in production in Stim.
Yeah.
You just can't afford the starport and the factory at the same time, or vice versa.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, well, Reaper will finally get picked off over here and shut down that map vision from the Terran player. And when you go for this kind of opening, you don't have the usual Hellions to control creep spread, to push back your opponent, to try and poke and get some drone kills and stuff. And that does mean that Rainier, who's making a bunch of Lings to usually deal with a bunch of those Hellions popping out, well, they're going to have to find some other use.
Yeah, I mean, counterattacking right now, as Rainier can see himself with his own 2 eyes, has an Overlord in front of that natural. Counterattacking now would be a mistake. I like that he's getting just another, he's just making nothing but drones right now, still making queens, but also teching up, getting the Evo Chamber and the Bailey Nest, just to basically go into the mid game a little more comfortably. I like this a lot from Rainier. So far, I think both players are doing pretty wonderful with what they have.
Yeah. Overlord pops on in, is going to scout out quite a bit over here and sees those first 2 medevacs popped on out. Bit of a supply block on that next medevac. The supply depot is pretty close to finishing, so Defu should have that in a few seconds. But the medevac's not actually loading up any of these Marines to move across the map just yet. Does mean Rainier knows, okay, I got a little bit more time.
Yeah, and he also knows that medevacs exist, something that he didn't know before. So he's seeing the medevacs, he's just like, oh, I'm about to be dropped. He's sending out Lings here for some map vision to try and see which angle the medevacs are coming from. Like, are they going to the main? Are they going to the third? Very important to know. And if Rainier is paying attention to the minimap, I believe he should be able to catch these medevacs in the middle of the map with that middle Ling. Yes. So you look at the minimap, you're like, aha, there's those medevacs. So it looks like they're on a beeline to the natural, and Rainier's army, I was going to say, should move to intercept. Yeah, there it is. So getting all these Lings together, he's staying on creep. This is all the right things to do as a Zerg.
Oh, I love the bait and switch scan in the main base, which also might just be for some scouting information, but you see that scan in the main, you're thinking, oh, maybe they're going to drop my main base. But now, of course, Defu is going to move into the natural. And the Lings are actually a little bit out of position, maybe expecting that they would have dropped out on the low ground to clean up some creep first or something.
Yeah, potentially. Unfortunately for the Zerg, a lot of the Marines have actually unloaded from those medevacs, but fortunately for the Zerg, they've loaded back up into the medevacs. So I really feel like Defu could have gotten a little bit more there with that drop. If the Zerg lets all your Marines come out of the medevacs, a good number of Lings actually cannot handle it anymore. You need the Queens there as well, and also potentially Banelings. We actually have a push out from Defu. He's going for a big ground push with these medevacs to actually strengthen it on the front line. This is actually quite deadly, man. These Marines have got stim, and those 9 Banelings are being made for Rainier. They're not here yet, and he doesn't have a Baneling speed.
Yeah, there's no combat shields just yet, so these Lings and these Banelings are going to be able to really pack a punch against the Marines, especially if you don't load up in time. The Siege Tank is unsieged, but it doesn't get picked up in time.
Yeah, there was an empty medevac there to pick it up, but it was a little bit slow on the uptake. And the Queens pushed back the Terran and also dropped some creep on the low ground as well. So it looked very dangerous there for Rainier, but thankfully Defu made a couple errors, and that's allowed the Zerg to remain in a pretty good spot here, getting a big round of 11 drones. Very greedy from Rainier, but I actually don't hate it. I think that as long as he can handle this drop, then he'll get away with this.
Yeah, single Ling also poking away at that SCV that was building the third base, forces a cancel with just a single Ling, and it's going to delay things. I don't even see the third base being restarted. I think Defu is actually maybe just turning this into a 2-base all-in.
I mean, it's looking more and more like it. This is the kind of production you would have on 2 bases to be all in. He's catching those drones, but again, he is pretty deep on creep, and killing through 3 drones is not winning the game. Those Lings and Banelings, just units that he can't deal with. Does pick off a Baneling with 1 Marine each, so that's really nice. If you can get a Marine to pick off a Baneling, it's always going to be good for you as Terran. And Defu is continuing to rally out more Marines. I actually feel like Defu could be, you know, respecting these Ling Banelings a little bit more, but maybe going for Widowmines instead of tanks, because a good number of Ling Bane actually just overwhelms an army like this, especially if it's on creep.
Yeah, unless you have some really, really amazing micro. And okay, we're starting to see the running away from the Marines. Starting to split up those Marines. I mean, definitely not too bad of a split so far, but unfortunately there is still just overwhelming numbers there.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much from the Zerg. The Zerg has also managed to go up to, you know, 60-odd workers, which isn't a, you know, not the end game worker count that you want as a Zerg, but certainly a lot more than the Terran, who not only hasn't gotten a third base, but hasn't made any SCVs after saturating the main and the natural. The third is just going to be made now, but, you know, the Terran has not been doing the, what do you call it, the foundational sort of regular Starcraft play of just consistently building workers.
Yeah. It's just been a lot of army supply coming on out. Finally, a third base does get started here for Defu, but I do think it's more of a I need to get it because the game didn't end and I lost a lot of my army for my big 2-base all-in. Like, you don't have another choice. You're gonna mine out your main base soon enough. Ugh, this is a really, really tough spot for Defu, but you know, if there's one way a Terran player can come back in a game where they're at a really big economic deficit, it's actually not just to SCV up yourself, it's to reduce your opponent down to the number of workers you have.
Yeah, I mean, I do really love the double drop here from Defu. There's one thing that you can guarantee is that a player at this level is going to have a hard time dealing with two things at once. Because one of the most powerful things about Zerg at this level is just being able to have your army in a big clump of Ling Bane and just have them roll into one thing at a time on creep. As we can see, the Zerg is splitting up his forces, though. Rainier showing us that he actually can do exactly as I mentioned. And the Baneling's dealing with the Marines down the third base. He loses very little workers, and he cleans up the drop to the north side as well, or rather forces it to lift up and get out of there.
Yep, even a queen over here to pick away at that medevac. If it tries to stick around for too long, the medevac is actually dancing very, very close to that queen, funny enough, and not really afraid.
And this medevac in the middle map actually going to go down to a Hydras there. Oh, speaking of which, more Hydras, full medevac.
It's unloading. Marines are just going to end up going down, and the medevac also gets picked off. The Banelings roll straight to the Marines. Oh no, it's a disaster.
It is a disaster. Oh my goodness. And now it's Hydra Ling Bane, which is just going to complicate things here for the Terran. But, you know, if it's just Ling Bane, those medevacs are usually going to be pretty safe to just fly around the map, but now it's decidedly less so. Defu is getting a fusion core now, and I think the intention here is to maybe get out some ranged liberators. But I don't think the Zerg actually needs to go to Hive Tech here. I think that just going like very heavy on the lair production and overwhelming the Terran could actually just seal the deal. Oh no, a full medevac nearly flying over Hydras, but it does pull back, realizing that the third is under pressure here. The Lynx streaming on in. This is no planetary, no units down here at the third base really any more at all. The medevac's flying into some Hydras here. They go down. Defu, is he going to go down right here?
I think it's looking very, very likely right now, Maynard. So many Hydras are still left alive. Rainier is pouncing on forward, and Microsoft's Defu at the ace match looks like he is getting pushed further and further back. SCV is being pulled off the line and nearly tripled in supply totals. This is brutal, and you know, when SCVs are fighting Banelings, Maynard doesn't usually go too well.
Yeah, you know that when you pulled SCVs to fight the Banelings that you've messed up, that something went wrong for you at some point in this game. Oh, poor Defu, man. He had such a game one, such a great game one where he dominated his opponent, but Rainier coming back and winning it for the Eagle View.
Yeah.
I was going to say Eagle, and I just wanted to make sure I got the last name correct. Is it Eagle View? Well played, Eagle View. They actually get the victory after being down one map in the series at the start, so that was a cool comeback from them.
Yeah, really, really well done, and congratulations to them, of course. Now, that does mean that we finish up our next series, and of course, because this is going to be a little bit of a longer day than we expected, we are just going to go to a short break really, really fast and get that next series loaded on up. That's going to be the Red Hatlings facing off versus the new Nerds on the Block, aka Team Red Hat versus Nerd Block. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you check out and thank Toby from Shopify for sponsoring the CEA, putting up all that scholarship money for the CEA Collegiate series. As those players, I think one of our admins put it really, really well, that getting first place in the CEA Collegiate series is pretty much more money than getting second place in the GSL in terms of scholarship money. So, you know, not bad, not bad. Thank you, Shopify. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the CEA. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into our next game in our next series over here for the CEA. It is going to be the Red Hatlings facing off versus the new Nerds on the Block. And of course, Red Hatlings, pretty indicative in the name. This is going to be Team Red Hat. And new Nerds on the Block is actually Nerd Block and I think Nerd Street Gamers. So we're going to be seeing some people from Cheesadelphia playing today. Should be fun.
We are indeed. And as from what you told me, Chelsea fan is the observer of the Cheesadelphias.
Yes, he does observe pretty much every single Cheesadelphia, which is super duper cool. Even observed the most recent online Cheesadelphia that happened. So looking forward to it. But we do have down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, the Red Hatlings player Nitrous, who's a Diamond League Terran, I think.
All right. A PVT. I think we haven't seen any PVTs yet. In fact, have we seen a Protoss yet? I feel like we have not.
Yeah, you might actually be right.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Good call.
So I don't want to call out Microsoft and Eagle View for racism, but where's that diversity, guys? We want to see some Protoss players on that team for the next seasons.
Need to see some diversity hires. It's like, okay, look,
some diversity hires
in those interviews. Look,
now,
are you a Protoss?
I know you can't code and you're no good at project management, and also you don't get along with anyone in the office, but you do play Protoss, so you're hired. Get on board. We need to round out that roster for the CEA.
All right. Well, Chelsea fan, of course, a Protoss player in Masters League, so definitely a pretty strong player and a good first person to actually field. And it looks like we do have a little bit of chat happening.
Oh, good. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I know, right? My favorite part of any of these. You know what the worst part is also? Is that it's people from Nerd Street who know better as they run tournaments. What are these two SCVs doing, by the way?
I don't know. I mean, there is Stim and Marauders being made back at home, so I'm guessing proxy barracks or maybe a proxy factory. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be proxy barracks. Yeah.
This is actually like one of the.
Thank you, Zip.
God. I know, Zip is amazing.
Red Hat Zip.
I love it.
Red Hat does not run tournaments.
Yeah.
So that is just shame on Nerd Street, guys.
Shame on Nerd Street, the folks that I work with very often. I love you guys. But this is actually like one of my nightmare builds to face off against. Chelsea fan is going to come in over here, sees the tech lab. With seeing the first Marauder, usually you can kind of determine sort of what's going on. But here's the thing, Maynard. The way that you deal with 1 racks of Marauders with an expansion versus 3 racks Marauders or Marines is so different.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, with that probe from Chelsea fan, who is Masters Protoss, as you mentioned, I think you see 1 barracks with 2 bases with that probe, and you go, oh, something's out on the map, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, this is just too little production for the Terran to be real. So these shield batteries definitely the right call, but there does need to be a little bit more production from Chelsea fan, and absolutely needs Marauders here.
Yep, and wow, it's going to be 2 reactors that are proxied over here on the top side of the map. So the number of Marines are just going to be growing on the north side, and at home it's literally going to be only Marauders. That is the only unit that's going to exist at home for Nitrous.
Yeah, Chelsea fans actually trying to jump up into tier 3 robotics tech here on 2 Nexus, which I think is really good, honestly, against a committed 3 racks play. I'm just a little bit worried about how quickly that 3 racks is going to hit the Protoss and whether or not there actually is going to be any Colossi or Disruptors out. Weirdly enough, Nitrous is not going across the map yet. I feel like this needs to be hitting like now for it to be effective.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? Because the reactors do take a long time to build. So when is enough when have enough Marines come out, or are you just relying on the parade push style of this, you think?
I mean, I think you hit with the stim timing, and then you take a third. It's usually how I would do the 3 racks, because it's not. It is something that can be an all-in, especially if you go like double upgrades or something like that, or you know, hit with +1 a lot earlier. But I do a 3 racks play in TVP quite often. And it's normally a macro build just with a sharp attack timing. Obviously, there's no medevac support or anything like that, so the stim is very committed, and the Marauders are very expensive. So, Yeah, you want to surprise your opponent with like, ha, here I am with a lot of bio that's just overwhelms their position.
I wish I had player cameras for the few moments that just passed, where the Phoenix comes in and sees one barracks at home, and now the Zealot moves in and sees the entire army on the north side. And now Chelsea fans gonna, throw down another pylon to power these shield batteries. The Immortal's gonna help out a lot. The robotics bay has not been utilized. The first disruptor is on the way, though. We'll see if it even gets a good hit or even comes into play.
Chelsea having spent a lot of time here is going to lose quite a bit to these stim units. Now, the Marauder count is usually dealt with by Immortals, but the shield batteries do go down. The Stalker's also standing and fighting there. Nitrous setting in those bunkers, which are out of range of the natural, but they do have a nice position for his bio to run back into when they're a little bit damaged. Oh, getting a lot of probe kills here as well. Chelsea fans starting to bleed out quite a few resources.
This is really starting to hurt, and that Immortal has gotten so few shots off during these fights. Unfortunately, it was backed up behind all the Stalkers, but now the SCV is being taken care of, most of the Marines being taken care of. It looks like Chelsea fan will defend, but at what cost, Maynard? 26 workers remain.
That's right. The cost is, I'm going to tell you what the cost is, Fear Dragon. The cost is 2,200 minerals and 200 gas, thanks to the units lost.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was the 22 probes that died in the making of that defense there. Well, 21, the other one that died at the beginning of the game. The Disruptor is out now for Chelsea fan, and what I would love to see from Chelsea fan is Prism speed and a Prism. I would actually love that right now. I think just getting a fast Prism with a Disruptor in it is something that the Terran is going to find extremely hard to deal with, because the entire army of the Terran is out on the map. Entire army. Yeah. And even Chelsea fans sees that with the Observer. Sees the proxy and is like, oh, okay. Yeah. Oh. I think the Colossus is the correct call because of the amount of Marines. But I still would have liked it, man.
No, I know. You know what? I'm totally with you, because I see this moment where the Disruptor moves just to the right of this little rally point here from Nitrous on the north side, and it fires off that Disruptor ball at maximum range, and you just nail a ton of these Marines in kind of a location that normally these would be maybe behind some supply depots or something inside the natural of Nitrous in a slightly more secure position. I do feel like there's some opportunities for some really good Disruptor hits on the units in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Disrupt is definitely an ARA unit that can deal with an army like this, but it's like reliant on your opponent making a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like the Dark Shrine.
That's the way I play Maynard, is I rely on my opponent's mistakes. Okay, well, I do agree the Dark Shrine can get some nice damage done, and you know what's actually really annoying is if your entire army is out in the middle of the map, you don't actually have too much army to quickly rally back in to defend your mineral lines.
This is so incredibly committed from Nitrous. Look at how wide open his infrastructure is. Like, there's nothing at home in the natural. There's a bunker, which is like, you know, it has the intention of being a defensive structure, but it's not really, without anything inside of it, is a defensive structure. Third base has been put on location, no punishment. The Protoss is playing very scared here. Chelsea fan is so afraid of doing anything across the map. Is just so afraid of a follow-up attack. I mean, with the Observer, there is a big bio army being made here running the map, and Chelsea fan just intends to deal with it. But I still feel like you could just grab a DT or two and send them across the map here. I really wish that I really want these two DTs to be sent across the map.
I hope so.
Hell yeah, Chelsea fan.
Okay, looks like he's gonna do it, and oh man, this is such a funny looking army too from Nitrous, because we're heading to almost the 9-minute mark. No sign of a starport or a medevac. This is just pure raw firepower of Marines and Marauders, and even a few siege shanks, or one siege shank mixed in. This is a really brutal attack, but remember, it does also have not a whole lot of sustainability to it.
The other unfortunate thing for here for Chelsea fan is that there hasn't been constant pro production as well. Like, it's another one of those situations where one player has been consistently building workers and the other one hasn't. So there's like 60. Oh my god! That Disruptor just killed 25 units.
Maynard, hold me!
I wish I could, but the COVID.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
There's DTs in doing a lot of damage too. Guess what? He scans it, but there's no units. I mean, there's barely any units to even deal with it.
Yeah, 2 Marines and Marauder show up, but you know, Fear Dragon, the DT can actually beat these units.
Yeah, it'll actually, the scan wears out. A second scan is used, but there's actually a DT at the third base as well.
Wowza woza. This is I mean, it's safe to say that Nitrous is being punished for this opening now from Chelsea fan. Took a little while for Chelsea fan to get there, but it is getting done. That +1 armor actually making these SCVs survive a swipe.
Yep.
But, oh, we got a GG from Nitrous.
Indeed. And
Chelsea fan wins the game.
Yeah. New nerds on the block. Gonna take that one with a... You know, man, what would be the point that you feel like this game really shifted in balance?
Well, gee, Cocaster. I think it might have been that occasion when the Disruptor killed literally everything. Like I said, I was like, the Disruptor can defend against this, but it relies on your opponent making a mistake. Well, Nitrous made a mistake. Polar Buyer walked straight into some one-shot splash damage.
Yeah, that would do it.
And that was one of the most spectacular Disruptor shots I've seen since the introduction of the Disruptor 5 years ago.
God, yeah. And I want to note that Disruptor shot, I think, came out right as the DTs also were running in, so there may have been like this moment where you ended up seeing like, oh no, we need to scramble for a defense or something over here. And then you kind of see, oh, okay, there was a Disruptor right as I looked away. Well, that's peachy. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
as someone that's been playing Terran for a long time, and the Disruptor has definitely stolen some games away from me, I know what that feels. I can't say I've quite lost that many units to a single Disruptor shot yet, but that is yet. You know, there's a lot more games ahead of me here.
All right. Well, guys, we are going to be moving into game number 2 as we confirm the player teams and get ready to move into the next game. Yeah. All right. So we are going to be starting down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, top of the teal Protoss player. It is Q2, who's going to be representing the new nerds on the block.
Oh, yeah. And at the top right here in the red, this is Zip, who is representing the Red Hatlings and is actually branding correctly here by spawning as red, just like the last Red Hatlings player.
Yeah, and not only that, has the clan decal of an actual Zergling with a red hat.
Oh my god, I've just realized it.
So adorable.
That's so adorable.
That's one
and
of my
I actually
favorites.
have that Carbot Ling as well, I believe.
Yeah, I do too.
But it doesn't have a red hat.
You could give it a red hat, though, if you wanted. Yeah. Okay, well, right now we do have Q2, of course, sitting up 1-0 with new nerds on the block, doing pretty well so far. But I will note, I think this might be a little bit more of a lower league game for one of these teams. Just
I did see a bronze portrait on the loading screen.
I did also see a bronze league portrait. And well, you know what? We'll leave it for the viewers to discover which one it is for a little bit of suspense. The other player was unranked. So I will say I'm not sure if this is going to be even match or what. But for now, I will say that Q2 is doing a Reaper wall-off against a Zerg, which gives me a little bit of a scare.
That does indicate that maybe Q2 could be a random player, or could just not have played much StarCraft or much PvZ just yet. Because I mean, for all you guys out there, remember you're brand new to StarCraft, or you're one of the guys from these wonderful companies tuning in to cheer on your teams, and you're a little bit newer to the game. Whether you play or not, the Zerg have a unit called the Zergling, and it comes out very early. In fact, 4 of them are on the way right now. And if you don't wall off, well, that unit can really ruin your day, because it's so fast, and it really just kills probes so quickly.
Yeah.
And that's when walling becomes very important. And honestly, walling is one of those concepts that is a bit of a barrier entry, I feel, for new players, because it's hard to know how to wall off correctly as a Protoss.
Totally, 150%. And thankfully, StarCraft 2 has made that a lot easier than it was in Brood War, but it still can absolutely be a little bit daunting. Yes.
We have build grids, and the music and the structures, I want to say hitboxes or footprints, whatever you want to call them, make a lot more sense in StarCraft 2, whereas in Brood War, it's like, depending on where it is on the map, and also depending on which angle you come at the structure, it has a different size.
Yes. And you can have two, like, for example, 2 gateways directly adjacent to each other. Zealots and Dragoons can just walk straight on through. It's like, that didn't do anything.
I played Protoss in Brood War, and I mean, revisited it recently when the we saw the Carbot Ling there on the main hatchery when the Carbot skin pack came to Brood War. I did some ladder.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I remember this game, and F10'd out. It's just like, because I was just like, I'm like, okay, the Dragoons still don't do what I ask, even though they are adorable. And these completely cutest lings I've ever seen in my whole life are just destroying me.
Yeah.
So,
oh
yeah.
no, I'm a little bit worried right now for Q2. Q2 is chronoing out one stalker with 3 more queued up, but unfortunately, you can only make 1 at a time out of that, and still no wall. This really, really does look like too many lings for this one stalker to take.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I mean, even the Stalker first is a unit that's not really what you want against Zerg. This is definitely like, it looks like Q2 thinks that they're playing a Terran player. Like, the opening for Q2, I actually think is very solid against the Terran. It's just unfortunate that the Zerg's shown up with a bunch of lings who surround that Stalker, and there is a Zealot on the way, which obviously is a lot better against the lings, but it's just another one of those rock hard play situations where the Zip can actually kill another Stalker here if Zip wanted to. He's all positioning the lings in the main base here.
Yeah, maybe
Hopefully not being a naughty boy.
No.
Hope he's not flexing there.
I'm sure a little bit of an accident there, as Lair is also on the way, and
I mean, that is a dead Stalker. He should be killing that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lings win that one, so. Okay, well, looks like we have a 4th base on the way here for Zip, so Zip is going to take dear sweet time making this happen. But yeah, I mean, this is actually, you know, sometimes you do have some of the newer players or something to StarCraft. That's actually one thing I really do appreciate about, like, CEA and that kind of stuff, is that you do have that opportunity to get some other friends and stuff involved. And
yeah, hell yeah.
I love that.
I mean, losing in a game never really feels good, ever, even if it's a big level difference. But it's one of those things that you need to, like, I mean, put it this way: StarCraft is going to make an honest gamer out of you, and you need to be okay with the fact that you're going to lose.
Yes.
You know, if you lose a game of StarCraft and tap out after losing a game of StarCraft, you're missing out on so much fun. Like, this game is really, when you start winning StarCraft games, I've never, you know, in my 30-odd years of being on this planet, I've never experienced something quite like the feeling of winning a StarCraft game. It's just, it feels so much more rewarding than anything I've ever done as far as gaming goes on a computer. So these lings here from Zip are finally getting into the battle and actually suicide themselves into the Stalker and the Zealots. And I feel like Zip is going to try his best to make Q2 actually quit StarCraft for good by making Swarm hosts here. Instead of winning with those initial lings, which I feel like he honestly probably could have, he's going to make a bunch of Swarm hosts and shows Q2 one of the most frustrating units to deal with as a Protoss player.
Yep, I am with you on that one. This is going to be a bit tough to deal with because the Swarmos are one of those units where you just get wave after wave of free units to continuously do damage, and it takes a lot of skill and effort to try and deal with those Swarmos, and a lot of really, really crisp timings to try and hit at the correct moment when the Swarmos are on cooldown. I'm just a little bit afraid that Q2 is going to be struggling against that kind of style, especially with...
Yeah,
well,
there's just...
Oh my god, you know what I just realized, Maynard?
What?
Warpgate Technology is finished researching. But Q2 is not told or has not realized that if you continue to queue up units...
Oh, you're right.
You've queued too many units. Q2.
Oh, Q2 many... Oh, I get it. Yeah, nice. Unfortunately, that is, queuing is something that we're going to have to talk to Q2 about for future games.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money that's not being spent right now. That's only in queue.
Yep.
And in come the Swarm hosts. And this, honestly, like, Q2 cannot deal with these Swarm hosts. This is just something that compositionally not set up for.
Yeah.
These Swarm hosts are something that's just, as a unit on themselves, are going to be firing out locusts wave after wave after wave, and if you don't have splash damage and if you don't have a tanky sort of static defense, you are just going to lose things to these Swarm host waves.
Yeah. Warpgate finishes and it gets picked off.
Warpgate.
Oh no.
Yeah,
we hardly
it's
knew
an unfortunate game for Q2 here. It's a big level difference. Apparently, it's down into 3/2 against the Bronze 2. So.
Yes, that would definitely do it.
That is a big difference in level.
Yeah.
So actually, you know, as frustrating as this can be to look at as a viewer, this is just there is such a skill floor and skill ceiling for StarCraft 2 that it is just unfortunately one of those situations, a baptism of fire, if you will, for Q2. Every Zerg that Q2 faces on ladder will not be like this.
This is correct. Yes. After your placement matches, it is usually something that StarCraft is quite good at, is matching you up against relatively even level opponents.
And that's the cool thing about this game, is that it's 10 years old, but still has like hundreds of thousands of people that play ladder. And no matter what level you are, you hit that play button, you will find someone that's around your level. Like it's just, it's been able to do that since day one. Even the Blizzard developers, like we've gone to, you know, summits and that sort of thing, and just talked to Blizzard developers, just, you know, having drinks at a bar or something like that, or just socially over lunch or something. They've always been like, you know what, the player base of StarCraft 2 really never goes away. It's just always there. It never really dips ever. Even with like a brand new Blizzard game release, like when Overwatch was released, when World of Warcraft expansions came out, they were just like, nope, it's still there. Still laddering.
Okay, well, apparently we're going to drop Overlords, first foremost, into the main base.
Yep. I mean, Zip is just playing with his food here, right?
That's true.
It's being a bit of a naughty boy.
Yeah. What was your first StarCraft experience like?
My first ever StarCraft experience?
It was Brood War, right?
Like back in the day? Yeah, so Brood War when I was a teenager, I played... I mean, I tried to play 1v1s, but I was an Australian on a 14 4K modem.
You had all the red bars.
So I had the red bars and no one wanted to play with me. So I ended up doing ladder games with well, not ladder games, but just customs with my sister, who wasn't as good as I was. So I never really learned anything from her. I didn't really play a Brood War 1v1 in a LAN setting that was actually like with someone that was similar level to me until I played at a LAN. Where I actually went there to play a Quake tournament, and we had Brood War installed, and we wanted to, like, in downtime while the bracket was catching up, play Brood War.
Yeah. That's definitely I think a common kind of story where people don't really get involved into it until a little bit later on. But okay, I think this might be the big finale.
I do believe so. An explosive finale, if you will.
Yeah.
So Bailing's rolling in with a bunch of lings, and this is going to be it for Q2. Apparently, is a little bit of a backstory here. Before you guys call Zip nasty words, he wanted to let Q2 play a little bit before driving down the nail. I mean, there is such a difference here between Diamond 2 and Bronze 2. Like, Bronze is the very, 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 very first league in StarCraft. So lots to learn, lots to grow for Q2. But you know what the cool thing is about being lower level if you're a Bronze player or a Q2 and you're watching this cast? The cool thing is that even though it looks rough and you look at the game, you're like, wow, that wasn't close. That's really brutal. Poor guy. You improve so quickly when you're in Bronze. And if you just try and do something like, I'm going to learn a build order. I'm going to try and learn what these structures mean. If you do that, if you put like an hour or two to learn that, you will actually jump up so many leagues, and you'll get those promotion screens over and over and over again, because you will just level up so much from just doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you have some really great videos on that kind of stuff as well, of just like getting over ladder anxiety and getting used to getting onto the ladder like from start to finish. So go check out Maynard's YouTube if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff. But I believe that does put us at a 0-2 or 2-0 lead right now for the new nerds on the block. So
yeah, those Nerd Street people just smacking around Red Hat at the moment, but they still have one life in the bank.
Indeed. And we'll see how it's going to be spent as we move into our next game here on Simulacrum in a best of 5. We're going to be starting over here on the top left-hand side of the map. I had to look at all the team names. I'm like, who's on what team? But thankfully, these guys actually have their clan logos on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be our wonderful new nerd on the block. It's going to be Faz.
And in the bottom right, holding up this entire tent with one peg remaining, it is Red Hat Cyril going for the 13-12.
All right.
I love it. I love it.
You know, do a little damage to one of my teammates. Shame on you. So I'm just gonna 13-12 you. There's no actual other follow-up there. There's just gonna get back at you. I like it. So now there is a high ground gateway as well over here from Nerd Street Gamers Faz. And that might be a little bit strange, because usually when you're 13-12 and stuff, you're hoping that you're going to be up against some kind of low ground expansion. You can get those lings in very quickly to pass a wall in. Not going to necessarily be the case over here if Faz decides to complete that wall in with a Cyber Core.
Yeah, it's very fortunate that Faz is getting that high ground wall in. This
Yeah.
13-12 really kind of it can just kill you if you go for a low ground pylon like most Protosses would against Zerg.
Well, Lings get immediately scotted over here by that probe that was making its way across the map. A secondary pylon behind the gateway. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, you do want to get up that Cyber Core and hold position that probe. Oh, okay. Forge? You know, I actually would not have even minded if the Forge was fully walling things off, but I guess this actually works as well. If you chrono the Zealot.
As long as the Zealot gets out, that's very dependent on that.
Okay, so the nice thing is that the probe can actually plant down a pylon and buy a little bit of time for that Zealot to actually plug up that wall.
Oh, excuse me. We've messed up the score, by the way.
Oh.
Zip was from Red Hat because he was a red player, right? So it's actually 1-1.
Oh, yes, you are correct. Oh my god. I'm actually super wrong on that.
Oopsie daisies.
Whoops. All right. Well, the
Lings
Lings
are still doing some very nice damage here.
They broke through. The probe did not get to plant on the pylon in time, and now both of the pylons are actually getting target fire down.
He's not producing anything.
Cannons. Oh no, none of the cans are going to be powered over here. Another pylon's getting started, but
Oh no.
Cyril realizes.
Already.
Yeah.
I think this is it already.
Oh man.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
Faz taps out, a little bit frustrated there from that game. Now we're going to have a lead for Red Hat.
Yes. Okay. That is correct.
Tournaments is hard, guys.
Yeah.
Casting tournaments is hard. Scoreboards are hard. Knowing the number of best ofs is also hard.
Yeah.
It's tough, guys.
I've got to, you know what? I'll take the full blame for this, unfortunately. So what happens is, to give you guys a little insight, what happens is that I have the series like picked out and everything, but I don't know who the players are until after I get the replays. And I get the replays after the broadcast has started. So between the breaks, I'm like frantically like, okay, write down the names of the players, and I wrote them down on the wrong side. So
nice.
Yeah, that's on me. That's very much on me. But
no, Peter Dragon, you're flawless.
I'm flawless.
Flawless.
Okay, I'm gonna clip that, send it to you next time that you criticize my play during a sub replay cast and all that stuff.
I criticize out of love.
This is true. This is true. Okay, well that's
you are actually, and I will say this without any kind of embellishment whatsoever. You are the only Protoss that plays the way you do that I love.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will take the compliment, even though it means a lot more when it's sarcastic, honestly.
It's not. No, I mean it.
No, it means more when it's sarcastic, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, good. And we're going to be moving into game number 4 as we start down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Top of the red Protoss player from Red Hat. It is Coda Darson. Sitting up 2-1.
Certainly is. And on the far left, I think I might know who this is. It is Big Joe Locks. Playing for Nerd Street.
Okay, well, for those who don't know, Joe is the organizer of Cheeseadelphia. He puts it all together. It's been his kind of a little love child baby for many a year at this point. Let's put a lot of love into the Starcraft scene.
And he is actually, he came into my chat one time and I pronounced his name correctly. And then I was going to say his name incorrectly on purpose.
Oh.
So I pronounced his name correctly as Joe Leguidice. And he gifted subs on my channel as a result. So he's a very generous guy if you can get his name correct. Yeah, but it's Joe Leguidice.
That's amazing.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one when you see the text for the first time and you're like, ooh, how do I tackle that one? But yes, it's Joe Leguidice.
For a long time, his Twitter handle was spelled Leguidice, but with a P at the beginning. And I think
Plugwidis.
Yeah, but I used to just call it. I just gave up on him, and I'm like, look, dude, I'm not saying that. I'm calling you Plagicide. He's like, that's not even close. I'm like, but it sounds pretty cool, right?
At that point, I'd be like, "What's your real name?" And he's like, "Joe." I'm like, "Okay, Joe."
What's your real name? It's like that's my actual last name. It's like, what's your real name? Joe.
Yeah, what's your real name? Stop messing with me. It's not Logwadice. No one's Logwadice.
Is this a full wall over here from Coda Darson? Or is that a little gap?
You know what? It is, I think.
Okay. A Zealot's also popping on out, so that I'm not used to seeing, but we do have a 2-gate opening with no Nexus. I smell some shenanigans.
This does feel shenaniganry, you know? These there is a Nexus on the way here for Coda Darson, so it's weird to see a 2-gate opener like this. First of all, with a Zealot. Second of all, full well on. Second of all, and third of all, a Nexus as well as all this. And fourth of all,
oh no, supply
no
block.
second pylon.
Oh no, you know what? I feel this pain because I've been there. I've been on the second pylon supply block.
Yeah,
is really painful.
I cast this happening to you, I think, when you were up against Nice, the Taiwanese pro gamer.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Where you missed that pylon.
That was great. Really close match.
Very close.
When I played that pro gamer.
Whenever we introduced Nice, we weren't bringing up his run at I Am Katowice and how he, got so many fans from his great PvP series against Hurricane. We were calling Nice the Fear Dragon Slayer to really give people the gravity of how good Nice is at StarCraft 2.
I thought you were just gonna say like we weren't bringing up the accolades of his amazing professional runs. We brought up the fact that his second pylon was on time.
No.
Yeah.
Your second pylon wasn't on time. Nice's pylons were very much on time. He never got supply blocked once. But he did beat you in a best of 3, which we thought was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the highlights of his career.
Yeah, he'll be telling his kids about that one.
Absolutely. Now, with the gold base over here for Big Joe Logs, this gets a little bit funky because with the Twilight Council and the fact that there's a full wall in, this really does indicate a lot of kind of signs that Protoss player wants to get a bit aggressive with Resonating Glaze being Chrono Boosted out and everything. And
this is the new hotness.
Joe, you went for the forward gold base. He's getting up a Roachborn and a Lair though, so maybe he's actually planning to halt workers already. Maybe he's actually just using the gold base for larva and maybe eventually getting some gold mining.
It is a little bit rough to get this gold and defend it, but Big Joe Logs with another creeps tumor move forward could actually connect his natural and his third with creep, and that's very important. There it is. Okay, there's that connection. First round of Adepts showing up at that gold though, and they're going to start peeling off some drones. This is going to be the first sign that Joe has that there are more Adepts than initially considered. If Joe just makes roaches here, I think he can be completely fine.
And it's just roaches on the way, but these Adepts do decide to cancel the shade. Funny enough, I actually think they were in a little bit of a choke point there, and they maybe could have made some magic happen, but they are getting so much damage done to this hatchery that it is burning. That doesn't usually happen to Zerg buildings, but with this skin, it does.
It does indeed, and that hatchery going down to Adepts is not good for the Zerg. Joe showing up with those Lings, a little bit late to the party. They will at least grab 2 of these units. Get us around on a third one there with the help of the Broodlings as well. Doesn't quite finish it off, though, as Joe's chasing those shades. Now, Joe actually should definitely remake that third somewhere else. Obviously, this is a rough start, but I actually feel like that the thing with this Adept build that Carson's doing right now, Darson rather, is doing right now, is it really kind of lets the Zerg, or even encourages the Zerg to an extent, to make a lot of roaches. Which means you need to be ready for the fact that those roaches might just go across the map. So there is possibility for Joe to make lemonade from these lemons, if you will. You know what I mean? And just use this big bowl of roaches to actually punish the Protoss for this. Yeah, your parents told you that, you know what, you have to go make that lemonade stand, and Joe was forced into it. And you know what? Sometimes you could just make a profit off of it. Make a little bit of money. Buy yourself a Nintendo 64. That's the way to do it. Apparently. Learning, you'd say. Dark Shrine is on the way, and this is a very common follow-up these days. Like you were saying, this is kind of like the meta thing for Protoss players to do. Yeah, it's either Dark Shrine or, strangely enough, a lot of Blink 1+1 Stalkers. I really like this from Coda Darson actually punishing Joe for having everything in one control group. He's going to go for the drop in the main base, but the Prism is right on top of a Queen, so... wow, that is a flex right there. That's saying, I'm in charge, I'm wearing the daddy pants. This is a power play here from Coda Darson, letting Joe know who's the top and who's the bottom in this series. Yeah, Adepts are going to shade into the natural. There's no units over there, so now these Adepts can actually go ham. They go after the Queen first. I mean, yeah, that's not drones, so Joe is getting like some luck here with the Adepts, but as soon as they turn on the drones, look at how those drones just melt. Oh no, Joe. Oh no. Joe, no. No, Joe. No, Joe. No, Joe. Yeah. Unfortunately, it does seem like that is going to be a bit of doom and gloom and disaster right now for good old Joe. But I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is about to come to an end, Fear Dragon.
It's looking
This
like
is
it.
a lot of damage.
It's hard to play StarCraft with only 6 work, 4 work, 3 work, 2 workers. It's hard to play StarCraft with 0 workers.
Zero. Yeah, it is tough. You know, I feel as Joe, you go for the F2A here. You know, you hit that F2 key, select all your roaches, click on the Protoss, and hope for the best.
No! Oh no, Maynard. Okay, there's enough resources for one Overseer, but if he makes the Overseer, I don't know that he can afford a drone.
I think you can make one Overseer and a drone.
Overseer is 100. Was it 125 minerals?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. And 75 gas, right?
Oh man, it's been a while.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
haven't played Zerg in a bit.
Well, he doesn't have an Overlord here, anyways. Ah!
Oh. I mean, he's going to get at least the Stalkers, but
Yeah.
yes, the DTs will eventually just stop this.
Oh no, but you just hold position this DT here. Oh wait,
Or
it's a
not.
full wall.
Oh yeah, it's a full wall. I forgot about that.
Oh
The
man.
full wall, dude. This is calculated.
Calculated.
Codedas is playing 4-dimensional chess right here.
I knew I was going to kill every single one of your workers.
I knew at the 8-minute and 30 mark that there would be a counterattack with Dark Templar. Then I could hold here thanks to my full wall in.
All
Checkmate,
right.
Big Joe Logs.
Well, the Red Hatlings are going to come out victorious, 3-1 in this best of 5. And wow, congratulations, the Big Joe Logs getting taken down, and we love him for his Cheesadelphias. We, you know, maybe Joe, maybe.
Yeah.
Practice a
We love
little-
him for his
practice a little more.
Cheesadelphias, and we appreciate him for his ZVP.
Exactly. Yes.
Mhm.
Of course, much love to Joe, and of course, all the players that got to play in the CEA Championship Series this week. That does conclude our 3rd match, and then we have one last match headed your way, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a best of 7 between Panda Bear Me and Riser. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the CEA Championship and Collegiate Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving into our last series of the day. This is going to be in the CEA Collegiate series, and this is going to be a fun one. From the round of 16 in the playoffs, the winner of this series is going to get to move on, but they got to win a best of 7 versus another pretty strong player. Both of these players are actually pretty strong. It's going to be Panda Bear Me and Riser. Some really quick stats just to show you guys and pump you all up for some of these cool things. And Maynard, I'm sharing my screen so you guys can see these as well. We got Panda Bear Me, American player, Zerg player who retired for a little bit, decided to become a content creator, but still stayed active, still staying in GM and still staying pretty good. Is facing off against Riser, who I do think is kind of the underdog coming into this, but he is a pretty talented Protoss player, has been on the up and up, was Masters for a long time, but has recently broken into that kind of GM level MMR, and has had a pretty sick run throughout the CEA thus far. And just in terms of match history and stuff, you guys see they have actually not gotten a chance to play against each other in a competitive series thus far. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things go. Maynard, do you want to just jump straight into the game?
I would love to jump straight into the game, Fear Dragon. That really is my fetish, is to get in a game one as soon as possible.
Right.
In the top left here, it's actually being represented by Icebound Esports. Icebound Esports?
Yeah.
Yeah, Icebound Esports. It is Riser.
And he will be playing for University of Six Falls. I think that's how you pronounce S-I-O-U-X. Six?
I always called it Sioux.
Sioux? Sioux Falls. All right.
I'm going to say, okay, we're going to look up the pronunciation.
Yeah,
here.
you do that, and I will.
This is a word that doesn't exist in my country. It does in yours, though, so I'm a little bit more embarrassed for you than for myself.
Well, it sounds like a French word, right?
Yeah, it's pronounced Sioux.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait, you introduced. Oh, you introduced Riser. Riser's from Indiana University. That one I knew. Down here in the bottom right, we have Panda Bear Me, who's from the University of Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls, yeah.
Soufflés.
Soufflés, that's
Yeah.
right. So, yes. And I don't... Sioux is a Native American tribe?
No, Sioux is a Korean StarCraft 2 player. He's a Zerg.
And also the host of WCS and now I'm Intel Extreme Masters.
This is true, yeah. And also a house owner now.
And hell yeah, I saw that. Congratulations there, Robin. I actually looked at Rise's account on Legalac a little bit. And I saw that he's actually had some pretty cool wins in the past. So obviously this is a PvZ, so the matchup isn't really there, but he's taken some maps off of some very strong players. In fact, a 2-1 against Silky back in March. That's a pretty sick result there to give him basically a little bit of chops in this matchup against Panda Bear Me.
Absolutely. And I think one thing about Riser's play that I really like about him is that there are absolutely a lot of pros players out there that kind of just stick with the meta and they rely on their execution and everything. And I think Riser can play standard for sure, but I really do love that I think he is capable of mixing in some really strange plays. Like, for example, for a long time, he was one of the first early believers and adopters of the big Blink DT memes.
Okay.
So, I mean, of course, you already know that I love him. But, yeah, I've seen him go for kind of interesting or diverse strategy sets, which I think can be a really key skill to have in a PvZ specifically. I think this is one of those matchups that really rewards you having a diverse set of strategies to throw at your opponent.
Well, I mean, for a wild Protoss, this is the least wild opening.
Yeah, I know, right?
Opening here. And it is going to be Oracle first, not Phoenix first. So at least it's like the more aggressive style of the Stargate opening. That Ling's going to get into the main base, though, for Panda Bear Me and get all the information, like literally all of it. Everything Protoss related has been scouted by the Zerg.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, Riser's handed everything over except for his social security number, which could be coming in the next scout. But for now, I mean, the Stargate also reveals whether or not it's an Oracle or a Phoenix based on the outline that it has. Actually, you know, it's not showing the outline right now. That's so strange.
Yeah, that is a bit weird.
Usually you see a little, like a little 3D model of the unit that's coming on out.
Yeah, that might be a replay bug.
I'm hoping it's a replay bug, yeah. I'll assume it's a replay bug.
I've never played a game and actually like scouted a Stargate and not been able to see what unit it is.
Yeah. One kind of nice thing is that I think you can still tell based on like how far these little blue things are going that it's not like a Void Ray or something or a Phoenix. You might be able to tell on the size, yeah.
You know,
What?
it'd be nice for like just
The Taiwanese
players
Protoss
that
player?
don't like losing. Yeah. It would be cool if like the WCS game heart thing was like in game, so you
Mm,
could just see like the unit's icon on the structure.
yeah. You know, I've actually heard people suggest that before as well. And ooh, 2 probes going down. I guess maybe some lings stuck on in. Yeah, 6 lings actually stuck on into the natural and managed to kill 2 probes. Not bad.
Yeah, this means it's pretty worth it for Pan and Me. Not only just because it's a bit of probe damage, but also gets the scout off and sees what the tech of the Protoss is, and whether there's an army being pulled back there, what the gateway, like what the wall-in looks like, is there a third nexus, all that stuff's important. Oracle's getting a little bit of a run by there, but one of them getting very low, down to 22 hit points. But luckily, Ryza has been doing the more important thing, which is keeping these Oracles alive, even though they are a bit damaged.
Indeed. And third base is going to be taken. Now, those Oracles staying alive, like you said, is going to be really nice for the Oracles to just defend against any kind of Ling counterattacks, to try and swing by, get a snipe off on that third base. But it is going to be a Baneling nest on the way over here from Panda Bear Me. So he is one of those players that I think really does like playing with Mutalisks and stuff. So I would not be surprised to see him just go straightened up into Ling Bane Muta.
I've seen that before for sure. It is kind of on Oracle doesn't quite get the click on that. It is a little bit more likely at the moment if Panda and Me has been watching and been active in Starcraft. It is a little bit more likely for Ravager Bane, just because it's just one of those unit comps that Zerg just realized they were like, oh, this actually kills everything.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so it's like you could go Mutalisk here for sure, which is something that I definitely know some Zerg players that would do that. Like if we were casting True or Demi-Love, both of those players will make. It's not if they get a Spire, it's when.
Yeah.
It's like, is it early? Is it later? But they will get one eventually.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and I think you are also right in this situation. We do have Roach speed and stuff on the way, so it does look like it's likely going to be more Roaches over Mutalisk. I was kind of thinking, oh, well, there's a lot of gas coming down, but probably not. And we do see quite a few drones actually getting picked off by these Oracles. Nicely done.
Yeah, 5 drone damage is quite nice. I mean, obviously the Zerg can just replenish those drones, so the main damage you get here is that the lava is being spent on drones rather than army, and minerals are going to drones rather than army. And yes, there is going to be a bit of a gas bank, and there's been a lot of times where, like, I see 1,000 gas in the bank. Oh, yeah, slow banelings. Wow, actually tagged that a little bit there. 5 probes, that could have been way worse, though.
I know.
Look at how many 1 hit point probes there are, 5 hit point probes there are.
Yeah, at least another 8 or 9 almost ended up dying there, but... Well, they managed to survive and will maybe be a target for another Baneling run by later on. The Oracles managed to kill off a Queen. Definitely, man, Ryzer's doing a really good job with this Oracle control so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. Panda Mimi's drone count still mostly okay. There's been a lot of times where I've seen a bank like what Panda Mimi has right now is like a giant bank. And then you forget how expensive Ravagers are. 75 gas each. And then all of a sudden that gas bank goes away and you're like, oh no, this is calculated. They're not floating gas. This is actually intention. Yeah.
I also wonder if, so far Ryzer has not really revealed too much of the kind of follow-up tech. He's seen sort of the Zealots. I guess a few of the Immortals have almost been scouted by the Overlord. So I wonder, is he just planning to save up for a bunch of money for the Ravagers, or is this going to be a bunch of Banelings, or what?
I think so, yeah. There's maybe a mixture of both. The Oracles, one of them finally goes down here. Ling's down at the 4th base, potentially for Ryzer's about to move towards the 4th Nexus. I mean, we are seeing a switch in a High Templar tech. The War Prism is also coming down, so Archon, Charge Lot, and Mortal Storm seems to be the unit comp, which is very nice against Ravager Ling Bane. It's very reliant on a good Archon count and also good Storms connecting. And I even would argue that having Force Fields here is pretty nice as well. Because just stopping those Banelings from hitting the, making sure those Banelings connect to the crunchy exterior and not the chewy interior of your army.
Oh, Oracles get starting up on those Banelings, already picking off 2 of them, getting another one very low, but like you said, connections on those Banelings is going to be very important. But hey, the Storm's actually zoning out a lot of those, and all the Banelings are gone now.
Oh, yeah, they certainly are. Oh my god, those Biles.
Okay.
The Biles connected to the High Templar.
A lot of them barely managed to survive, but there are just so many Roaches over here. These Storms really have to be amazing, and the Immortals have to survive to get a lot of damage done. The Archon's already starting to go down here. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous, and I mean, 4th base absolutely getting delayed.
Yeah, I mean, Ryzer just lost 3 Archons in about 10 seconds there, and that's not very good as far as trades go. He is still picking off Zerg units here and there, but keep in mind on the other side of the map, Panda ME is on 78 workers and has a bit of a bank. If this bank gets spent for Panda ME, absolutely could just overwhelm this Protoss right now. I think at the moment it's just a lava issue. You know, he doesn't quite have the lava to actually spend all this cash that he has at the moment.
Yeah, there was a Zealot counterattack on the south side of the map, but I mean, the Lings were able to clean that up successfully. So, yeah, Panda Bear Me, like you said, finally gets that extra round of larva and starts up a lot more roaches and Lings, adds on an infestation pit, and has a 4th base that's been finished and mining for a little bit. May even be thinking about a 5th base soon.
Yep. Should also be thinking about getting like the next level of upgrades. While Infestation Pit is on the wave and he can head towards Hive or maybe going for Swarm Host or something. I really would love to see him get 2-2, or rather +2 melee, +2 ranged attack, because I don't think he's going to get any Carapace upgrades, which isn't uncommon. You know, that's pretty normal. Because you're going to be up against Storm and Immortals, and neither of those things really give a shit about what your Carapace upgrades are. Yeah, it's just like there's like boom, 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 goodbye Zerg units. So.
Yeah, spells have a magic way of just making their way through armor.
Yeah, literally magic. It's literally magic.
How does that work, actually? Because, you know, there's some things in StarCraft that are considered spells, and you're like, is it really a spell? Is it, though?
Yeah, like a sniper spell, or is he just shooting something in the head with a bullet?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, how is this different from when I use... I guess, you know what? It's a headshot, though. And everyone knows headshots are critical.
Yeah. I must admit that when I was at the, you know, I recreationally go to a firing range near where I live sometimes, and I must admit that every time I have a good session at the firing range, I do feel a little bit of magic, a little, you know, like some sparkles coming off me, some fairy dust every time I get those.
The fairies are guiding your bullets. Yes.
That's right. Yeah, my fairy godmother. She's like, I will make your Glock ring true today, my son.
That's what I wish for whenever I have a fairy godmother.
Boy, I heard she makes me shoot straight with this 357.
That was my favorite part of Cinderella.
Yeah, when Cinderella didn't miss any more shots.
Zealots getting caught on the south side.
Yeah, good catch there with those Zealots. So this run by technically shouldn't be doing too much. To the north side, we just have like one Oracle using that entire energy bank to try and burn down a hatchery. Might get it, actually. But I think the real story here is that there is going to be a big attack from Panda Bear Me, and it's going to be coming from 3 different angles.
Indeed, and that's going to be a huge problem because you only have so many storms and so many angles that you can use it at.
That's a good storm, though.
Yeah, okay. I mean, getting some decent storms on that south side as well. A lot of the Banelings go down pretty quickly.
Wow. Now, those storms were really good for Ryzer, and he did exactly what he needed to do with those storms, connected on the Banelings, on the Lings, and clean them up. And the Immortals... I mean, he's actually still doing fine with the Immortals. He has lost 0 Immortals this game, Robbie. Just check the units lost.
Holy cow. Yeah.
And these are almost +3 attack. Now, the problem for that, there's another problem here for the Protoss. We're talking about problems for the Protoss that didn't end up being a problem. This is actually a problem, I promise you. Great Aspire. For a guy with a lot of healthy Immortals, that's great. But when you have Broodlings and Broodlords shooting out Broodlings, Immortals start to not look as good.
Oh, absolutely. It is one of those very, very frustrating situations where when you get caught off guard by a Broodlord transition, you make your way across the map, you're feeling really good, you're like, I can take on the world. And then one Broodling shows up, and you're like, oh, I guess I go home now.
Well, you know, that top right Oracle army actually picked off that hatchery, and a DT on the south side just picked off 6 o'clock as well.
There you go.
So that's a very good bit of harassment damage there for Ryzer, who did hold that attack. So there is going to be a tier 3 tech switch for Panda Bear Me, but a very not scary tech switch, honestly, because there's nothing in the bank for the Zerg that leads me to believe that he can actually make a lot of Broodlords right now, you know?
Yeah, he really did end up using a lot of his bank to get up a lot more of those Banelings in the last kind of wave of the attack. DT does get caught by the Lings with a Spore Crawler in range, so it does get picked off. And, well, a lot of Lings on the north side sitting idle right next to all these Zealots. Could have maybe actually gotten a cancel on that 5th base, but there's also a fight in the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is where all the Marauders are, and the Warp Prism as well. So this is really sort of the tip of the sword here for Ryzer. And, I mean... Panda Bear needs to take the edge off this blade somehow, because he's got an army that cannot stand against it right now. He's taking 19 more Banelings, but they're not here at the moment. And these Immortals are closing the distance on this hatchery. Panda Bear Me. In come the Lings. The Archons a little bit low on hit points, so he's pulling them back. And then some Banelings also reinforcing. So I think it's the correct response from Ryzer to actually pull back. Did he lose the Warp Prism?
He did lose the Warp. Panda Bear Me actually dove with a lot of his Ravagers to get that Warp Prism, so... It was a
that does
really
stop
good
the attack.
Yeah, it was a really good fight for Riser, but when you lose the Prism, like you said, it kind of stops the attack and hard to bounce back. But hey, the Oracle's darting up to that top right-hand side. Guess what they have energy for again?
Hell yeah. They're not getting this hatchery without us being here to stop it with the Oracles.
You know, a full energy Oracle will actually kill every single building in the game except for a hive or a lair will survive with like 1 hit point.
I think I did watch that 99% useless facts.
Oh, I'm just glad. I gotta get my branding out there, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you've plugged my YouTube, I'll plug your YouTube, you know. The 99% useless facts. Check it out. They're actually only 99% useless. Banley run by at the third base, by the way, killing 6 probes.
And also getting another cancel on that 5th base once again. I mean, the 5th base has been very difficult for Riser to get up. I do actually think that that's going to start becoming the biggest problem for Riser pretty soon. Because, yeah, sure, Broodlords, you can kind of deal with them with a bunch of Archons and everything for a little bit. Ooh. But a Panda Bear Me, ooh, okay, if he can clean up this army, this would be really big for Panda Bear Me. He gets some really good Banling connections off and comes in with a Zergling flank, but Storms do hold the line.
Yeah, the Storms are pretty amazing. There may just be enough hit points here in this Protoss army to stand and hold. He's just up against a flood of Zerg, but really used the map terrain to its advantage. Like, he just had this really tight little choke point there. I mean, it's not actually a tight choke point, it's a really big choke point, but he had so many Protoss units that he filled it up and just made that Zerg crash against the cliff of Archon Immortal. And there were Storms in the middle of that ball as well. So he gets himself game number 1 here against Panda Bear Me.
Indeed, a really sick game number 1 as well. Congratulations, Riser. Best of 7, starting off the series strong. I think as a bit of an underdog, just looking really good. With pretty honestly standard play, as much as I was talking about how he does like to mix things up every so often.
Yeah, very standard.
Yeah. All right, well, we get ready to move into game number 2. It's going to be on Nightshade for this next map. I'm trying to remember if Riser is the kind of player who cannon rushes, because, you know, there's definitely all those Protoss players out there that like to mix in some cannon rushes versus Zerg players every so often, and this is
all those Protoss players.
Yeah, definitely not a bad map for something like that, but we'll see. I have a feeling that it's going to be maybe something a little bit more along the lines of standard here, as game number 2 gets loaded on up.
Alrighty. In the bottom right here, representing Bear Me, it is Panda Bear Me, who is also from the University of Sioux. Currently down the series.
Yeah. Facing off against this fellow up in the top left-hand side of the map, the purple Protoss player. It is Riser from Icebound Esports and also from Indiana University, a university that I am actually sworn to hate as someone who attended its rival, Purdue University.
There you go. College rivalries are just a good time for me as an outsider looking in.
Yeah, dude, I have to say, like, one thing, I wasn't always really big on college rivalries. You know actually what built up my college rivalry spirit? It was Collegiate Starcraft, actually. Because Purdue University's Starcraft team had a big rivalry with Indiana University's Starcraft team, which is, again, Riser's university. So, yeah, we got along, but we also didn't get along. Like, we'd show up at the... We would actually drive over and attend each other's LAN events, partially to show a little bit of support, but also to make sure that they didn't win their own event to humiliate them. It was like a little bit of love and hate.
Yeah, mostly hate.
Yeah, like 80-20.
It's a good ratio.
Yeah.
I kind of had that in high school with football. Where like in university, I didn't really play. Actually, did I play a sport in university? Not for the university. That's college in Australia, by the way. It's called university.
Yeah.
I don't think I played for a sports team at the university. Actually, no, I did. I played pool, but that was more like one of those inter-university pool tournaments. It wasn't like college against college sort of thing. It was inter-college.
Pool is billiards for a lot of other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eight ball. And my football days in high school definitely had some very hot-blooded rivalries between high schools in the football days.
I was gonna say, I knew you either played football or rugby. I wasn't sure which one.
Yeah, football, but like, you know, with obviously mainly American viewership, it's Australian rules football, not helmet and armor football.
Ah, yeah.
It's the football where you crash into each other and smash each other down on the ground, but without armor.
It's football, but you're dressed like rugby players.
Yes, you are dressed like a rugby player, but you actually kick the ball a lot more than you would in American football.
Yeah, makes sense.
And if you run with the ball, you have to bounce it.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Like a basketball?
Sort of, not constantly like in basketball. Every 10 meters you need to bounce the ball. Otherwise, you give possession over to the other team.
See, this analogy in my mind was like, oh, it's like a mix between rugby and football. And then you're like, well, you kick the ball more. I'm like, okay, so.
And the football in Aussie rules is shaped like a football from American football.
How do you bounce it?
We've learned. I can show you. I can show you in person.
That's amazing. I'm going to bring a football to the next event when this whole quarantine is over.
The very front part of the football, like if you have a football in your hand, you can hold it with one hand. Mm-hmm. The very front nose of the football, so not the tip, but just like the underside of that tip, if you bounce the ball and hit it there, it bounces right back into your hands.
Wow.
It goes forward and bounces right back into your chest if you bounce it correctly. And it's kind of like Starcraft where you do it so often that you don't need to think about what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like the mechanics are already there. It's the same when you bounce the football enough. You don't need to think. It just happens.
That's impressive.
It just always bounces straight towards you.
Humans are impressive sometimes, man. Ooh, double Evo chamber.
Yep.
That's not the place where you want it, but, you know, keep the drones alive.
Yeah. Certainly will. Cancel that.
Have you ever faced off against a Zerg player that accidentally lets their buildings finish when that kind of stuff happens?
I actually don't remember if I have. I haven't actually had a Zerg try and box in my Hellions with Evo chambers before.
I had one Zerg player who I think they accidentally did the Evo chamber thing, but they did it in the mineral line, just kind of like Panda Bear Me did, and it finished. So then they couldn't mine from 3 of their mineral patches. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I think that's worse than losing like 4 or 5 drones.
Okay.
All right. So from the opening, it does look like it's just kind of another 3 Oracle opening from Riser.
Same as game 1.
Yeah, exactly. Same sort of thing. Going to power out some more Immortals. Does get up to 3rd base. And Panda Bear Me is going to be the one that I think has not really thrown down the Bailey Nest or anything just yet. And I think he had already gotten one started by this point in the last game.
Yes, I actually feel like you're correct on that one. He is still getting +1 range, so it does look like he's going to go towards Roaches again. And if you are going to go towards Roaches, that does usually mean Ravages, and does usually mean Banelings as well. Like Ravages or Roaches on their own are all well and good, but Banelings really just make them that extra little bit effective. Riser is actually going 5-ical here, so this is different from game 1. It's not 3-ical, it's not 4-ical, it's 5-ical.
All right. And this is enough that you can actually put some serious pressure on, even with some queens there, especially with only 5 queens. There's 1 Oracle per queen. He's just going to right-click down the base, though. He's just ignoring the queens.
And now he can not ignore the queens and actually kill the queens. Gets the high energy one there at the front. Might lose an Oracle here, but that's actually completely fine because these queens are all going to die.
That's every single queen is about to die. This is the last queen, and the base went down.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that certainly stings. And this time, Panda Bear Me is going to go for the Spire, which I think is, you know, when you see 5 Oracles, you're like, okay, Ravagers aren't going to do that, and I've lost every queen. The only option here is to, I mean, there's not the only option. Another option is to make a lot more spores than you want to make and just make drones. But going for a Spire is the way to punish for this. Like, not only kill the Oracles, but also go across the map and kill probes as well.
Absolutely. Well, Templar Archives is on the way over here for Riser as kind of the follow-up, getting into that usual kind of ground composition and everything. Bailey run by. Ooh, Riser's much more on point this game. Does notice it very much his own time. He's going to get those Oracles over there to clean those up. Oh my god, the Bailey... I think actually... I think the Oracles... Alright, I missed this, but it kind of looked like the Banelings did not try to kill those buildings, but the Oracles killed them while they were on top of them.
I think that there's a different sound if the Baneling just explodes.
Is there really?
Because the Banelings hit this, like there's a thump, like a bassy thump when the Banelings actually connect with the structures or with something.
Oh, okay.
So I think they actually did connect with the structures.
That is a good thing to know.
Oh, main base and natural getting a Ling run by here.
Yeah, Lings so far in the main base have not gotten too much damage done, but finally that last Zealot does get cleaned up, and oh, I love this Panda Bear Me segmenting off 2 of these Lings over the corner, but the Observer spots them, and Riser's on point. He's going to be able to kill them before they turn to Banelings and cause all sorts of pain and suffering.
Valiant effort there from Panda Bear Me, but does not find the sick damage that he was looking for. Riser, unfortunately for the Zerg, has managed to get up to 70 probes. He's about to drop down a 4th Nexus, and these 2 Banelings, very late to the party, go down to that cannon there at the 3rd base.
Cannon takes a little bit of damage there. You know, one thing I do wish is that I wish Banelings that died showed up in also like the kill count and stuff, so you could see how many Banelings actually had died. That
would be nice. Yeah, we're only seeing the 2 Banelings that got killed by the cannon. The other cannons, the other Banelings, I mean, that confirms that the Banelings blow up the structures as well, by the way, if you didn't get the sounds.
That's true.
Otherwise, they would be in the kill count.
Good points. Well, the Oracles see that the Roaches are working away at these rocks, and we'll see actually a lot of Ravagers here as well. So with the Revelation thrown out, you're going to know, okay, get my army into position. This could be one of the big fights here, as 13 Mutas are falling up behind this.
I actually feel like Panda Bear Me could potentially just win the game right here.
You think
and
so?
We're going to, yes. Because this Roach Ravager army doesn't look very threatening, but I can promise you that 13 Mutalisks are against the army that he has right now. Look at how much shoots up here.
That is very true. There is the ability to start producing Phoenix as soon as you see the Mutas, which one Muta has been revealed, but okay, one Phoenix skin started. You need like another Archon. You can't just have one Archon, I think.
Yeah, also these Mutas from Panda Bear Me weren't being controlled there for a second. They actually go take a lot of damage from those Stalkers.
Okay, Stalkers, there's still about 6 of them here.
Space trades.
They don't win the
trade time.
Yeah, they don't win the fight. No, but I mean, the Mutas do not actually kill the entire base very quickly. In fact, the Muta count's not even that high anymore. The Stalkers are chasing him around.
Yeah, there was a little bit of Muta miscontrol there, and also the Mutas not being over here to deal with this attack means that Panda Bear Me has to rely on his ground army. Now, he is actually killing most of the Protoss' army there.
Yeah.
Lost that hatchery, of course, but killed so much of the Protoss' ground force that I think it's mostly okay here for the Zerg. Like, he's actually in a pretty good spot at the moment. It was looking rough to begin with, but now he's okay.
Yeah.
And Riser is not consistently building Phoenixes here. He actually doesn't have the money to do that.
Ooh, would you want to, though? Because, I mean, it's that really tough question where you're not sure if they're still making Mutas, right?
Yeah, you kind of have to, I feel like, sack your oracles or go for a hallucination or something to try and figure out and try and find, you know, the what's popping out of the lava for the Zerg. It's so hard to know, though. You're right. Like, what's the correct call here? Panda Bear Me is just going to drone up a lot and switch more into the Ravager Ling Bane part of his force. I mean, that can be nice as well, because you can force out Phoenixes from your opponent, and then they have a bunch of Phoenixes which aren't going to be useful in upcoming engagements.
Well, the Oracles, unfortunately, are the one location on the map where 4 Mutas are also patrolling, so one of the Oracles does end up falling. The other 2 Oracles do manage to make it out alive, but I think Panda Bear Me has been able to drone back up against any losses, has definitely retaken any bases that may have caused them some economic deficits, but is looking really, really strong right now. And Riser, after you said, lost that main ground force, might have a hard time with this second wave of the attack.
I think absolutely. It'd be amazing for Panda Bear Me if he had that plus to attack ready. I mean, there are a lot of speed Banelings heading towards this 4th Nexus up here to the north side, Robbie, at 12 o'clock.
Woo.
Oh, no.
Okay, only 3 of them managed to make through to the probes. They still only managed to get 6 workers, huh?
They only got 6 workers, but that's something that Panda Bear Me can afford to do.
Yeah.
And he's also going for the 1-2 punch.
Okay. And the Bailers are going to come rolling on into that mineral line, taking out the remaining workers over here. And let a few Lings into the main base as well. Just cause all sorts of havoc and problems. And then Panda Bear Me just backs up because he doesn't need to attack any further. That's it.
Right. I mean, he did damage.
Yeah. He
doesn't have an Overseer with his army, so the DTs are getting a couple swippy swipes at that army. But that's an easy addition here for the Zerg. He still hasn't made that Overseer, though. Maybe he's just bringing it in from somewhere.
I don't see any Overseers on the map,
no,
Maynard.
I don't either. I mean, I don't think that 2 DTs are going to change the outcome. In fact, they're turning into an Archon right now.
Yeah.
So we have this big army attack here from Riser, and this is all in from Riser. He needs to win the game right here.
Indeed, and the Banelings are actually getting some decent hits on Stalkers, but with a lot of the Banelings already being used, this hatchery is going to go down, but I think that's okay. I think you sack the hatchery. You have 3 other hatcheries or 2 other hatcheries that are still pretty fresh, and your Lings are still doing damage on the other side of the map.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think the Zerg is feeling pretty confident here. Some Banelings coming in from the north side. Once again, Panda coming from several angles here. The Immortal count is still devastating. Once the Archons are dealt with, the Ling reinforcements will actually just clean this up. In fact, it looks like they might just do that anyway.
And that looks like it's going to be that. The entire army for Riser is gone, and that's going to be GG. Panda Bear and me ties up the series 1-1.
That he certainly does. And now it is a best of 5 from here on out. 2 maps apiece.
Are you sure? Maybe it's a best of 9 though, Maynard.
Are you sure? Is it there?
Yeah. All right. Our next map is going to be Golden Wall, and we got to see Golden Wall in one of the kind of the championship series matches, as it can turn out to be a little bit of a weird map. Today we did got to see it being used a little bit strangely, where a Terran player muled down to mine out the back minerals of his opponents.
What? I didn't even realize that a mule did 20.
So
I mean,
perfect.
I knew that, but I didn't think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like there's
So
got to
sick.
be some magical timing you can hit there, right? Where it's like, I will save up 2 scans, 100 energy on my command center, and break in with this like really weird attack force. There's got to be some sick timing you can be able to do there, right?
I feel like you're right. I mean, 4 mules is a lot. You need to bank up a fair bit of energy.
Well, no,
But,
you only need 2. You actually only need 2. So the reason that you needed
right.
4 last time was because there's actually a little bit of a glitch on that map with the pathing. The top resources over here on like this near the base, the top 2 mineral patches for some reason do not allow stalkers and like cyclones and stuff through. But if you mine out any of the other 2, you can get them through.
I tell you what, I'm gonna try that out next time I'm laddering.
Have I told you about the Fear Dragon flower?
The Fear Dragon flower?
The Fear Dragon flower. First of all, do you know what the flower is?
I do. Roddy has taught me about it. He told me about it at I Am Katowice. He's a fan of the flower.
Okay, so the Fear Dragon flower is the very beginning of the game. I mean, second 0. You grab 2 of the probes, and you send them over toward the center area, all right? That center area where the probe is passing by right now from Riser. Each one of those probes mine out one of those mineral patches. And now you can break through. Now you go over to the low ground area by your opponent, as I'm sure you probably could have guessed. You throw down a pylon, and you throw down a gas geyser on that low ground base. Now, the reason why you throw down a gas geyser is a worker, if they have minerals in their mouth, you can't mine more minerals. But if you mine gas, you drop the minerals. And if you mine if you mine minerals, you drop the gas. So then you cycle back and forth between the minerals at your opponent's wall and the gas geyser, and gradually mine it out while you get up 4 gateways in a flower formation. That is the Fear Dragon flower. It has a 100% win rate versus Protoss right now.
Out of 1 game?
No, out of I think 9.
Wow. Damn,
Yeah.
that's quite a
It has a
sample
0% win rate versus Zerg.
size.
Turns out it
And
takes a
that's
while.
cool. Yeah, that's quite a sample size as well. So just to talk about this game, Panda Bear went instantly for that 3rd base at the, or rather the goal base there as the first hatchery. So usually that is a sign of aggression. Usually.
Absolutely. And Riser does luckily spot that out with his own probe and can try and get up some kind of reaction. And I'm trying to figure out what kind of reaction would you want to go for if you see that gold base taken so quickly. It's been a while since we've had a lot of maps like this.
I actually feel like the Adept thing is the perfect response to something like this, because it's kind of like, okay, so when you do the Adept thing, normally there is an early probe that goes across the map to block the natural anyway. So you already have the benefit of your opponent's first base and most of their drones being all the way out on the map. In fact, they're even closer to you than they normally would be. So I feel like the Adept thing is going to be a great play here. Similar to what happened to Plugler Dice. But oh my god, Blink! Riser, you madman. I love it.
Okay, we'll see if he is able to pull it off. So far, able to prevent those Zerglings from getting into his base and actually getting much of a scout. But Blink, okay, so Maynard, tell us the story of how Blink completely fell off of the train in PvZ years ago.
Yeah, I mean, the Zerg has a unit called, oh my god, and he killed the bird. It's making me upset at Panda Bear Me here. I don't like people that kill critters.
He is a part of nature, man. That's what bears do.
I also used to be a massive Dream fan, but then in Alima League, he actually killed the Lyote on Purity and Industry.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that was devastating for me. It was like watching a hero fall. It'll be a Netflix documentary.
I thought you were a good guy.
Grace. Yeah,
yeah, it's like the hero goes in, spits on a little orphan girl, and it's like, clean my shoes.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't think you were like this. But the point is, the Zerg has something called Creep and a unit called the Zergling, and also units called the Queens. And all those things are really quite good against balls of Stalkers, if you have enough of them. But with Zerg lately, they've been going very much like, I mean, and Panda Bear Me is doing it right now. They have been going for early Roach Warrens. So like around just before 4 minutes, they'll get a Roach Warren up because it usually stops the Adept stuff. It usually stops the early gateway shenaniganry. You know, even if there is a Zealot thing, the Roaches are very, very good against that. Panda Bear Me is making a lot of Roaches right now. But one thing that's very good against Roaches is Blink Stalkers. And if it is just Roaches, Blink Stalkers are going to give you a bad time.
Oh, man. And now the 4 Stalkers do get scouted out by the Overlord, with the Warp Prism actually getting the high ground vision to snipe it off. But this is actually something I think Classic or Stats or someone was doing at Katowice last year. It was doing a little bit in GSL. But now that you see a big Stalker Warp and you're like, hold the frickin' phone. Really?
Yeah.
This is what you're doing?
This is unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not expected at all here from Panda Bear Me, and that's why it might work. It's so crazy it might just work. He's trying to get a Spore Crawler over to the back side of the gold base, but he's just realized, oh, I can't get that down here. This base is actually forfeit, and now these Stalkers could actually go to the other side of the minerals and blink on this hatchery if they wanted to, because they have blink.
Yeah.
Link counterattack from Panda Bear Me, but a full wall off from Riser with an Adept to hold the line, so it's going to be completely fine back at home.
Oh, Stalker's blinking forward, and they are going to blink straight into a bunch of these Roaches over here. This might be a little bit over-eager from Riser, but nice Warp Prism micro.
Yeah, very bold here. And the good thing about Warp Prism micro is that it is blink without cooldown, but he does need to actually use blink as well there to get out of dodge. Fighting off creep, always preferable here. I really wish that Riser had a +1 attack with this as well, like something like that. Like, just makes it more all-in. I mean, it is pretty all-in already, but yeah, I mean... Is it? I just call it like old school Korean PvZ.
Oh yeah, that was Hitman style.
You know? Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It is really more made by the Koreans from back in the day.
I just don't want to give credit to your favorite player. That's all.
I know. Ooh, finding a bunch of Overlords, and this is a heavy supply block for Panda Bear Me at a moment that he is still under a lot of fire. There are more Stalkers than Roaches right now, Maynard.
There are, but these Lings are going to kill the Cybercore, and that means no more Stalkers. So whatever we have here needs to kind of get the job done for Riser. I do think it will get the job done, though. There's just so many Stalkers here from the Protoss.
Oh, yeah. And with some nice micro from that Warp Prism and also Blink being utilized, he's going to be able to dive in on top of these Roaches, warps in some Zealots, and claims game number 3.
All right, so Riser with a score advantage here, 2-1 against Panda Bear Me. Nicely played. He's gonna have to win a couple more maps here if he wants to get the big W for Indiana.
Indeed. Now we hop into game number 4, which will be on Eternal Empire. Kind of a much more standard normal map, and I really do think that that Blink Stalker thing was specifically trying to take advantage of Golden Wall and that kind of.
I mean, it's brilliant.
Yeah, the gold base location. Yeah, I haven't actually ever seen that sort of reaction, but I guess it really only works specifically because his opponent took the gold base. So the idea is you can just go hit their gold base and stop them from mining. And if they try to move around, you just blink over to the other side and go kill stuff.
That you do. That you do.
Yeah. All right, we're going to be starting in Eternal Empire. Let me get that score up on the screen here. With Riser, the underdog, I would say, sitting up 2-1. That's pretty nice.
You keep going on about this Taiwanese Protoss. You must be a bit of a fanboy.
I am a fanboy, man. I mean, if he's good enough to beat me.
Yeah. I also only respect players that can beat me in Starcraft.
You know, I was gonna make a mean joke about how I almost beat Penguin, and how that means I shouldn't respect you.
You almost did, but
I
you didn't,
almost
you know?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, imagine if I had beaten Nice. That mean that I shouldn't respect him anymore?
That game on Thunderbird,
I did
dude,
beat
you
Scarlet.
super had Penguin. You had him so bad.
I did. I know. I did beat Scarlet one game in a best of 3 when she was off racing as Terran one-handed on a new balance test map. On not either of our normal setups because we were at the summit. My claim to fame, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, dude. A map against Scarlet. And all you had to do was make sure that she was playing Terran with one hand on a brand new balance test map.
On not her setup.
On not her setup.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if you're playing one-handed, it's already not your setup, you know?
That's true. Unfortunately, I lost the best of 3. Oh. It's tough, man. What do you do?
What strategies did you use in that series, just out of interest? For a one-handed player to beat you?
So I'm trying to remember, actually. I know that one of the games, actually I think I played pretty standard for the most, like quote unquote standard, Diamond League standard for the most part. It wasn't my Blink DT memes or anything like that, or cannon rushing. I don't think I actually even was a cannon rusher at that time. Instead, what I did was I think I got up like get up the Immortals, get up Charge Lots, get up High Templars, and just use a lot of Storm and Zealots. It has a lot of High Templars and Zealots.
I mean, that's a solid style.
Yeah, man. That's my favorite style, actually. I love doing... I think that's such a satisfying way to play. There's lots of Zealots and High Templars.
When I play Protoss in team games, that's always what I try and do is I start off with Stalkers and then go into Charge Lot and Storm with Archons.
Actually, you know what it comes from for me? It comes from Brood War, because I remember in Brood War, macro is so unbelievably powerful of a tool to have in Brood War that if you could macro well, you could really, really go far. And so I remember my old StarCraft teacher would just say, like, look, if you have trouble spending your money, only make Zealots and High Templars, because you can always make Archons if you need anti-air. And if you have extra gas, just make High Templar. If you have extra minerals, just make Zealots. And it was really simple, and I'm like, I like
exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, 800 gas in the back, that's fine. Just make a bunch of High Templar.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, so talk about the strategies in this game a little bit. It's been a very normal opening. Panabemi with the fast third hatchery, Ryza with the adept opener there for mainly scouting, not really any harassment, just mainly scouting. But it is going to be the old school Prism Archon drop with the DTs.
Yeah, 4K DT. And what's really nice is that this isn't used as much these days. And oh man, really nice micro there from Panda Bear Me to get that adept.
Yeah, forces out this full wall in here for Ryza. It's a little bit annoying. I mean, obviously Ryza will be fine here, but that is a nice little edge there for Panda Bear Me. Always feel nice if you can pick up the adept.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, yeah, there are a few different ways you can do this, and I really actually feel like Drogo was one of the best players, Petit Drogo, in kind of demonstrating the diversity of just this single opening can have with the way that you use the DTs. You can warp into DTs and actually send each one to a different base and just send 2 to one of the bases and kind of right-click down the Spore Crawler or something, try and get some drones. You can also send all 4 of them to like either the third base or the main or the natural. I mean, there's just a lot of potential. And the Zerg player has to be kind of prepared for all of them and get really good scouting information. Speaking of scouts, these Lings did get a scout on the Warp Prism, and they're just going to right-click down that Adept.
They are, and they even brought along a drone here just for posterity.
It's overseeing this endeavor.
Yeah, so the Overlord's not overseeing it, the drone's overseeing it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the DTs in the natural. They just killed the Queen. They're going to go for the Spore Crawler next.
And that's a dead Spore, and the Roach Warren's here too. Oh no, Maynard, that's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, if the Roach Warren dies, then you're just going to have Lings against potential Archons, but he doesn't even see what he's up against yet. He has no detection yet, Peter Dragon. There's no lair.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, this other Spore's going to buy a little bit of time, but I mean, at the end of the day, this is already so much damage. Riser lost his Cybernetics Core and lost an Adept. He is going to get a base and the production facility there for Panda Bear Me in exchange.
Fear Dragon's Anatomy and Gorgeous as these DTs literally win Rise of the game.
Maynard, I feel something.
Brutal. It's a horrifying way to go, but these DTs have already done some very critical damage to Panda Enemy. Obviously, the game's not over yet, but it is very, very, very tough to get back from this point when you've had your tech reset like this. And actually, Riser is going for a second wave, man. There's no third Nexus. He's just making a bunch of gateways and getting charged.
And you know what?
Big charge Archon attack.
Maynard, Panda Bear Me has only just now restarted that third base. It took him a really long time to get that started back up, so there is not going to be the extra hatchery for all that larva and stuff coming on out. All these gateways are now finishing up, and with that Warp Prism already across the map, I mean, this attack is going to be hitting really quick.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be a deadly one as well. Those DTs going to become Archons, and then the charge lot's going to be like the wave to wash over the Zerg. And what does the Zerg's army consist of? It is mainly Zerglings. We have 3 Roaches and 2 Queens. That is not going to be enough, I feel.
Hail Mary Spire. I
like it.
I think it can get you out of some tough spots. And Maynard, he's not turning the DTs into Archons.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Please don't validate this strategy.
Oh.
Please don't validate this.
Look, I'm not going to say that I told Riser an hour before he played his match that I was going to cast this. But I told Riser.
What's the thing that you like to say about the DT or your analysis?
Oh, no!
See, this is what you're supposed to do with DT, Spear Dragon. You should watch and learn, Riser. You should watch and learn. Riser is showing you what you're supposed to do. And this is why you lost to Penguin, by the way.
I know.
Because you didn't do this.
But it's so much more satisfying.
But it's literally the difference between winning and losing the game.
Look, sometimes it's about winning in your heart, not winning.
Yeah, it's
oh,
like winning
Warp Prism!
wave.
Oh, Warp Prism going down. It's actually
it goes down.
a problem.
It is a bit of a problem, but I feel like there's a bigger
still
problem
probably
for Panda than me.
Yeah, the Immortals are a little bit too much to add in with the Archons.
There's a lot of firepower right there. Those Immortals just shredding this Roach line, and those Archons are line backing here. You know, we were talking about Australian football earlier. For American football, they are line backing like crazy. Those Immortals are safe.
And there it is.
Touchdown Riser, who's on match point now.
Indeed. 3-1. Not bad. And in this best of 7, like you said, match point. So Riser just needs one more victory, one more W, and that could be through some kind of all-in. It could be something map-specific like he had on Golden Wall. It could be just a regular standard macro play. There's a lot of potential here, and Panda Bear Me is the one that kind of has to account for all the different things that Riser could potentially be doing here. And we'll see how he's going to be able to handle that, because I think Panda Bear Me has tried to throw out like a curveball or two, like say taking the gold base and stuff, but for the most part, it really has just been Zerg reacting in most of these games.
Ugh. My windows were being taken away from me for a second there. Sorry, Fear Dragon.
It's okay. I understand Australia. Sometimes the windows get taken away from you by various creatures in Australia, like the spiders and stuff.
You know what? I nearly tweeted it yesterday, but then I realized that it was a dumb thing to tweet. But I'm just going to tell you because we're in a cast together and it doesn't matter.
Wait, isn't that the best time to tweet something?
By historical evidence, yes. Historical evidence of social media, people say stuff like, they tweet like, I'm alive, and then put a selfie up, and it's like, well, yeah. Okay. Thanks for the update, I guess.
I wouldn't have known without the selfie, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. I assume everyone's alive until I'm informed that they're not.
Yeah.
But, so yesterday, because I'm under the impression as Australian that everything that kills you in Australia is basically on the ground, right? Snakes, spiders.
Drop bears. Eventually on the ground.
Which are eventually, they're up there, but they were on the ground. And they're in trees, which technically are also on the ground. But anyway, I actually saw a hawk kill another bird yesterday in my backyard. It had a bird in its talons. And the other birds were like swooping at the hawk to try and get it back, and they were getting messed up, sorry. Pardon my Francais. Okay. And I'm just like, so I forget that there are also flying animals in Australia that will kill you. So that was interesting to see in the backyard yesterday.
That's a little terrifying.
Story. Yeah.
See, you have those kind of stories. You know what happens in my backyard? I have like bobcats that's like actually sit outside the glass doors and stuff of my backyard. And it's kind of like they'll do cute cat things. They'll like lay down in that kind of playful way and look at me. Like,
Yeah.
come
Do you feed
outside, and
them?
I'm like, I probably won't go outside, but you're really cute.
Do you feed them?
No, I don't feed them at all, actually. They just still come by, though.
Ah, okay.
I think that they
yeah,
eat. I think
I
they
know
eat
that.
some of the random stuff around the area, though.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Because I tell you what, you're gonna have a lot more bobcats if you start feeding them.
Yeah, definitely avoiding that one. But I get a crazy number of turkeys, lots of deer.
Turkeys?
Yeah, turkeys, tons, like every single day. I actually, instead of waking up to chicken cock-a-doodle-doos, I hear turkeys all the time. And I think right now it's mating season because there's a lot of turkeys that are like dancing in the morning in our backyards. Yeah, I can't make this
Where
stuff
is
up.
your backyard without doxing you?
I'm in so I'm currently at like my parents' place, as you know, and we're in a pretty like foresty, naturey area.
Yeah, as I say, because this sounds rural as heck.
Yeah, it's super
And
rural.
for some reason, I like in my brain, I'm thinking San Francisco.
I
And
know.
San Francisco is not rural to me.
Yeah, my parents don't live in San Francisco.
Okay, yeah.
If there were
Yeah,
turkeys in San Francisco, that would not last very long.
No, I was just saying, bobcats and turkeys. People's backyards. Like San Francisco's wild, man. They got
Yeah, you
all
went
these
to a
hilly
different
streets and
neighborhood.
They got streetcars and.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we have some wild animals in our areas, now next to the woods, literally.
Now there is gonna be Phoenix that was started up there from Riser, and then he cancels it and makes an Oracle, and you brings the Stalker over. Dare he do it? Dare he cancel? Actually, there'd be no point in canceling an Oracle and making a Phoenix again. That would actually be the most pointless thing. You make half of an Oracle and then you cancel it.
Yeah, that would be pretty pointless. Panda Burmese Overlord is going to survive, and it'll just hug the slopes of Mount Serral on the top right there.
Mount Serral.
Yeah, I call it Mount Serral because you can never get to the top of that mountain. You can only press against the side of it.
The extra lings that Panda Bear Media has once again made very early on try to break through, but Riser's even more prepared this time. He already has the Stalker done, as opposed to the last game where had to use an extra pylon to be made and kind of delayed things a little bit. So Panda Bear Media really not getting the value from those early lings.
And not so much. He's making a few more lings here, so this is like, I feel like more lings than you need to handle the early adepts, especially if you've killed one of them. So this leads me to believe that Riser just basically wants to cancel the third base. You know, there's an Oracle here, but it can only do so much with its 40 energy.
Yeah, that 40 energy will maybe be able to kill like 7-8 lings at most, but with how many lings are just now out now, 17 lings. Yeah, I think you just right-click this down. Oh my god, he might even get the Pulsar Beam to activate early. No, all right. We're still gonna do a lot.
That was the
here.
intention there, was to bait out something for those lings and then bring in the rest. He pulls those lings back. He does have a lot more where that came from. Yeah, there's quite a few lings out here on the board. There's 14 of them right now. Oh, double Oracle now. Okay, now the lings need to leave. Yeah. So there was a window, I feel like, there for Panda Bear Me. It was a small one, and maybe we're wrong, but I felt like I had a feeling for your dragon in my waters.
I share that feeling, and I do think that now, that was an early game commitment. That's usually a time that you are not making that many Zerglings. You're making a lot more drones. So normally Panda Bear Me's economy should be a lot better. But he comes back in a little bit later before the shield battery is done. Gets us around on the Zealot and the Adept. Are the Oracles going to pull back? No, they're actually just idling on the other side of the map. But I think that this is still enough to hold.
Yeah, with the shield battery, it looks like the probes also are going to be just fine. In fact, whatever gets warped in here is absolutely going to handle these lings. And now the Oracles from Riser have his full attention as they took a few shots there from the Queens before they got to work. One gets microed back away from the Queens. He is going to pick off one Queen here. Good control on these Oracles now for Riser. You know, a little bit of a shaky start, but every Oracle is still alive and he's killed multiple Queens. So very, very nice there.
Absolutely.
A lot more lings coming out of Panda Bear Me. Oh, he's going to go for the ling drop.
Okay.
Being a Dropper Lord. It's going for the Queen drop here.
Yeah.
So the big all in on 2 bases. 3 bases. Oh, God,
grabbing that 3rd and 4th Queen there, and the Roaches make their way across the map. Now, the Oracles have scattered at a lot of this, including the Drop Overlord. When you see a single Drop Overlord, and okay, Queen reveals itself. Yeah, you pretty much know what you're going to be up against, and now it is just about getting up as many defenses as possible. A lot of shield batteries coming down the 3rd, but funny enough, Maynard, there aren't actually too many Protoss units at the 3rd base.
Yeah, I think that might be the biggest problem here for Ryzer is the lack of units. There's more than double the army supply here of the Zerg, and these Oracles are also only useful when they have energy. So he's buying some time here the third day. Of course, the Queens come forward with that Overlord. Shipped away on first class here. I was going to say the Panda Express, but that's a branding clash there. The Oracles are going to get picked off by the Queens. There's 2 Immortals, though, for Ryzer. 2 Immortals is a big deal. They are very, very good here. The Pro's being pulled off the third. PandaBearMe is extremely all in. Ryzer might be able to hold with good control. In fact, the Pro pool's helping a ton here.
Oh, he's holding the line quite a bit, and one of the Ravages is getting microed inside of the Overlord. He's trying to do drop micro with the Overlord, but it's just not enough, and the Queen gets pushed back as well. There's still shield battery energy left over, and Ryzer loses some workers, sure, but is actually at even worker counts right now.
That was actually really good for Ryzer as far as trades go. Like the trades for the Zerg are just way worse here as during that attack. Like the Protoss was trading a little bit worse at the beginning. Did lose a few of those high gas units, of course, but that was a lovely hold. And with the economies being this close again, the Protoss is still in an advantageous spot. It's still 3-base Zerg against 3-base Protoss, which is always good for the Protoss. But I do like that PandaBearMe is not giving up. He's also like, okay, you know, this isn't great, but I still have Drop a Lord tech. I'm going to send out 8 Lings into the main base and see what they can do. I think that's a really great choice here from PandaBearMe.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage they can actually get done, but I'm really, really worried, like you are, Maynard, because even if these Lings get a little bit of damage done, remember that there's also still this really scary, powerful army that's building up with the High Templars. Oh, High Templar actually does get surrounded and picked off over by the Lings, so you know what? Even if he didn't get a lot of worker damage done, killing off some High Templar, I'm hugely in favor of that, because I'm really afraid about the upcoming attack.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have High Templar, that means no Storms, which Ryze is trying to get, and also no Archons. And that's 150 gas down the toilet for the Protoss, who doesn't have, he's not swimming in gas right now to begin with. So the High Templar will have Storm in a second here. The Prism is here for Ryzer as well to juggle around those Immortals. This next attack from PandaBearMe, I actually feel like has less chance of working than the last one. Last time he did this, he had like double the army supply. The Protoss only had 1 Immortal. There was not really any units at the third base. Now there's a couple Archons on the way. Storm is done.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
probes! Oh, okay, that is a good start for PandaBearMe.
It is indeed a good start for PandaBearMe. A good bit of damage there on that probe line. But what he's done in Fear Dragon is he's stuck his hand inside the Hornet's nest. And now the Hornets are angry.
Yeah. Hornets are moving across the map. Ooh, PandaBearMe does realize this, though, I think. He's starting to pull back his units and getting ready to defend. He might be able to come in from multiple different angles. The Lings are actually going to go for a counterattack rather than actually trying to help out. Yeah.
There's nothing in the wall in.
Ooh, that's going to be able to do a lot. Couple of Storms being used so far, not really getting too much damage done, and we're ending up seeing a lot of Warpins back at home to deal with these Zerglings. That is great for PandaBearMe.
It certainly is. Can he hold on to this Protoss attack? If he can stop this 3 Immortal, 3 Archon, many Storm attack, then he will be just fine. But it is a very, very hard army for him to beat. Biles connecting on some of the Zealots there. Good damage. The Lings in the main base do get cleaned up eventually from Ryzer. He loses 9 probes. He doesn't have a big economy. Can he win the game right here, though? The High Templar exposed on the right side. Roach is close in that distance. Oh, the Storms!
Storms are absolutely massive. The Baneling's going off on top of the Archons, but there might just be enough Zerg over here. Some of the Archons are still morphing in right now. The Immortals are finally laid bare and have to defend themselves.
That's it, I think. It looked very, very close, very, very dicey. But reinforcements here from PandaBearMe will surround and kill what remains of Ryzer. And, I mean, this has now gone from bad to worse here. Sending in some more charge loss, but they were warped in back at home. I think that might have just been a 1A there from Ryzer with what he had left as far as army goes. There's only 19 army supply of Protoss here.
I actually think that Ling counterattack may have saved the day, because if all of those Zealots were just immediately there for the fight to help out and buffer, I actually think that legitimately could have made a big difference. But Zealots right-click down the hatchery. They are not going to be able to get that in time. PandaBearMe cleans up. And Ryzer, he might have a 4th base, but with only 2 High Templars and 6 Zealots, I don't know how he's going to defend that.
Yeah, the numbers just aren't here for the Protoss, unfortunately. That attack that just got cleaned up was his best chance to win the game. And if the Zerg just sat there and did nothing for a few minutes, Ryza could probably stabilize again. But Panda Bear Me is too good to know that that's, or to rather to let that happen. He knows that he's in a really good spot. He's played tens of thousands of StarCraft games. He's just going to try and seal this deal and end this game and hopefully get closer to tying things up. A big attack at the third base as well with a lot of Lings. Meanwhile, the main brunt of the force, the Banelings, the Roaches, the Ravagers attacking into that natural where there is just not enough to stop them.
And Panda Bear Me is going to clean his way through and take game number five? Game number 5. And yeah, like you said, start to tie the series up.
He does. I mean, he's on his way. One more game and it'll be a tied series. But we are going to game 6.
Could this be the longest day of CEA yet? Find out soon. Yeah.
The Maynard special, they call it. You know, historically, I've been cursed with really crap short series. But today, the opposite is happening.
Yeah, getting some great series today. I'm definitely enjoying that. And yeah, I can't really complain too much about on that side of things. I will say, as we get ready to move into the next map, this is Zen. This is the nightmare map, I think, for a lot of pros players versus Zerg. So, Panda Bear Me, who is again trying to pull back and has to win all these games in a row now, cannot afford to lose any games whatsoever, or the series is over. This is a good map for Panda Bear Me. I'm feeling it.
I agree. Yeah, the reason why Zen is often brought up as a map that's a little bit tough for Zerg is there are those cliffs, there are so many choke points, and Protoss in a choke point, similar to Terran in a choke point. Zerg want wide open spaces. They want to be able to surround things. You know, multiple times we've seen Panda Bear Me work an engagement into his favor by coming in from several angles. But Zen, it's harder to do that.
Yeah, some things that I think Zerg players can do on this map is, I will say, early pool openings are actually very common. Panda Bear Me doesn't look like he's going to be going for that. He's going to go for that hatch gas pool. I was going to say early pool openings are common just because you, especially in lower leagues, but sometimes even in the higher leagues, you can go for an early pool opening and force out like a delayed nexus and kind of balance things out just because of how your entrance has 2 different openings. But I think they did make the change in the most recent ladder season where you can throw down this pylon exactly where Riser threw it down, and you can fully cover with your buildings 1 pylon to wall in both the left-hand and right-hand side of this. So Protoss players, I think, starting to feel a lot more comfortable on this than they used to in the early game against a lot of that early Zerg aggression.
But aggressive Protoss is like, you know, classic parting SOS. Got a little bit more room to proxy things than the natural of Zergs.
Yeah, or even the low ground area to the right-hand side of the Zerg player. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, you got to give a little, get a little. It's a push-pull tug of war.
Well, for now, we do have that usual kind of cybernetics core gateway wall-in setup over here from Riser. You're looking to try and grab a 3rd base eventually with that kind of setup as you wall off that kind of front line. But I do agree. I think that a lot of the time, this is one of those maps that has a lot of those choke points you can really abuse. So if you were going to bust out something like you're saying, the current meta of a lot of muta play from Zerg players, I actually wouldn't mind something like that on this map. This can be a very frustrating map to deal with mutas on.
Very interesting from Riser to see Stalker first. Normally this is almost always in the depth. So Stalker first means he really wants to kill this Overlord. I think he might get it, but he's trying very hard to hide the fact he's making a Stargate here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he kills the Overlord in time. So I do wonder.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Maybe a second Stargate will come down afterwards.
It does, you know, when you open Stalker like this, as Panda Bear Me, I'd be freaking the hell out. I'm like, oh, you know, time to really try and poke the sides of the Protoss here and get as much vision as possible. Like, sometimes you can see what there is by seeing what there isn't, sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, Stalker's going to be able to pick away at these Lings who very boldly believe they can kill the gateway before the Stalker kills all of them.
They can't quite see the Stargate here. Yeah. It's so close, but not quite far enough. Same deal with the Overlord. Just doesn't have enough vision to see the Stargate.
I think if the Ling pokes in from the other angle, though, and attacks the gateway, it might get vision of it.
I think it does, yeah. If it goes up to the high ground, that like, little gap there.
I guess, you know, you lost 4 or 3 of the 4 Lings. You want to keep it to scout the 3rd.
Panda Bear Me is under the impression that this is likely a gateway attack here, so he's getting his Roach Warren down. I mean, most Zergs will blindly get that anyway at this point, which is part of the reason why I liked the Blink Stalker play on Golden Wall. Because they blindly will go Roach Warren in this matchup at the moment.
Yeah. Well, the Roach Warren, like you said, not going to really find a whole lot of initial early value, but oh man. Oracle already getting 4 worker kills is a lot more than he usually gets in this day and age.
Yeah, it's just a Zerg just caught with his hand in the cookie jar now. He's got his pants down around his ankles and he got caught.
That is truly embarrassing.
It is
hand
truly
in the cookie jar and pants are down.
Yeah, his hand is in the cookie jar in front of the girl that he likes while being pantsed. It's it couldn't go worse. He's also in front of a stage of 1,000 people for some reason about to give a speech. Like it just couldn't go worse for him.
Who hurt you in high school, Maynard?
Some people tried, but not many people.
I'm trying to figure out, tried to pants you or tried to put your hand in the cookie jar?
No, tried to hurt me.
Okay. Oh, okay.
No, I'm making up analogies in my brain as I go.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be that double Stargate opening here from Riser. So with all the Phoenix pumping on out, Panda Bear Me is going to need some kind of sign soon to try and figure out what's headed his way. Because
when you call on the double Stargate.
Yeah, I think it's, it's just one of those things where if there's a single Stargate coming out, I feel like if you're trying really hard to hide it, then it just really opens up the opportunity for a double Stargate or something, right? Because that's when you can get tons of damage done.
Now, if Riser gets a 3rd Stargate, I don't think he is because he's getting a robo, but this is very zesty what he's doing right now. This is something that Zest has done on this map once or twice against Zerg. Is to just be like, haha, Phoenixes. But Zest has actually done this with 3 Stargates before. Ooh. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, bit of a supply block for both sides, actually. I think the 3rd base is about to finish here for Riser, so he gets on supply block, but losing a couple of those Overlords was a bit painful, so, Riser's gonna just go ahead and lend a helping hand over here for Panda Bear.
Yeah,
he sets off a few drones.
Oh, dude, your supply block? I'm so sorry. Let me just kill 8 drones real quick with my Phoenixes.
Oh, you didn't want the help here. Let me supply block you again.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's like, Panda Bear Me is doing that thing that kids do. Like, no, I don't want the handicap. I can beat you. And you're like, oh, well, let me just kill that Overlord. There goes 8 supply cap. Okay, well, you're back to where you were before. So there's a Nidus Worm on the way here, but it's going to be scouted by these Phoenixes. Now, the scout is one thing. Does Riser have what he needs to stop this? He's starting a Void Ray.
I think one of the biggest things right now, though, is that if the Phoenix see the Nidus Worm completing, look at how many Phoenix there are versus how many Queens there are. You can actually lift up almost every single Queen here, take them out of the fight, just completely stun them for a little bit.
Oh, no. Oh. The Nidus Worm's to be found. This is bad news for Panda
Bear.
Oh,
and the Overseer's going to get picked off as well, so it's going to have a harder time getting another one up.
Oh. These Queens are out here without a way to retreat, Fear Dragon.
That's a bit of a problem, and we're going to see all of these Queens go down. There's not really a power for a wave 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you've reset the Queen count, means that if another Nidus Worm comes out, you know what's not going to have in it? Fear Dragon?
Queens.
Correct.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
3 are about to pop. We'll see if Panda Bear Me just sticks him in the Nidus Worm, if he's just going to try and make the most with what he's got, because usually those Queens are going to want to actually help out with, injecting back at home so you can actually get up more units to reinforce with the Nidus Worm. But this army is just so small for Panda Bear Me right now.
Yeah, it feels like Riser really has this game by the short hairs. Like, Panda Bear Me has a little bit more army supply, but of course there's Roaches with 2 supply each. There's a prismatically aligned Void Ray over here that's ruining Panda Bear Me's day. He doesn't have enough energy for another transfusion. The only Queen that had energy is being lifted, and there are Stalkers and Immortals closing the distance. Panda Bear Me is on the precipice of losing this series, man. Riser is looking good right now.
Yeah, a Zerg player that has 1 Queen to inject is usually not a good sign.
No, not really. Also, only 52 workers.
Only 4. I mean, the 4th base isn't even actually done right now, so it is legitimately 3 hatcheries worth of larvae, which is not great.
Not great is a nice way of saying it. There is also an upgrade advantage to the Protoss as well. So these Stalkers, which are built for killing Roaches already with their bonus to Armored, are also doing that extra bit of bonus damage. And there's a Ling run by... Ooh! Front door open. Now, this is something that can turn things in their head for the Zerg. You can get a bunch of probes here.
And there are quite a few of them as well. 14 out of 10 workers mining at that main base. So gonna immediately retreat with them. Roaches actually also catch a stalker in the center of the map. Morlings end up running on by. This is really causing a lot of headaches, but look at this. Riser is actually situating a lot of his army by the third base, anticipating that there is gonna be a second wave.
Yeah. So here's the problem. We've talked about it many times in the series, or rather in this cast, in other games and other series in this cast today, this broadcast, that if you're going for this sort of unit comp with the Zerg, if your army supply is like 20 or 30 higher, then you have a chance against this army comp of the Protoss. If it is similar, you are in trouble.
Yeah.
Because this army of the Protoss is actually designed to destroy exactly this. It's Immortals, it's Stalkers, it's Upgrades, it's Storms. These are all problems for Panda Bear Me.
It is one of the most supply inefficient armies versus one of the most supply efficient armies. It is brutal if you do not have a significant lead and just have ridiculous macro. And unfortunately, Panda Bear Me, with only just now finishing up that fourth base, only finally starting to mine from it, is going to need to make some other magic happen. And hey, maybe a 6 around and a cancel on the fourth base is one way to get things started.
Yeah, you're going to get cancel on that fourth Nexus for sure. So that's very nice there for the Panda Bear Me, buying him a little bit, I guess time is what he's buying here. To be able to get up another army. Just going to check his tech real quick. He's making some Hydras, which is great.
He didn't research Storm.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's definitely a mistake. He wants Storm because he has a bunch of High Templar here.
That's a lot of investment into these High Templars, too. Yeah. Ooh. Okay,
Ooh.
I'm actually really worried right now, Maynard.
I'm actually worried for Riser.
Because there's a lot of Banelings as well, and... Ooh.
Yeah. And he's got those High Templar on that hotkey, so in they come. I think he wants to storm here, but he's going to be a little bit upset to realize that he can't do that. He definitely wants to be storming right now. There's a lot of Hydras here.
Where's the Mass Morphin Archons?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Recall. There's that storm. Oh, Riser. Oh, no.
Riser, you had this game, I think.
You were the chosen one.
Oh. It was so...
Oh.
I really think he would have dominated that engagement with Storm.
Well, absolutely, yeah. That was like there were a bunch of Hydras, Banelings, and you blanket that with Storms, and you are just chuckling all the way to the bank of Zerg tears after that engagement.
Oh, fourth bases might actually also take a lot of damage over here. The Lings.
Save it here.
I think he'll save it. The shields are going to be taken off, and I guess there's no roaches or anything following this up behind it. So, yeah, fourth base will finish. Storm will be done.
Storm will be done, and also the fact that Riser is not dead right now speaks to how far ahead he was before.
Yes.
He's not ahead anymore, I feel, especially if we get towards Hive and Lurker and that sort of thing. But his army is certainly still within the window to be very effective. And now that Storm is actually done, there it is.
Yep.
I really feel like he should just try and do something again here with that War Prism. Does he have a War Prism?
I think he does still have it, but it's very, very low on the north side of the map. The Hydras are giving chase. Yeah. Gonna come up to save it. Where is his? Oh, he does have his observers, but they're trailing from the army, so he's eventually gonna kill off some of these creep jammers. Oh, misses the active one.
Oh, well. So Lurker Den is done. No Lurkers here for Panda Bear Me just yet.
This is the time.
This is definitely the time for Riser to hit this attack. He's also about to have +3. Oh, that extra couple seconds would be such a big difference.
Okay, I think he might have a... Oh, no, I think it's actually more than... It's 10 seconds more away. Okay, he's actually buying some time. He has some Zealots going for a run by at the natural. They are drawing a few Lings over, but there are some Banelings running into his fourth base. Very few workers over there. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, this fight definitely matters more here. Storm going on that front line of Lings. One Immortal gets picked up on the fringes there of the army comp. Some Storms landing on the meat of the Zerg army here. And as long as this Prism is alive, it's going to cause problems here for Panda Bear Me. He wants to be able to get up that tier 3 tech. He wants more Lurkers. There are observers with this as well, and he can see these Lurkers. He lifts one up. Riser coming in with that army.
Ooh.
The Storms are just completely blanketing the Zerg here. Riser just taking some 6 splash damage here in this army. Oh, does he have enough to break through? It's so close. I think he's got it, though.
Yeah, with another reinforcing wave of Zealots coming on out. I think this might be enough to break him. GG, well played. Riser is going to claim a victory in the series, 4-2, and deny Panda Bear Me that ace match.
And there it is. That's our 4-2 victory for our final best of I was going to say it was 4 best of 5s, but it's not. It was actually 2 best of 7s and 2 best of 5s.
Yeah. You were lied to, but you know what? You stuck through it. And I'm
But
so
luckily,
glad.
so was everyone else.
Yeah,
you know?
this is true.
So I
This
feel
is
like
true.
I'm with them.
You were not solely lied to.
No, exactly. So, you know, it works out in the end. I'm with everyone else in the StarCraft community that tuned in today.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone that did, by the way. Because I had a good time casting. Always a pleasure to cast with Fear Dragon. We don't get to do it enough.
Yeah.
And love to the guys that won. So and even love to the guys that lost. You know, I'm gonna actually send love to those people as well. To Microsoft, unfortunately, couldn't do it. They were very, very close though. They made it to the ace match.
And the new nerds on the block.
Yep, the nerds on the block.
Big Joe
Getting it done.
Logs.
Even without Logs' help.
Yeah. But yeah, congratulations to all the people who did end up advancing. Now, again, with Panda Bear Me getting knocked down by, I would say, was still a little bit of an underdog, because Panda Bear Me is actually quite a skilled player, even when he is not necessarily as active. I would say that that is a bit of an upset, and Riser also being the player that I think was 2-5 versus 6-1 in the Swiss format is going to be advancing on, and he will go on to face off versus, let's see, ooh, another PVZ versus a throwback name, Maynard. It's Kane.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
All right.
And
Good old
just
Kane.
yeah. Just to quickly run through some of the other players, as we do have some of the results, not all of them though. Silky versus Timoris still needs to be played out. I think Silky is very heavily expected to win that one.
I think so.
And Starkiller versus Asuna is also going to be played out, but I think that one is getting played out in like later tonight, as that was actually one of the matches I was going to broadcast, but they were busy. But the other players that ended up advancing on was Peely Peely. Kane ended up beating Keter Class. We had Antis defeating Flume, Jig defeating Zonda, as we saw over here on the stream today, and Masa defeating Burninator. So I'd say no massive surprise in the other series. And the round of 8 will begin next week, so look forward to that. But with that being said, Maynard, thank you again so much for joining me. Where can people catch you at? Tell people, these wonderful people, and maybe some of the newer folks, like where they can find some of your fantabulous YouTube videos on getting into StarCraft and all that good stuff.
Funnily enough, you can find these YouTube videos on my YouTube. It's youtube.com maynardsc2. Do check it out if you, especially if you have a friend or maybe colleagues from those companies that you've tuned in to support. If you have anyone that's thinking about getting into StarCraft 2, the first video I put up was like a how do you get into StarCraft 2? How do you observe the game and basically as a layman watch the esport and sort of have a start of an understanding of what's going on. And also how to get into playing the game, like how the steps on what I recommend on how to become a StarCraft 2 player. And then the next one that I put up was actually probably a few steps ahead of the next part of the plan of playing StarCraft 2. And that is just tackling the topic of ladder anxiety, which is definitely a huge one for a lot of people out there that struggle to hit that play button. There's a lot of people out there that are just scared of multiplayer ladder. And it's the videos with an attempt at trying to show you guys that it's not that scary. There's a lot of ways to get around it. But yeah, it's on my YouTube channel. I've only got a couple videos. I stream most days on Twitch TV Maynard. And I think that's it.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. And again, a massive thank you to Shopify for sponsoring the collegiate side of the CEA, providing a massive prize pool. I mean, $15,000 for first place in scholarship money, $7,500 for second place. I mean, this goes all the way paying out to even top 16 and getting a little bit of money for scholarships. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And I mean, really, really cool initiative as well to specifically support a lot of these North American StarCraft players that are pursuing college degrees while also trying to pursue their StarCraft semi-pro career, which is really, really fantastic. So big thank you again, Shopify and Toby. If you really do enjoy the CEA, do consider just sending a nice little tweet over to Toby or Shopify and say like, hey, thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate that you sponsor the CEA. But with that being said, thank you all so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys next week with a round of 8 for the Collegiate Series and another one of those cross-play rounds for the CEA Championship Series. Have a wonderful night, guys.